This week, Tops Off World Tour, Abbotsford, Seattle, Portland, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Nashville, Little Rock, Springfield, Philadelphia, Norfolk, Winston-Salem, Fairfax, Roanoke, Rochester, Worcester, Newark, Providence, and Albany, New York, December 10th. I'm California sober right now.
Okay, so weed and mushrooms?
Weed and mushrooms. It's just because I'm on keto.
Yeah,
And so,
that makes sense.
yeah, we got high, yes, pretty high yesterday.
Order filled. Order filled.
It was pretty enjoyable.
That's nice.
I've never been like a get high guy.
Yeah.
Only alcohol has
Right.
always been my cane.
Yeah, that was my fave too.
Really?
Oh yeah. And then I started mixing other drugs into it, and then it just turned into something
How deep did you get?
unmanageable.
Are we recording? How deep did you get?
Well, I had like a whole entire year that I did cocaine. Like
Such a fun fucking year.
I got so fat, which is like a miracle
On
to
coke?
get fat on coke. Yeah, because I would just go on coke benders and then eat in and out and then like not work out and not go to work and not do anything. And I just turned into a fat piece of shit. Yeah. Like degenerate, like fat, like just disgusting. And I was like, and then I lost all my friends because I'm such an asshole on cocaine.
I bet. I
Yeah.
could see just from you on stage, I could see you on coke would be something to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, me sober is pretty tough to deal with. Like I'm not the nicest person, you know? So
Where'd you grow up?
Wisconsin.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Where? Madison?
No, Milwaukee, like suburbs of Milwaukee. Very
Shut
small town.
up.
Yeah. Big Bend, 1,200 people in the town I grew up in.
God. I love Wisconsin.
I would imagine you would.
Yeah, I'm a Wisconsin guy.
Yeah, I feel
like there's something I'm very Wisconsin adjacent.
Yeah, you're like honorary doctorate Wisconsin. Like that's
Oh, I went to the everyone in Wisconsin goes up to the lakes in the summer.
Mhm.
Like, and I went up to one of the lakes, so many bugs.
Yeah.
And the ground was soft. These are my memories. The ground
Yeah.
was soft. We went on a homemade slide, and I became such good friends with the family that they gave me an award.
Oh.
And I still have it.
What was the award?
It was a family award they passed around. It was like the person who made summer the best, right?
Yeah.
And it's been in their family forever. I think I was supposed to send it back. I never did.
Oh yeah, you should probably do that.
What's crazy about the dad is we get fucked up and he was like,
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Like, he's like, "You drink a lot?" And I said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
He goes, "Me too." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "It's getting the best of me." And I
Yeah.
went, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah, but you know what? I should be dead."
Yeah.
I said, "You should." And he goes, "Oh, skydiving, my chute didn't open." And I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah, so like every day I'm alive, I mean, I do whatever the fuck I
Yeah.
want."
May as well party.
I was
Why
like,
not?
"That's an interesting way to live
Yeah.
life."
No, but in Wisconsin, there's nothing else to live for. If you're there, it's just like there's 3 months where it's nice, and then it's just like gray, ashy fields and like nothing to do but get fucked up.
Really? Were you bored as a kid in Wisconsin?
So bored.
Really?
But like we grew up on a farm, so we had like horses and like I was like a little nature kid. I would like go in the back and like read books and just like run away from my family because they were all fucked up.
Well, how many kids in your family?
Just me and my sister. But
Older
then
sister, younger?
older.
She hot too?
She's yeah. She's
Is that weird to say? Sorry. I'm
She's-
shocked that we've met and I never registered it.
yeah. That's
Because I would think, because the first time I saw you, I'm going back to the farm, your family and everything.
yeah.
But the first time I saw you online, it was the fucking, not Pentecostal, the fucking NBA joke.
Okay. Yeah.
And I fucking laughed hysterically. I went, wow.
Yeah.
And then I deep dove and I was like, I looked at every video you had.
Yeah.
I had so many questions.
Okay.
I had so like, who shot this? Who produced this? Where do I find the whole hour? Like all these questions.
Okay.
And then as I do I usually send, if I ever see like an attractive woman, I usually send the clip to my wife, what do you think?
Yeah.
And my wife's like, who the fuck is she? She's fucking hilarious. And I said, I know, right? And then I think I sent it to, I have only women that work here. So I sent it
Right.
here. And then all of a sudden I saw you on my schedule. I go, fuck yeah. And then I see you and you go, we've met 2 times.
Yeah.
And I went, that's impossible.
Yeah, no, but you were, to be fair, in the bag both times, and I, as somebody who knows the bag well, I saw your eyes and I was like, he's not home right now.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you know Shane Gillis.
Yeah, very well. I love Shane. He's
He's
a
the
fucking
best.
maniac. He's probably my favorite comic. Period.
He's in. I will say this with sheer confidence. A couple months, he's about to be everyone's favorite comic.
Oh yeah, when the Netflix special drops.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I've been watching that hour for a while.
I have too. And I worked with him. I featured for him. I think maybe the 3rd weekend he was working the new hour. And then I worked with him a few other times. And just the way that it grew and morphed and transformed, I'm like, this is a genius. This guy is a fucking genius. He makes me feel like I'm not even a comic.
It's so good that I said to him after the second time I saw him working it, I said, hey man, that's great and all, but like, are you gonna write new material? And he went, this is my new hour. I went, oh, this is your new hour?
Yeah.
I thought this was the shit. Fuck.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh, that's how new hours are supposed to look. They're supposed to look like where people are like, this is undeniably hilarious.
It's so good. It's so good. And my dad's obviously not a fan of my comedy. Every time I talk to my dad on the phone and I'm about to go on stage, he's like, hey, why don't you try being a little more like Shane Gillis? Or Joe List is the other one. He's like, I'm like, why don't you say that you wanted a son without saying you wanted a son?
That would be my daughters love Shane Gillis.
Yeah, he's great.
They love Shane Gillis, Big J. But the best is my favorite. I've told this a million times and keep it in the podcast. I love this story. So my oldest daughter and her best friend Daisy work for us on Fully Loaded.
Order
They
filled.
PA. So the first year we do
How
it.
old are they?
Last year they were 18.
Oh,
Last year
okay.
they were 18.
Oh, you have adult children.
I have adult children.
Okay.
I have 2 adult
I
children.
thought maybe
almost.
we were doing child labor here.
No. The
Got a 4-year-old PA.
The younger one's 16. She works
Okay.
for us too.
Okay.
But so Daisy and Georgia work for us for Fully Loaded. We go out there and they've never seen comedy.
Mhm.
They've never seen comedy. Shane, I'm not going to do Shane's bit, but it's one of the ones that's on his new special
Yeah.
about him being a history fan and where
The
he
George
decides.
Washington bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
And George and her friend Daisy go, oh, like this. And I go, what? And they go, what? You can't say that. And I went,
Yeah.
no, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you
and they
can
go,
say
wait, hold on. Are we allowed to laugh? And I go,
Yeah.
you can definitely fucking laugh. And I go, as a matter of fact, tell Shane you like that bit. And they're like,
Yeah.
what? And I go, tell Shane you liked it. That's how comedy works. So Shane ends up becoming friends with my daughter and a friend, like just enough
Mhm.
where they're like, we think you're funny. And he's
Yeah,
like, oh,
yeah, yeah.
cool. So the last night of the tour, Shane goes up to George and Daisy. He goes, hey, you guys sneaking beers? And they go, no. And he goes, bullshit. You sneaking beers? And they go, no. And he goes, I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not going to tell on you. You guys sneaking beers? And Georgia goes, yeah, we're sneaking beers. Shane sits down next to me immediately, goes, Georgia's sneaking beers.
Such a snitch.
It's such a snitch, but he's fucking,
Yeah.
he's the best, man. He's the best. I'm so excited for this hour to come out. And
That's got to be coming out soon because he filmed it in June, right?
yeah, the good ones they put out immediately. You can see a turnaround. So I don't mean that. I didn't say that. I don't know.
Right.
But usually when you have a hot special,
Yeah.
You,
It's gonna come
when you're
out.
there and
Yeah.
they're filming, they're like, "Hey, how would dot 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 do for you?"
Yeah.
And you're like, "Well, that's like in 2 months."
Right.
And they're like, "I know.
Yeah.
Can we get that out?"
Does that
And you're
work?
like,
Yeah.
"Fuck yeah."
Perfect. Yeah.
And so yeah. So like farm like are you comfortable
Horses.
around shit? Can you ride a horse?
Yes, I can ride horses. I
Like ride a horse?
Yeah.
Like ride a horse.
Like ride a horse.
That's
Yeah.
so impressive.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, please, 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 for a promo video for your next tour, all I need is I want to do this. I want to do this so bad. Come out of the woods on a horse in a gallop in like a canter,
Yeah.
and then cut the corner into a sprint. Get a truck to drive along with you. Shoot it in slow mo. And
Who has this budget, Bert?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I'll fucking shoot it. I want to do it so bad.
Yeah.
I saw this.
Can you ride a horse?
Yeah, I can.
Should we do it together?
We should do it together. We'll call it the ride along tour. I want to shoot that video so bad.
Yeah.
Riding a horse is the coolest thing I ever learned how to do.
Yeah, it's great.
It's especially, I've tried to explain to people. I did a bit in Austin last 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. That it'll never work anywhere else, but it worked in Austin because so many people have horses. And I said there's a symbiotic relationship with a horse that it's almost like a bad date but great sex.
Mm.
So like a canter or a gallop is a tad bit uncomfortable,
Right.
a tad bit like,
You're like, I might die.
yeah, like oh, you don't drink? I guess we're having coffee at dinner.
Right.
Okay, that's cool. No, nice. Oh yeah, no, it's cool. You're Christian. Oh, that's odd.
Oh, you
Yeah.
go to church too. Oh,
Yeah. Oh,
boy.
no, I don't read.
Yeah.
Oh, you read.
Oh, you
Okay.
read.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I haven't seen Oppenheimer. I saw Barbie. And
Okay, yeah.
then all of a sudden, when that horse takes off, and you can see there's a moment where it doesn't feel like anything, and you and the horse's neck
Yes.
are moving at the same
Yes.
time.
Mhm.
You all of a sudden, it's like you're both feeding off this same energy,
Mhm.
and it only can be translated to great sex,
Mhm.
like the best sex you've ever had, where you're like,
Yeah.
holy shit, like.
And kind of also like being on a roller coaster, there's that like adrenaline of like, I
man.
could die. This could be my last ride. But
Oh,
like
yeah.
I have to trust this horse.
And you do have to trust the horse because
Mhm.
I got I did it. I've been at a full sprint a couple times, but one time you could tell that like I was not in
Scared.
charge.
Yeah. Well,
And-
you're never in charge. That's the thing. So actually in Wisconsin, people ride their horses to the bar because you can't get a DUI because you're not ever operating the horse. The horse is always in charge.
I fucking love
So,
Wisconsin.
yeah, they go and they tie their horses up. There's like racks outside of every bar. You can tie your horse up, get blackout drunk, and ride home, and you'll never get a
Do you have
DUI.
any idea how many times I'd take the wrong horse home? There's no way I'd remember what my horse looked like. I'd be like, so
Yeah.
so was your dad like a farmer?
No, my mom was into horses, and then my dad just got roped into the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd your dad do? Like
He's-
insurance?
No, he's an electrician.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's one of the last of the Mohicans. Like I feel like tradesmen are really falling by the wayside.
Wow. You're speaking to my wife right now.
Yeah.
My wife has a real bone to pick with the way the whole college program's set up and how vocational colleges are looked down upon.
Right.
And because
But I'm like, yeah, we're not going to be able to build houses with TikTokers. Like, we need people who have skills and know how to lay a foundation, not just somebody doing a two-step.
so wait, so your mom was into horses.
My mom was into horses.
I
Yeah.
find that fascinating.
Do you?
Do you find, because I wanted a horse so bad when I was a kid.
I hated horses because I hated my mom. We like really didn't get along.
Really?
Yeah. She was
Usually-
borderline personality disorder. So she was like
BPD.
BPD bitch.
Uh.
Yeah, she was very tricky. So she would like she'd be like, "You're so lucky to have a horse. Go ride the horse." And I was like, "I don't want these horses. I didn't ask for these horses. I don't want to shovel shit. I don't want to bale hay." Like in the summer when it's like 98 degrees, 100% humidity, we're baling hay. There's hay going into my eyes. I was like, I hate these fucking horses.
Oh.
And then my sister got a Tennessee Walker, which is a really nice horse. And then she got me a Shetland pony, which is a half horse, full piece of shit. And then I still had to take care of it. And then in college, she was like calling me. She's like, Joey, his name was Joey. Joey's sick. I was like, let me know when Joey's dead. Like, I don't give a fuck about Joey. Turn him into glue.
So, but you were a reader?
Yeah.
Like,
I like Harry Potter was like my jam back in the
Really?
day. Yeah.
well, Peter
Ooh.
Giuliano just lit up downstairs. My assistant who you met down there,
Yeah.
Peter, is like, he loves reading.
Yeah.
And he doesn't live in a community that is reading acceptable.
What does that
He
mean?
lives on the tour bus with me.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
so
Yeah. You can't.
he has to read it in private.
in the bathroom.
It's like he's gay. He
Yeah.
goes, he like looking at me like, no one knows I'm reading the Sorcerer's Stone.
He's on top of the bus while the bus is driving.
Yeah.
Trying to read.
We walked him into a bookstore in like, I think we were in like Manchester or something. And we were like, we should all get a book. We're in Europe. Let's read a book. And he was like, good call.
We're in Europe. Let's read a book.
We thought we'd be smart. I got
Right.
fucking Prince Harry's book.
Oh,
Fucking-
why would you do that?
What a fucking snooze fest
Yeah,
that was.
guy's
Just so you know, it's all
you
on
could just
Oprah.
look at him. He's
Yeah.
so lame.
I feel bad for him. I think he got hoodwinked. I think she pussy swapped him. She's got to be good in bed, right? She's an actress.
Yeah.
All actresses are good in bed.
Yeah.
They're all
Acting.
crazy as fuck.
Yeah, they're all nuts.
I wish I could tell you about the weirdest blowjob I ever got, but it doesn't feel right.
Tell me. It's
I feel
obviously
like this
from
is
an
a
actor.
conversation you have. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a conversation you have with a dude.
Yeah,
'cause
I'm a
it's-
dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's a
So I
performative
moved to
thing, yeah.
Hollywood. I get a TV show and I get a development deal
Immediately.
immediately at different networks.
Okay.
So I get a development deal at CBS. I get a TV show at Fox or FX at the time, but it was the studio was Fox. So I meet this girl. We go back to her place and we're hanging out. And kind of weird. She put a robe on. Like we went in and then she put a robe on with nothing under it, like a robe. And I'm still fully dressed.
Right.
And I was like, no, okay, I guess I didn't bring leisure gear.
I didn't bring my robe.
It was really bizarre.
Yeah.
And so we get into bed and we start fooling around and then she starts doing the kiss down the chest where your brain starts going, you just start hearing the Chicago Bulls entry music. Dun, 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 dun. Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's get ready to rumble.
And she grabs my dick and instead of giving me a blowjob, she looks up at me and goes, how can you have a development deal at 2 different studios? And I went, huh? She goes, no, I'm just saying, like, do Fox and CBS know about it? Like, do they know about it? Or do they not know about it? And I went, I'm not really sure. And she goes, is your deal at CBS larger than your deal at Fox? And I'm like,
Is your dick still hard, by the way?
oh, rock hard. This is early Bert when it was like, with like a 5-second, like I was never have sex. This is the reason there's a lot of reasons I don't have sex with a lot of chicks. Number 1, I wasn't good at it.
Yeah.
Number 2, I'm
Shocking.
terrified of diseases.
Yeah.
I'm terrified.
You should.
So
be.
yeah, I've always been like
Maybe
just-
germophobia or something?
no.
No.
My wife would tell the story. I didn't date. I met her bowling, and I met her a couple other times before, but then we really met each other bowling. She goes, "Yo, ask me out," and I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "I'll give you my number," and I was like, "Yeah, sure." And immediately I was like, "She's a whore." I was like, "She just wants to fuck me and just have her way with my body. That will not happen."
Just have her way with
And
the arrogance.
I was,
that
first of
people
all,
are trying
hold
to
on.
have their
Pull up
way.
Hot Bert. Pull up Skinny Bert. I was a fucking smoke
Oh,
show,
were
okay?
you?
I was a
Where is he?
fucking smoke
Let
show.
me see. Pull him
it
up.
Skinny Bert Kreischer.
Skinny Bert.
And so I was like, I didn't.
Skinny Bert, rock hard dick.
You're gonna end up seeing a skinny Bobby Kelly in this too.
Yeah. Oh, Skinny Bobby Kelly. He's getting back to Skinny
That's
Bobby
me.
Kelly. Wait, where are we?
The one that you don't recognize.
Oh. Oh wow.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so my wife, I was like, I'm not gonna call her.
Right.
I believed every woman. We just talked about this I don't know who the other day, but I had this theory that because of Sex in the City, all women just wanted sex. They didn't want relationships. And I was a serial monogamist. I only wanted someone who could get my sense of humor, my personality, that I could be myself around. And so immediately when she said, you asked to go out on a date, I was like, no, not with that girl. And I fucking didn't call her. And then she called my roommate. She's like, why hasn't he called me? And he's like, he's right here. Ask him. And then she was like, I'm a cute girl. Like, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. She's like, if you ask me out, I'll go. And I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, do you want to go out on a date? And she's like, yeah. And then we went on a date. And I was like, she's not a whore. And
Yeah.
I was like, she's just like a regular person who wants to meet people.
Yeah.
Like that, you can also be like
At
a
least she
cool-
was nice about it. I feel like when guys reject me, I'm like, what are you, gay?
There's a number of those
What are
girls
you,
too.
gay?
There's a couple girls that are. I guarantee there's a chat thread like it says "Bert sucks cock."
Yeah.
I'm certain of that. I
Yeah.
could name them all five right now. So then where did you go to school?
I went to Marquette.
Really?
Marquette.
Chris Farley went to Marquette, right?
Yes, he did. We were in the same dorm rooms, not together, obviously, but
You look great.
I've been drinking baby
Order
blood.
filled.
No, we were in McCormick, same exact dorm room. When I went there, I transferred halfway through my freshman year, and they're like, "This is Chris Farley's old dorm."
Really?
Yeah.
Were you a
And-
Farley fan?
I was a big fan of like Tommy Boy and like the movies, but I never really watched SNL back in the day.
Yeah. When did you start getting into comedy?
So I started technically in 2012, and then I did it for 2 years, and then I quit for 2 years, and then I came back, and then the pandemic hit. So I've only really been doing it for like 5.5 years.
Yeah.
And like 2 years full time.
When did you start digging comedy? Were you
Oh,
did
that
you
way.
dig comedy as a kid?
So actually, this is like embarrassing to admit, but Dane Cook.
It's not embarrassing to admit at all.
when
We just talked about this last night, me and Soder. People forget he introduced a whole generation to comedy.
yeah,
He made comedy accessible. I'll never
Yeah.
shit on Dane.
yeah,
Like I might shit on a couple of his posts, but
yeah,
but like no, I'll never shit on Dane because I was out in LA when he was doing it, and he there's so much great I could say about him
Yeah.
about he created a genre of comedy, a style of comedy that everyone stole from.
yeah. And well,
Everyone.
he stole from people too, but I mean that aside, I think I was really into Dane, and then I remember Dave Attell did his Insomniac tour with Greg Giraldo, but I only watched it because Dane was on it. But I found Greg Giraldo, and then I was like, oh, holy shit,
That's
this
your
is-
brain.
Yeah, I was like, this is another level. Like, this is the kind of comedy I want to do. And then, once I saw like Jesselnick and Schumer and those people, I was just like, fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That's crazy. See, that's what's great about Dane.
Yeah.
It's what's great about podcasting
Yeah.
is that there are people I'm certain that don't like Joe's stand up, but have found comics through Joe.
Right.
And there's people that don't like my stand up that have found comics through me.
Mhm.
Like I have Matt Rife on the podcast, and our numbers were okay. And then he exploded, and everyone fucking watched it. And
Oh,
part of me
God.
goes, I wonder if any of those new children fan of those are going to come my way.
Yeah.
Maybe when I die, they'll be like, he
Yeah.
was
Well,
good.
yeah. Matt's interesting because he's got women of all ages in a headlock. I was in the Spokane airport, and there was she had to be 70-ish years old with her husband, clearly hating her husband, just scrolling through Matt Rife's TikTok. And I took a video and I sent it to Matt. I was like, you have these bitches in a chokehold. I have
Wow.
never, it's like the boy band phenomena. You know what I mean? Like where all these girls are like, we want to fuck him. And also he's incredibly talented and very, he's funny and he's
He's a
great.
sweet guy. He's been busting his ass in comedy for a long time.
Oh yeah. Since he was 14.
Yeah. And he, look, all you have to say to me is he toured with Ralphie.
Yeah.
You don't tour with Ralphie and not have a passion for comedy
Mhm.
or food.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So did you start up in Wisconsin or
No,
did
I
you-
started here.
Really?
Yeah, I took a class, and then I was just like, here's the thing. I was an active alcoholic, and I was drinking, and I was treating it like a party. You know what I mean?
Like when you say, like I'm always curious of because like we had an incident with a friend recently, and I went whoa, and I had an incident with a business partner where I saw what alcoholism really was.
Mhm.
Where I was like, it really is. I randomly I talked to Dr. Drew about it today,
Mhm.
and he said no, it's when they're out of control. Like when they're
Yeah.
out of control, there's no bringing that back in.
Yeah, it was just my only priority was getting fucked up. So I found comedy, and the first time I did comedy, I was like, oh, this is what I was born to do. But it didn't matter because I then just used comedy and comedy shows as a way to get fucked up. And I remember there was these shows back in LA when I first started called super secret comedy shows.
Mhm.
And I was performing with like Theo and Damon Wayans and like all these people, and I was brand new. And I thought it was like Neil Brennan, all these people. I'm like, oh, I'm so whatever. I thought I had arrived. And I remember a friend came with me, and I was shit faced in the green room, and she's like, why are you drunk at work? And I was like, what? She's like, this is a job. You're treating it like a party. And I remember just being like, oh yeah, I need to like kind of take a step back and get my shit together. Cause it just like, it wasn't cute. I was just like sloppy and like, you know, when you're a comic, you want to be left alone in the green room. And I was like, just like, hey, like, yeah, it was not a
Well,
vibe.
luckily you're pretty enough where I think people would let a lot of that pass.
Right. But that's not,
Especially with the group you just named.
yeah, that's not what you want to
You're
be
not gonna hear a
known
word
for.
from any of those guys.
Yeah.
You know, she's been drinking.
Yeah. Better get her out of here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was told the very first night, I've said this a million times, I'll say it one more time and do not edit this out. We edit a lot of my podcasts. People think I tell the same story a lot. You'd be shocked how many we edit out. I only have like 20 good stories. Did I tell you about when I was in Russia? But when my first night on stage, ever, I grabbed a Miller Lite, and the dude with me, who I always fuck up his name. He was a stand-up comic for a long time. He now has a podcast called, I think he changed it. But he's working comic. He was we're peers now, but we were both in Tallahassee. And he said, "Hey man, I wouldn't do that if I were you."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Why?" And he goes, "Because if you do that now, then you'll always have to do that to get on stage." He goes, "You should treat this like a job and just do it sober."
Mm.
And I was like, "Okay." And I don't know what my drinking was like in college, where it is compared to today. I don't know. I'm assuming I'm worse today than I was in college. I don't know though. I think there's times I've been better and worse. I think I might just be adjacent, but I didn't drink on stage. I didn't drink until I got off stage. And because of that, I had the superpower where I was like, I don't need to be fucked up to do stand up.
Right.
And I watched so many of my friends have to get fucked up to do stand up. So many didn't even know what to do with their hands. They do the Letterman and they would go reaching for the stool to grab a beer, and you'd see it and you'd be like, fuck.
Yeah.
But that's good. So did you adjust that?
Yeah, so I got fucked up a few shows and then I stopped, and then I took 2 years off of comedy, and in those 2 years I got sober, and then I came back.
How hard was getting sober?
Brutally hard.
Really?
I mean, I drank when I started drinking at 16. I would drink like an entire bottle of like rum, tequila, whatever it was. I would drink the whole bottle.
Yeah.
And then it was just something that was part of my life from the time I was 16 until I quit at 28. And it coincided. So my mom committed suicide. And that was what made me get sober, because I was like, I can't process this if I'm just getting fucked up.
She killed herself in 2010-ish?
2017. So it was 3 days before my wedding.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like, I have a joke about it. I'm like, that's one way to RSVP. Just kidding. She wasn't invited. No. Yeah, so I was like, I need to get sober. So it was like two things at once. One, but I do think because my mom and we had such a fucked up relationship, and we were estranged for 6 years and hadn't talked. While her death was very hard, losing booze was way harder, because I'm like, that was at least reliable and we had some good times. You know, my mom was a cunt. Like, I think.
I want Leanne to come up here right now and go, hey, can I tell you my mom's stories?
Yeah.
It's kind of heartbreaking when I hear a story like yours, because I go, well, I wish it had been better.
But it made me who I am. You know what I mean? Because she taught me how not to treat people. Like, if I'm ever a parent, I know how not to parent. You know, like when I moved to California, she sent me my birth certificate, and she crossed off her name, and she said, not your mom. And I was like, the level of petty to deface a government document. Do you know how mad you have to be? And then when she died and we went to go sell her house, we had like little footprints. My sister and I put little footprints in the concrete, and she had mine covered up. I'm like, do you know how mad you have to be to do masonry?
This is the worst question I'm ever.
To fucking go to Home Depot and be stirring concrete.
This is the worst question I've ever asked anybody, but what did you do to her? I want to hear her side of the story.
I was an alcoholic, and I would just tell her to fuck off. She just wasn't a nice mom, and you know, I didn't fuck with her. So I just stopped talking to her.
Matt Rife's dad killed himself.
I know, but he was like he was very young.
Yeah,
like,
he was
I think
22.
Wait, the dad was 22, but Matt was like very young. Like, I'm saying,
Matt
like
was a child,
like
I think.
2 or 3. Yeah.
How did your mom kill herself?
Gun.
Ooh, mouth or head?
Head. Gang shit. She fucking gang shit. You know, I mean, it's like,
you don't want to do mouth. I've learned through a number of people. Don't want to do mouth because
Yeah.
I guess when you go to pull the trigger, there's some part of you that just wants to move your hand a little bit.
Right.
No one ever does it like this is a horrible conversation topic. But I was with a dude the other night who was explaining to me how suicide is a pretty rational option.
Yeah. It's a great choice.
Yeah, and he was like, and it was the funniest conversation I've ever been in because I've never heard the other side of it.
Right.
And he was like, and he was telling me about it, and then all of a sudden his wife's like, "Stop talking about fucking suicide
Yeah.
again."
Yeah.
But his dad botched a suicide, his brother botched a
Oh,
suicide,
yeah.
and Robespierre Maximilian botched a suicide.
Mhm.
He's the guy that created cancel culture.
Oh, nice.
Rob's imposed really like the reign of terror in
Yeah.
Paris. But it was cancel culture. He killed
Right.
like 70,000 people.
Nice.
But he tried to kill himself, and apparently everyone shoots their jaw off.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom, she was pretty slick. She like put down a fucking plastic bag, got in a sleeping bag. This is very, you can cut this if you want to.
No.
Yeah,
no.
she,
This is the most engaging thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
she got in a sleeping bag. She took a practice shot at the wall and then she killed herself.
Not married to your dad anymore?
No, they had divorced when I was very young. So she
Okay.
basically told everyone she was going out of town. And then, she told everyone she was leaving town. And then her on and off boyfriend was going to check, like, water the flowers and whatever, and at her house. And he didn't catch it. I think she did it right away, and he didn't catch it until like 2 weeks later. So by the time she was found, she was like full decomp.
Oh God.
Yeah.
And did you? So I'm so bad at interviewing people. These are the weird questions
That's
I
okay.
wonder. Who told you?
I
So it was-
think it was Tom. I think it was her ex-boyfriend called me. So it was like I was getting, I actually got a call from her sister, and I was about to go get married. So I thought I'm like, it's a little early for a call because it was like 3 days before. It was a little early for a call about the wedding. And I got the call, and I remember she was like, "Are you driving?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "You need to pull over." And I was like, "Is it mom or grandma?" Because my grandma was terminally ill with cancer. And she's like, "It's your mom." And I'm like, "How'd she do it?" Because I just knew. I knew. I mean, like, it was like the writing was on the wall for a long time. She was like schizoid at the end and like posting pictures of her like shooting at Target, saying she was going to kill people. She was like threatening to kill my dad. And this is like how small town like how the small town we came from, because my ex stepmom called the police because my mom was like, literally texted my dad, "I'm going to kill you." And my stepmom called the cops, and the cops came over, and they're like, "What, are you afraid of a woman?" And my dad's like, "I'm not scared." My dad's like, "I'm fucking packing." He's like, "She can come try me." And then like 3 weeks later, she was dead. So
Holy
Yeah.
shit!
yeah.
And you were and
I was like, but that's when we should have taken the gun away from her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you're threatening to kill someone, the next person is you. So
oh man,
Yeah.
And did your sister have a hard time with it?
very. My sister and my mom were very close. I was not close with my mom, so it was much easier for me. My sister's still pretty pissed at her.
Oh yeah. I guess you're mad at. Oh yeah. I don't know. I've had a lot of friends kill themselves. So many that at one point we had a suicide in our fraternity. At when I was like 1 year,
Mhm.
and then I mean it's pretty crazy when you think about it because like he got killed himself, and then everyone was like, when after you do like a big group, with the counselor comes in, and the counselor was like, everyone grieves in their own way, and then someone's like, "He was probably just gay," and everyone's like, "Yeah, he's definitely gay." And
Yeah.
then the counselor's like, "Hang on, we don't want to blame anyone."
Yeah.
And then another guy killed himself. Like
Also gay.
yeah, and so we were like, and so the same counselor comes in. She's like,
Or-
"Let's
order
not jump
filled.
to conclusions about why he did that." We're like, we think he was probably dating the other guy.
Yeah.
And so he killed himself. He probably killed himself. And then the third person killed himself. I think in his message, he's like, "I'm not gay."
Not
Just so
gay.
everyone knows, I'm
Not
not
gay.
gay.
I just hate it here.
But after the fourth suicide, the counselor was like, "All right, what are you guys doing?" She's like, "Maybe it's you." Like we had so many people kill themselves that we were like, "Oh, maybe it's us." I've had so many friends kill themselves.
Yeah.
Suicide's so fucked up. It's
Kind of, but it's like, have you ever seen that Norm Macdonald bit where he talks about suicide? He's like, every time someone commits suicide, people are like, "I can't believe they did that." And it's like, really? You can't believe it?
yeah.
Life is tough.
Life is really tough.
Mhm.
My buddy, one of my best friends killed himself, and I think it was an accident. I think he was. I didn't think he. Like he was crazy. Like he was. It was I think it was-
Overdose?
No. In a closet with a towel.
That's not an accident.
Yeah, no, it's not an accident.
You don't stumble into a closet.
Oh, what the fuck is this nurse?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's a nice way to go because I mean, no, I shouldn't say that, but like,
Yeah, no,
you
it is.
pass
You
out.
just-
You
yeah,
pass
it's like
out.
a-
You just pass out and then you die.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I could do it if I was terminally ill. Like if they're like, yeah, the last month's gonna be hell. I don't know if I could do it even then.
I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, like fistful of morphine, I'm out. Like how Doug Stanhope and helped kill his mom.
Yeah, that wasn't.
That's
did
insane.
you ever hear the story? They thought it was bingo. Oh yeah,
No, but Doug wrote about it in his book about how he helped.
it's great.
Yeah.
So his mom, I'm telling Doug's story, but I don't care.
Mm.
It's a good story.
He told it. Yeah.
He's told it a number of times.
Yeah.
He's so good at telling stories.
Yeah, he's great.
He was telling a story to me one time. It was I had to be on stage. I had to be. And he goes, he dated one of the girls from Head of the Class. Do you remember the TV show Head of the Class? It was really popular. He dated the hot chick. And he goes, and she cheated on me. I can't say the guy's name for legal purposes, but I can tell you what he does for a living. He's the Prince of Monaco.
Okay.
And so they do it. I apologize, Doug. I think, and tell me if you've heard this. Hopefully you have, so I'm not sharing stories. Some people will tell me a secret, and then
You'll think you heard it somewhere else. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So his mom decides she wants to pass, so she takes a bunch of Xanax, and they all take a bunch of Xanax. They all fucking get fucked up with his mom.
You can't overdose on Xanax.
I thought it was Xanax. that
Very
she took.
difficult. No, it's morphine.
Is that what she took?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think he took Xanax.
Yeah, he probably took some Xanax to chill out.
Yeah, to chill out. And so they watched fucking Home Shopping Network, I think, and ran up her credit cards.
Oh yes, I've heard this. Yeah,
ran up her credit cards.
Yeah,
and
the statute of limitations on that, he had to wait to tell the story.
Yeah, he was like, I gotta wait like 8 months to tell the story.
Yeah,
ran up like 20 grand on her credit card, and then they wake up. Doug wakes up. He's like, "Fuck, my mom's dead." He has this moment. Calls 911. You may want to come. My mother's passed. You may want to come pick her up. 911 comes in with a stretcher, and they start loading Bingo on the stretcher. They go, yeah, man, that's tough. And Bingo's so fucking out of it. She's on the stretcher. Doug comes in. He goes, "You got the wrong one. It's her, the old lady."
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So, but
Oh, is that funny?
but yeah, suicide sucks for the people that stick around.
Yeah.
But if you're not there,
Yeah, but if
I
you're
don't want to
gone-
justify suicide because it's not, because I've
No,
had too many.
don't,
I've told my
obviously.
daughters that is the one thing. I've said it so much because they were there when my friend killed himself and they watched me just mourn. I had to mourn openly because we were supposed to do a bunch of shit and I was really upset. He was like my best friend.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, it
No, I'm
stinks.
sorry, yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I flew home to his family and it's just bizarre. The whole fucking experience is like, just happens so instantly, which is kind of the way you want people to mourn for you a little bit. I sound like I'm justifying suicide. I'm not. But like we were talking about death the other day. I don't want to go out in a long drawn out thing where you pass and then everyone's like, yeah, he's in a better place.
Yeah.
I want it to happen instantly where people are like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I want it to be newsworthy.
I had an astrologist tell me that I was going to get murdered for my money. And I was like, I'm going to have money. That's very exciting. And then he's like, no, I mean, it could be like the $100 in your purse right now. And I'm like, well, that's not as exciting.
It's not as thrilling as fucking my millions.
Yeah. I was like, I want to get murdered. That's exciting. That's a good way to go. But then once I heard that, I was like fucked up for a week. I was like, I don't want to be murdered. That sucks. And then once I accepted it, I was like, every plane I get on, every car I'm in, every situation where it's like near death, I'm like, this isn't it.
This isn't it.
I
wish I knew I was
every
going to get
dark
murdered.
alley. Like, I'm just like, you can't get me.
I wish I knew how I was gonna. That would be cool if you knew how you're gonna die.
Yeah, you can talk to my astrologist who's high on Valium. He'll tell you.
Leanne had a fortune teller,
Psychic, yeah.
The psychic come
Yeah.
over, and
Miss Cleo.
she comes over, and it's George's birthday, and they do this fucking psychic thing, and it's I told about it in one of my specials. The part I didn't tell is first thing she says to George is, I swear to God, she goes, "You were a soldier in a great war. You were a general. You were a general in a big war. You were responsible for the death of 257 men." And George was like, "Huh?" She goes, "Those men's souls will haunt you until the day you die."
So this is your daughter?
Said it to my daughter. It's George's birthday. I was like, happy birthday. And then she looks at George's friend. I'm not lying at all. And goes, you have breast cancer. There's a lump in your breast. Go to the bathroom. She goes in the bathroom. And she comes back sobbing. She goes, there's a fucking lump in my breast. Leanne's like, what the fuck? She goes, for $50, I can get rid of it. And Leanne's like, God, fucking get rid of it. Get rid of it. She goes, hoogity boogity, hoogity boogity, or whatever she did. And then she goes, go back and feel your breast. And the girl goes, it's not there. And Leanne's like, get the fuck out of our house.
You fucking witch.
So then Leanne, so we buy this new house, right? Not this house, but our other house.
Yeah.
And so Leanne goes, I'm gonna have her come over and check for spirits. And she comes over and she's checks for spirits, and she goes, there's a dead boy lives in the basement. His name is Max. He likes your dogs. And Leanne's like, he likes our dogs? And she goes, yeah. And what's crazy is that Izzy, our brand new dog, would do this weird thing where she would play with something that wasn't there. And the thing, we're like, fuck. And she goes, I'll talk to Max for $150. I'll talk to Max. I'll tell him not to bother the girl's bedroom or your bedroom. Stay in the basement and he can play with the dogs. And we're like, great. And then she looks at me and goes, you have stomach cancer. And I was like, motherfucker. She goes, for $150, I can get rid of it. I just said to Leanne, I go, just do the fucking thing. Just do the fucking thing. So then when I had her come on, just bleep the thing I was telling you about, I said, she's great. She's really interesting. No one make eye contact with her. You will have cancer and it'll cost you $150 to get rid of it.
That's also so cheap to get rid of cancer.
She just
feel
walked
like
through.
she needs to.
Oh, she walked through and fucking was just like, let me talk to you. You have a, but that fucking lady.
Oh man.
So I'm not a big psychic.
Psychics, yeah. Yeah, no, they're nuts.
So wait, do you want to be rich?
Of course. Yeah.
You see, like, it seems like a weird thing to, like, these days, it seems like people don't want to reward people who want to be rich or want to be famous. Like, even Shane, we'll take a look at Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
You'll never, like, I think people champion him because he's this underdog. But the second he gets to, like, fucking Louis status where he's, like, flying in private jets and gets a nice watch and no longer.
Well, he wore a Versace shirt the other day. He's on his way, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. To the bites. No, I don't know. I think there's a level of talent where it's just like, I remember I heard Seinfeld say this once. He was talking to a comic, I can't remember who, about, do you want to be famous? And they said, it feels gross to say I want to be famous. And Seinfeld just said very matter-of-factly, he said, being the best in this business comes with fame and money. So if you want to be good at this, that's what comes with it. Yeah. And I remember being like, oh yeah, that's very simple.
Yeah. Oh, it's I mean, it's interesting because I have my best friends Rogan has consistently said I don't want to be famous. And then I remember I was talking with Tom and Ari one time, and Ari's like, then quit your podcast.
Right.
Just quit your podcast and go live in a hole.
Yeah, you have enough money.
Yeah, you have enough money. Yeah. Just stop what you're doing. And he's like, but I love it. And he goes, well, then that's what comes with it. Right. Then that's the rub.
Yeah.
Is if you want to do, I mean, it's such a fucked up procedure because if you want to do if you like doing stand up, you do clubs, right? You can always do what Attell did. Attell did not want to be famous. So he didn't.
Right.
He didn't. He chose not to. They wanted him to do theaters. He said no. And they were like, well, hold on, it's more money. He said, I don't need the money. All I got to take care of is me and my mom. I'm good. And he just did clubs, and he still does clubs. And whenever he goes out and I put him on any fucking show, everyone's like, who the fuck is that? And you're like, it's the best comic that's ever lived. Yeah. But he did not chase fame. Right. So it's so disingenuous to hear comics pretend they want to be Attell, but just go out and do, like, I don't have no problem. I don't understand people not liking fame. Right. It's fucking so enjoyable. Yeah. To walk into someone and someone go, dude, you've made me so happy so many times. Yeah. Thank you so much for what you do. Yeah. And you go, hey, thank you.
Well, that's what makes it all worth it. Because, like, the flip side of the coin is, like, this, like, being on the road dogging it, being away from your family, being away from your friends, being your diet fucked up, everything fucked up. It's like when you see people that are like, you have helped me get through this last year. It's like, that's what makes it worth it, because I'm like, I'm struggling. You know what I mean? And the fact that I could turn my struggle into something that helped you struggle less, that's beautiful. That's what it's for.
It's exactly what it's for. What I think is, and look, and I have a problem with oversharing because I tell everything about my life to everyone.
Right.
But I do think that that fucked up brains help fucked up brains. Look, if you don't have a fucked up brain, then you definitely shouldn't be following anything I do.
Right.
If you're a person that's got your shit dialed in, you're eating your macros, you get up at 4 a.m, you work out, you journal, you fucking sauna, then polar plunge, and then you go out for a 10-mile jog before you come home and eat a carnivore diet. Like if you're that dude, I may not be for you. But if you're a fucked up person who's like, yeah, man, I deal with anxiety and a little OCD, and I party my dick off, and I'm in love with my wife, but I'm a fucking mess. Like, and you want to try to find your way. I'm looking for that path through the woods.
Yeah.
You know, does that make sense?
But it makes sense. But I do think also like the straight laced people, like you appeal to them also because you're kind of like a peek into a different.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a different world. They're like, man, how fun would it be to be that guy?
I'm what's behind door 3.
Yeah.
And you're like,
yeah.
Shut
you
the fuck
are.
up.
I feel like the comic that's having the most fun. Like I look at your life and I'm just like, he's fucking having a blast.
I said to someone today. Who was I talking? Oh, I was talking to my personal trainer. She said, "How's your day going?" And I said, "Fucking awesome."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, I just had a great conversation with my daughter driving her to school, and I had a great conversation with Dr. Drew,
Mm-hmm.
and then I called another buddy like on the ride home, and I said I have a great podcast lined up today. I'm looking forward to this workout. I feel good. I've been, it's amazing how good you feel when you don't party. Although I smoked weed yesterday, but I don't think that counts.
That's not partying.
And so, and I was like, I feel great. I said, honestly, I'm the happiest I've ever been.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, you say that a lot. And I was like, yeah, but I think I am.
Yeah.
Like both of my parents are still alive, which is like crazy to me. That's why I wonder who gives the phone call. Like that's the thing I'm most nervous about is who's going to tell me my dad died.
Don't think about it. Just stay in today.
I think about it all the time.
Don't think about
I
it.
think about it all the time.
Because then you're just putting that energy out there. Just stay in today and stay grateful that he's alive today.
Yeah.
When my dad dies, I'm out.
Really?
He's my best friend.
Yeah.
I can't think about that. Like literally when I'm doing acting scenes and I have to cry, that's what I think about. Because but then I also feel bad even like thinking about it because I'm like, I don't even want to put that energy into the universe.
You don't want to put energy out there. I believe in that.
Yeah.
But you do want to put good energy out there.
Yes.
So what do you want out of your career? What do you want? Like if I said, okay, ready? Let's say I'm gonna do end of 2023, before 2025, and then up to 2030.
Okay, wow.
So like, I always do this. I always answer it first. I'm good at analogies, but then I'm good at analogies because I think that's way for me.
Yeah.
So, but I'll just let you do it. So end of 2023, what would you like to have happen?
End of 2023, I want to start my podcast and then I want to...
Wait, how come? I'm going to stop you right here.
Okay.
Why don't you have a podcast?
Because I didn't think that I had a good idea for one until recently, and I finally got one, and I finally got a podcast co-host that I'm very excited about.
Who?
Brittany Furlan. She's fucking hilarious. Like
she's fucking awesome.
Kind of like conversationally one of the funniest people I've ever met. She makes me like stop breathing every time we talk. She's so fucking funny. So we want to do a podcast called Unhinged where people just write in like their craziest, like most unhinged dating stories, wedding stories, family stories, and then just kind of talk about.
That's a great idea.
Off of that.
That's a great idea.
So I want to do that. I want to finish my tour. I want to tape another special.
So what I saw. So you have two. This is how you're about to hear how little I pay attention to life.
That's okay.
You have two different outfits that I saw.
Yeah. So one is a Don't Tell special. One's a Comedy Central. Those are both shorts. And then I did a 30 with 800-pound gorilla.
Okay.
So I think I want to do, I have an hour, but I think people's attention span is so short. And if I'm self-producing it, I think doing a 30 with some friends will be good. So I want to do that before the end of the year. So podcast, new special.
And then, to 2025.
2025. So that by then, hopefully I want my movie to be getting made.
Yeah. In production.
In production. Yeah. I wrote a movie called Sorry for the Mess. And it's about my mom's suicide. And it's about basically I'm the black sheep of this Catholic family. And I get put in charge of the funeral, but suicide is a mortal sin in the Catholic faith, so I can't find a real priest, so I hire a fake priest. And then it's just like the family executing my mom's will and me trying to hide from everybody that this guy is a fraud. Yeah. And then us kind of figuring out like what really happened.
Have you written it?
Yeah, it's done.
That's great. Do you have a team you're working with?
No.
Okay, we can make that happen. Keep going.
Yeah. So hopefully 2025 that.
And then 2030.
2030.
Like this is the big picture.
Yeah.
Because now you have the big house.
Right.
Now you have the big house. I don't know. Are you with someone? Are you still married?
I'm divorced.
Okay.
Yeah. I would love to have a partner again. I do miss, like, I feel like stand up is such a lonely thing when you're alone. You know what I mean? Like being on the road in those hotels by myself. You travel very differently. You travel with people, but I'm at that stage where I'm traveling alone and I'm like, nobody knows where I am or what I'm doing. I could be doing anything. Like as an addict, that's not good. So I would like to have a partner.
It's so funny.
again.
I only know you as dialed in and controlled.
Yeah.
Like I don't know you as the fucking
Yeah.
as unhinged.
Yeah.
But I only know, like I've only seen you very measured, and in your stand up you've talked about being sober,
Yeah.
and so I only know you as that. But keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So by then, obviously, hopefully, theater comic, working, a successful podcast, a couple movies, TV shows, whatever. You know, whatever. Here's the thing. I feel like I think Tom Segura said this. He was talking about. He's like, just let
He
it.
talks?
Yeah, barely. Not when he's with
Never
you.
heard that. I've never heard that.
Yeah. He was saying just let it surprise you. You know what I mean? Like have plans and like be excited, but like let it surprise you. And I kind of was like, oh yeah, I like that. Because I feel like every time I go into a year, I'm like, these are my goals. I want to get this done. And then it doesn't happen. And I'm like, well, I'm a fucking loser.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But other things are happening that are bigger picture better for my career. So.
Every year on my birthday, I sit down and I write out the number of goals for however old I am. I've been doing it since I was 26. And every year I accomplish them. But I believe no, but well, I'm very lucky, but I also am very driven. No one ever sees that side of me. I don't show it. I'm not proud of it. I try to hide my ambition. It's come out more recently. Like people have seen that like that I do I am ambitious and I do work very hard. It's not the sexiest part of me. The part of me that I think I want everyone to see is that I have a good time. I like to have fun.
Yeah. But with all the stuff you're doing, there's no way you're not a hustler. You know what I mean? With everything, you look at just everything you're up to, people aren't going to be like, oh, he's lazy.
Right.
Yeah.
But I liked when people thought I was lazy and stupid.
Yeah.
Because then
that's easy.
Well, once people see there's a not a slickness to it, but that there's a plan in motion, then all of a sudden I don't know. I just never found it. I never found ambitious comics the sexy comic to watch.
Yeah.
Personally, I was always into the messed up comic, the broken comic, and I think I tried to hide my ambition with my. Now I feel like I'm in therapy. My broken parts. I tried to cover it with booze and weed and cigars and.
But don't you think that sort of broken comedy is sort of a thing of the past? Like we just watched all of those bright lights crash and burn, where like, you know, Kinnison, Pryor, like all these people just had it burned really bright, but then it kind of just faded. I feel like now it's more of a wave to take care of yourself and to like, you know, realize there's a bigger picture. And
I think so, but also like no one's gonna. You know, no one in our generation is going to be better than Geraldo. It's not going to happen. No one's going to be better than
You know what's
Patrice.
crazy is I actually rewatched David Tell's Insomniac Tour recently because I was trying to find a joke from there. And I was like, this guy is so fucking smart and he's so funny. And so few people like in the general public knew about him because he died so young.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, aside from his roasts.
And his roasts were genius.
The best.
I mean, I can speak candidly. Patrice would be rolling his eyes at my career. He would be like, oh no, but I was friends with Patrice, but the way I work, though as hard as I work, Patrice wasn't that guy. He did not work very hard. And that's kind of his brilliance is that he was just so always in that zone of comedy. And he didn't, when I say this, this could be sacrilege. He didn't even do stand-up that much.
Yeah.
Like he didn't get on stage that often.
Yeah.
Like I would argue I was getting on stage more than him when we were both in New York because he wasn't like running uptown and then come. He'd just go to the cellar, and there was a big period of time he wasn't allowed on stage at the cellar.
Yeah.
So but those guys, like the Geraldos, the Hedbergs, the Patrices, the way that comedy's turned, where you have to self-promote. You have to, what's interesting is Patrice never had a bad word to say about Dane.
Right.
Never once had a bad word to say about Dane.
Yeah.
And I always thought with his cynicism, something negative would come out. But man, he celebrated Dane. He was like, no, Dane's never made it unclear to anyone that he wants to be a movie star.
Yeah.
This is his path.
Yeah.
You got to respect what a man wants. Patrice is a tricky fucking dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I definitely I put things out there that I want, and I go for what I want.
Yeah.
Because I never felt like it was going to happen to me.
Yeah.
You know?
And then when it started happening and you started getting evidence that it was going to happen, you're like, why not keep going?
Yeah. Well, the first thing started happening, and then I was like, I wanted a Netflix special, and then I got it. I got it. Like I like hustled.
And then were you like so excited when you got it?
It's probably the best news I've ever gotten in my career.
Yeah.
I remember I can tell you where I was sitting.
Yeah.
I can tell you that they told me how much money it was, and I said, I don't care. I don't even care. I have a Netflix special. Because they had offered me a half hour, and I turned it down. And this was unheard of. I talked to Ari, Joe, and Tom, and all of them said, get on the platform. Get on the platform. That's the most important thing. But in my head, I was like, the most important thing is the art form of the hour. The hour for me was so important. I was like, I have crafted an hour. Like I have an hour. This is a good hour, and a good hour is better than anything, in my opinion. And so when I got it, I was sitting and right where Ari drugged me, and oddly enough, and it was the same sunset.
Yeah.
And I was through the fucking roof, but I got it through me working hard, and then as soon as that happened, maybe to my detriment, I was like, oh, now I want this. Now I want this. And then all of a sudden, you start to get to a point where you can say whatever you want, and then they just get it for you. And then you're like, well, hold on. Can someone say no to me?
Right.
Because I don't know if all my ideas are good.
Right.
I don't know if I want to do a pandemic tour.
Right.
Fuck. Okay.
Right.
But yeah, I believe in, but it is fun to have it excite you.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's refreshing to hear, because oftentimes I feel like when I talk to comics who have gotten everything that they ever wanted, they're like, I'm still sad.
Oh no, when you get it and you haven't earned it, that's the sadness.
Yeah.
But like if you didn't have anything, like I didn't get successful until I was 44.
Okay.
So it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
To be like 44 and think you're a loser.
Yeah.
And you have 2 kids and then be like, well, fuck, what
Wait
am
a
I gonna
minute.
do?
Yeah.
You know? Do you think you'll have kids? Gentlemen across the nation, I have an urgent message for you. This episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the brand that took your balls to space, is now launching them into the ultrasphere, introducing the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, featuring a new cutting-edge design and next-generation dual skin-safe blade heads for different shaves. It's pretty much a spaceship to take your boys downstairs to the next level. I'm lucky to be one of the first ones to try the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, and I will say right now, calling it a game changer is an understatement. This bad boy has dual LED spotlights to provide contrast on multiple skin tones. I'm telling you right now, if you're not shaving your balls, you're an animal, in my opinion. And by the way, if you're doing it with hair clippers, you are fucking rolling the dice on a lot of blood. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BERT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code BERT at manscaped.com.
Order filled.
Have been through enough. It's time to go ultra with Manscaped. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Do you ever feel like your brain's getting in its own way? I've read this read before, but that landed so hard. I would like to talk to you about my flying experiences. That is when my brain gets in its own way. I know what I should do. I know it's good for me, but I can't do it. And I drink. I drink on planes. I've been doing it for a very, 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 very long time. I am more aware that me drinking on planes is not, it will kill me before a plane will. But I can't help it. I can't help it. I have made strides these last probably 3 months in my flying. I've had, I think, maybe 10 sober flights. And I will attest a lot of it's to therapy. A lot of it's just getting your brain to be on your own team. Therapy helps you figure out what's holding you back so you can work for yourself instead of against yourself. Obviously, I overshare everywhere, and I'm oversharing now. But I will tell you that when I start getting lost now, or when I start fighting with myself, or when I start getting in my own head, I immediately, there's a chat thread with my therapist and my wife and Peter. I text them and I'm like, I need therapy. If you're thinking about starting therapy, which I will tell you, I just told one of my best friends that I grew up with, he should definitely start therapy. I will say that to everyone. Isla said the other night, everyone should be in therapy. Everyone should. It should be given to us by the state. I think it would be so much better for everyone. But if you are thinking about starting therapy, I applaud you, and I will say immediately, give BetterHelp a try. It is entirely online, which is the best way to do therapy because it's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule so you never feel like they're taking away from your day. That's how I feel. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and you get matched to a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/Bert today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Bert. Do you think you'll have kids?
So I just froze my eggs. I'm just like,
Oh, I did too.
Yeah.
On accident. I put them in the wrong side of the fridge.
yeah. I'm open to it, but it's like not anytime soon because like my career is coming first right now.
It's really popping off. Do you feel it?
It's funny people say that, and I'm like, when I go on the road and I tour and I'm still not selling out, or like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's hard because I feel like the life I have right now is exactly what I wanted 3 years ago, but I feel like life is a little bit like thinking you want something, getting it, and realizing you want something else on repeat till you die.
Mhm.
So I'm just like, people say I'm popping off, but I'm like, am I? I don't know.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
Because there are parts where you go, I got it, but this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, or even like, I just got JFL new faces, and I'm like, the only thing new about my face is all the Botox. Like, I'm not at this
Wait,
point.
who are you with on New Faces?
Audrey Stewart, Leslie Liao, Troy Bond. God, there's this one guy. What's his name? Derek Stroop, I think is his name.
Derek Stroop.
Do you know him?
Yeah. He opened
Holy
for me.
shit. I mean, he knocked every new face out of the fucking water. He went up before me, and he made the room so hot that I couldn't fail. He was so fucking good.
You and Derek Stroop on a tour together would be fucking money.
We have
Order
the same
filled.
manager. He's just brilliant. Like, he reminds me a little bit of like a Southern, like Bill Burr-esque, like
Yeah.
where he's just so
He's
fucking so
fucking-
funny.
His perspective is so original.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
original. And he is, I was laying in bed one morning, and someone, I don't know who, like someone in my team, probably my agent, Nick, was like, yo, have you seen this? And it was an internal UTA tape
Mm-hmm.
of Derek's. And
Yeah.
I fucking sat in my thing, and I laid in my bed and I watched, and I was crying laughing. And I hit up Derek, I hit up Nick, I hit up UTA. I was like, dude, get him on my tour.
Yeah.
So we brought him out.
Oh, he
and-
went on tour with you.
Yeah, he went on tour with me. We brought him out, and I want to say his first show, he killed so hard that I was like, hey, can we move him up in the lineup?
Yeah.
He was destructive.
Yeah.
It was thunder.
Yeah. I mean, when I was at JFL and the Wait in the Wings, and I'm hearing him just fucking murder, I'm like, he's either going to make it so hot I can't fail, or he's going to bury my ass. And he made it so hot I couldn't fail.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
it
the
was
best.
fucking,
Getting behind one of those
oh
guys.
yeah, I was like, woo, I'm going to ride
You know who
that.
mine was? Earthquake.
Oh, I love Earthquake.
I followed Earthquake when I was 26 years old
Yeah.
at the Laugh Factory.
Uh-huh.
Everyone was terrified to follow him, and I was like, "Whoa, no.
Yeah.
This is a dead room.
Yeah.
The guy that's going to murder you think you have a bad set after him?
Yeah.
No."
Oh my
And
God.
I followed Earthquake, and I fucking ended up getting a deal from it. How many people would you get rid of a body for? For real, get rid of a body. Like, go, hey, I'm on your team. Let's get rid of this body.
Probably like 2.
Really, your sister?
No. No.
Ooh, Derek Stroop.
Yeah, Derek Stroop. My best friend Claudia. And my dad.
And your dad? Yeah. Oh,
But my
yeah.
dad could get rid of his own body. He's got, 19 acres and tractor and all sorts of tools.
I would tell my dad, you had a good run. You're on your own.
Yeah.
I was like, I got like an arena tour coming up. If someone needs to pay for my sisters, I got this.
Yeah.
I know Tom would get rid of a body for me.
Yeah.
He said something one time. Someone left a negative comment on his. You see, like it seems like a weird thing. thing to like these days. It seems like people don't want to reward people who want to be rich or want
Yeah.
to be famous. Like even Shane, we'll take a look at Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
You'll never like. I think people champion him because he's this underdog. But the second he gets to like fucking Louis status, where he's like flying in private jets and gets a nice watch and no longer.
Well, he wore a Versace shirt the other day. He's on his way, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, to the bites. No, I don't know. I think there's a level of talent where it's just like I remember I heard Seinfeld say this once. He was talking to a comic, I can't remember who, about do you want to be famous? And they said it feels gross to say I want to be famous. And Seinfeld just said very matter of factly, he said, being the best in this business comes with fame and money. So if you want to be good at this, that's what comes with it.
Yeah.
And I remember being like, oh yeah, that's very simple.
Yeah. Oh, it's I mean, it's interesting because I have my best friends Rogan has consistently said I don't want to be famous. And then I remember I was talking with Tom and Ari one time, and Ari's like, then quit your podcast.
Right.
Just quit your podcast and go live in a hole.
Yeah, you have enough
Like,
money.
Yeah, you have enough money.
Yeah.
Just stop what you're doing. And he's like, but I love it. And he goes,
Right.
well, then that's what comes with it.
Right.
Then that's the rub.
Yeah.
Is if you want to do, I mean, it's such a fucked up procedure because if you want to do if you like doing stand up, you do clubs, right? You can always do what Attell did. Attell did not want to be famous, so he didn't.
Right.
He didn't. He chose not to. They wanted him to do theaters. He said no, and they were like, well, "Hold on, it's more money." He said, "I don't need the money. All I got to take care of is me and my mom. I'm good." And he just did clubs, and he still does clubs. And whenever he goes out and I put him on any fucking show, everyone's like, who the fuck is that? And you're like, it's the best comic that's ever lived.
Yeah.
But he did not chase fame.
Right.
So it's so disingenuous to hear comics pretend they want to be Attell, but just go out and do like I don't have no problem. I don't understand people not liking fame.
Right.
It's fucking so enjoyable.
Yeah.
To walk into someone and someone go, dude, you've made me so happy so many times.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for what you do.
Yeah.
And you go, hey, thank you.
Well, that's what makes it all worth it. Because like the flip side of the coin is like this, like being on the road dogging it, being away from your family, being away from your friends, being your diet fucked up, everything fucked up. It's like when you see people that are like, you have helped me get through this last year. It's like, that's what makes it worth it because I'm like, I'm struggling. You know what I mean? And the fact that I could turn my struggle into something that helped you struggle less, that's beautiful. That's what it's for.
It's exactly what it's for. What I think is, and look, and I have a problem with oversharing because I tell everything about my life to everyone.
Right.
But I do think that fucked up brains help fucked up brains. Look, if you don't have a fucked up brain, then you definitely shouldn't be following anything I do.
Right.
If you're a person that's got your shit dialed in, you're eating your macros, you get up at 4 a.m, you work out, you journal, you fucking sauna, then polar plunge, and then you go out for a 10-mile jog before you come home and eat a carnivore diet. Like if you're that dude, I may not be for you.
Order
if you're
filled.
a fucked up person who's like, yeah, man, I deal with anxiety and a little OCD, and I party my dick off, and I'm in love with my wife, but I'm a fucking mess. Like, and you want to try to find your way. I'm looking for that path through the woods.
Yeah.
You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, but it makes sense. But I do think also like the straight laced people, like you appeal to them also because you're kind of like a peek into a different.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a different world. They're like, man, how fun would it be to be that guy?
I'm what's behind door 3.
Yeah.
And you're like,
yeah.
Shut
you
the fuck
are.
up.
I feel like the comic that's having the most fun. Like I look at your life and I'm just like, he's fucking having a blast.
I said to someone today. Who was I talking? Oh, I was talking to my personal trainer. She said, "How's your day going?" And I said, "Fucking awesome."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, I just had a great conversation with my daughter driving her to school, and I had a great conversation with Dr. Drew, and then I called another buddy like on the ride home, and I said I have a great podcast lined up today. I'm looking forward to this workout. I feel good. I've been, it's amazing how good you feel when you don't party. Although I smoked weed yesterday, but I don't think that counts.
That's not partying.
And so and I was like, and I feel great. I said, I go honestly, I'm the happiest I've ever been. And she was like, you say that a lot. And I was like, yeah, but I think I am.
Yeah.
Like both of my parents are still alive, which is like crazy to me. That's why I wonder who gives the phone call. Like that's the thing I'm most nervous about is who's going to tell me my dad died.
Don't think about it. Just stay in today.
I think about it all the time.
Don't think about
I
it.
think about it all the time.
Because then you're just putting that energy out there. Just stay in today and stay grateful that he's alive today.
Yeah,
When my dad dies, I'm out.
really.
He's my best friend.
Yeah.
I can't think about that. Like literally when I'm doing acting scenes and I have to cry, that's what I think about. Because but then I also feel bad even like thinking about it because I'm like, I don't even want to put that energy into the universe.
You don't
Yeah.
want to put energy out there. I believe in that.
Yeah.
But you do want to put good energy out there.
Yes.
So what do you want out of your career? What do you want? Like if I said, okay, ready? Let's say I'm going to do end of 2023, before 2025, and then up to 2030.
Okay, wow.
So like,
Yeah.
I always do this. I always answer it first. I'm good at analogies, but then I'm good at analogies because I think that's the way for me.
Yeah.
So, but I'll just let you do it. So
Yeah.
end of 2023, what would you like to have happen?
End of 2023, I want to start my podcast and then I want to
Wait, how come? I'm going to stop you right here.
Okay.
Why don't you have a podcast?
Because I didn't think that I had a good idea for one until recently and I finally got one and I finally got a podcast co-host that I'm very excited about.
Who?
Brittany Furlan. She's fucking hilarious. Like
She's fucking awesome.
kind of like conversationally one of the funniest people I've ever met. She makes me like stop breathing every time we talk. She's so fucking funny. So we want to do a podcast called Unhinged where people just write in like their craziest, like most unhinged dating stories, wedding stories, family stories, and then just kind of talk about.
That's a great
go
idea.
off of that.
That's a great idea.
So I want to do that. I want to finish my tour. I want to tape another special.
So what I saw. So you have, hang on, you have two. This is how you're about to hear how little I pay attention to life.
That's okay.
You have two different outfits that I saw.
Yeah. So one
Okay.
is a Don't Tell special. One's a Comedy Central. Those are both shorts. And then I did a 30 with 800-pound gorilla.
Okay.
So I think I want to do, I mean, I have an hour, but I think people's attention span is so short. And if I'm self-producing it, I think doing a 30 with some friends will be good. So I want to do
think
that
so.
before the end of the year. So podcast, new special.
And then, okay, to
Yeah.
2025.
2025. So that by then, hopefully I want my movie to be getting made.
Yeah.
I,
In production.
In production. Yeah. I wrote a movie called Sorry for the Mess, and it's about my mom's suicide. And it's about basically I'm the black sheep of this Catholic family, and I get put in charge of the funeral, but suicide is a mortal sin in the Catholic faith, so I can't find a real priest. So I hire a
Order
fake
filled.
priest. And then it's just like the family executing my mom's will and me trying to hide from everybody that this guy is a fraud.
Yeah.
And then like, you know, us kind of figuring out like what really happened.
Have
with
you
my
written
mom.
it?
Yeah, it's done.
That's great. Do you have a team you're working with?
No.
Okay, we can make that happen. Keep going.
Yeah. So hopefully 2025 that.
And then 2030.
2030.
Like this is the big picture.
Yeah.
Because now you have the big house.
Right.
Now you have the big house. I don't know. Are you with someone? Are you still married?
I'm divorced.
Okay.
Yeah. I would love to have a partner again. I do miss, like, I feel like stand up is such a lonely thing when you're alone. You know what I mean? Like being on the road in those hotels by myself. You travel very differently. You travel with people, but I'm at that stage where I'm traveling alone and I'm like, nobody knows where I am or what I'm doing. I could be doing anything. Like as an addict, that's not good. So I would like to have a partner.
It's so funny.
again.
I only know you as dialed in and controlled.
Yeah.
Like I don't know you as the fucking
Yeah.
as unhinged.
Yeah.
But I only know, like I've only seen you very measured, and in your stand up you've talked about being sober,
Yeah.
and so I only know you as that. Please keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So by then, obviously, hopefully, theater comic, working a successful podcast, a couple movies, TV shows, whatever. You know, whatever. Here's the thing. I feel like I think Tom Segura said this. He was talking about. He's like, just let
He
it.
talks?
Yeah, barely. Not when he's with
Never
you.
heard that. I've never heard that.
Yeah. He was saying just let it surprise you. You know what I mean? Like have plans and like be excited, but like let it surprise you. And I kind of was like, oh yeah, I like that. Cause I feel like every time I go into a year, I'm like, these are my goals. I want to get this done. And then that doesn't happen. And I'm like, well, I'm a fucking loser.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But other things are happening that are bigger picture better for my career. So.
Every year on my birthday, I sit down and I write out the number of goals for however old I am. I've been doing it since I was 26. And every year I accomplish them. But I believe no, but well, I'm very lucky, but I also am very driven. No one ever sees that side of me. I don't show it. I'm not proud of it. I try to hide my ambition. It's come out more recently. Like people have seen that like that I do I am ambitious, and I do work very hard. It's not the sexiest part of me. The part of me that I think I want everyone to see is that I have a good time. I like to have fun.
Yeah. But with all the stuff you're doing, there's no way you're not a hustler. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? With everything, you look at just everything you're up to, people aren't going to be like, oh, he's lazy.
Right.
Yeah.
But I liked when people thought I was lazy and stupid,
Yeah.
because then
Because
once,
that's easy.
well, once people see there's not a slickness to it, but that there's a plan in motion,
Mhm.
then all of a sudden I don't know. I just never found it. I never found ambitious comics the sexy comic to watch.
Yeah.
Personally, I was always into the messed up comic, the broken
Mhm.
comic, and I think I tried to hide my ambition with now I feel like I'm in therapy. My
Yeah.
broken parts. I tried to cover it with booze and
Yeah.
weed and cigars and
But don't you think that sort of broken comedy is sort of a thing of the past? Like we just watched all of those bright lights crash and burn,
yeah.
where like, Kinnison, Pryor, like all these people just had it burned really bright, but then it kind of just faded. I feel like now it's more of a wave to take care of yourself and to realize there's a bigger picture.
I
And
think so, but also like no one's gonna, no one in our generation is gonna be better than Geraldo. It's not gonna happen. No one's gonna be better than
you know what's
Patrice.
crazy is I actually rewatched David Tell's Insomniac tour recently because I was trying to find a joke from there, and I was like, this guy is so fucking smart and he's
Yeah.
so funny, and so few people like in the general public knew about him because he died so young.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
and,
aside from his roasts,
his roasts were genius.
the best.
There's I mean I can speak candidly. Patrice would be rolling his eyes at my career. He would be
But
he
who
would be like,
cares?
oh no, but I was friends with Patrice, but
Yeah.
the way I work, though, as hard as I work, Patrice wasn't that guy. He did not work very hard, and that's kind of his brilliance, is that he was just so always in that zone of comedy, and he didn't. When I say this, this could be sacrilege. He didn't even do stand up that much.
Yeah.
Like he didn't get on stage that often.
Yeah.
Like I would argue I was getting on stage more than him when we were both in New York, because he wasn't like running uptown and then come. He'd just go to the cellar, and there was a big period of time he wasn't allowed on stage at the cellar.
Yeah.
So but those guys, like the Geraldos, the Hedbergs, the
Mhm.
Patrices, the way that comedy's turned, where you have to self-promote, you have to. What's interesting is Patrice never had a bad word to say about Dane.
Right.
Never once had a bad word to say about Dane.
Yeah.
And I always thought with his cynicism,
Mm-hmm.
something negative would come out. But man, he celebrated Dane. He was like, no, Dane's never made it unclear to anyone that he wants to be a movie star.
Yeah.
This is his path.
Yeah.
You got to respect what a man wants. Patrice is a tricky fucking dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I definitely I put things out there that I want, and
Mhm.
I go for what I want.
Yeah.
Because I never felt like it was going to happen to me,
Yeah.
you know?
And then when it started happening and you started getting evidence that it was going to happen, you're like, why not keep going?
Yeah. Well, the first thing started happening, and then I was like, I wanted a Netflix special,
Mm-hmm.
and then I got it. I got it. Like I like hustled.
And then were you like so excited when you got it?
It's probably the best news I've ever gotten in my career.
Yeah.
I remember, I can tell you where I was sitting.
Yeah.
I can tell you that they told me how much money it was, and I said, I don't care.
Mhm.
I don't even care. I have a Netflix special, because they had offered me a half hour, and I turned it down. And this was unheard of. I talked to Ari, Joe, and Tom, and all of them said, get on the platform. Get on the platform. That's the most important thing.
Mhm.
But in my head, I was like, the most important thing is the art form of the hour. The hour for me was so important. I was like, I have crafted an hour. Like I have an hour. This is a good hour, and a good hour is better than anything, in my opinion. And so when I got it, I was sitting and right where Ari drugged me, and oddly enough,
Sounds
and it
about
was the
right.
same sunset,
Yeah.
and I was through the fucking roof. But I got it through me working hard, and then I was, as soon as that happened, maybe to my detriment, I was like, oh, now I want this. Now I want this. And then all of a sudden, you start to get to a point where you can say whatever you want, and then they just get it for you. And then you're like, well, hold on. Maybe can someone say no to me?
Right.
Because I don't know if all my ideas are good.
Right.
I don't know if I want to do a pandemic tour.
Right.
Fuck. Okay.
Right.
But yeah, I believe in, but it
Yeah.
is fun to have it excite you.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's refreshing to hear because oftentimes I feel like when I talk to comics who have gotten everything that they ever wanted, they're like, I'm still
Oh.
sad.
Oh no, when you get it and you haven't earned it, that's
Yeah.
the sadness.
Yeah.
But like if you didn't have anything, like I didn't get successful until I was 44.
Okay.
So it's kind of nice
Yeah.
to be like 44 and think you're a loser
Yeah.
and you have 2 kids and then be like, well, fuck,
Wait
what
a
am I gonna
minute.
do?
Yeah.
You know? Do you think you'll have kids? Gentlemen across the nation, I have an urgent
Order
message
filled.
for you. This episode is brought to you by Manscaped.
Order
the brand
filled.
that took your balls to space is now launching them into the ultrasphere, introducing the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, featuring a new cutting-edge design and next-generation dual skin-safe blade heads for different shaves. It's pretty much a spaceship to take your boys downstairs to the next level. I'm lucky to be one of the first ones to try the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, and I will say right now, calling it a game changer is an understatement. This bad boy has dual LED spotlights to provide contrast on multiple skin tones. I'm telling you right now, if you're not shaving your balls, you're an animal, in my opinion. And by the way, if you're doing it with hair clippers, you are fucking rolling the dice on a lot of blood. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BERT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code BERT at manscaped.com. Your balls have been through enough. It's time to go ultra with Manscaped. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Do you ever feel like your brain's getting in its own way? I've read this read before, but that landed so hard. I would like to talk to you about my flying experiences. That is when my brain gets in its own way. I know what I should do. I know what's good for me, but I can't do it. And I drink. I drink on planes. I've been doing it for a very, 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 very long time. I am more aware that me drinking on planes is not, it will kill me before a plane will. But I can't help it. I can't help it. I have made strides these last probably 3 months in my flying. I've had, I think, maybe 10 sober flights, and I will attest a lot of it's to therapy.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Therapy. A lot of it's just getting your brain to be on your own team. Therapy helps you figure out what's holding you back. Do you think you'll have kids?
So I just froze my eggs. I'm just like,
Oh, I did too.
Yeah.
On accident. I put them in the wrong side of the fridge.
yeah. I'm open to it, but it's like not anytime soon because like my career is coming first right now.
It's really popping off. Do you feel it?
It's funny people say that, and I'm like, when I go on the road and I tour and I'm still not selling out, or like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's hard because I feel like the life I have right now is exactly what I wanted 3 years ago. But I feel like life is a little bit like thinking you want something, getting it, and realizing you want something else on repeat till you die.
Mhm.
So I'm just like, people say I'm popping off, but I'm like, am I? I don't know.
That's a great analogy
Yeah.
because there are parts where you go, I got it, but this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, or even like, I just got JFL new faces, and I'm like, the only thing new about my face is all the Botox. Like, I'm not at this
Wait,
point.
who are you with on New Faces?
Audrey Stewart, Leslie Liao, Troy Bond. God, there's this one guy. What's his name? Derek Stroop, I think is his name.
Derek Stroop.
Do you know him?
Yeah. He opened
Holy
for me.
shit. I mean, he knocked every new face out of the fucking water. He went up before me, and he made the room so hot that I couldn't fail. He was so fucking good.
You and Derek Stroop on a tour together would be fucking money.
We have the same manager. He's just brilliant. Like, he reminds me a little bit of like a Southern, like Bill Burr-esque, like where he's just so
He's
so funny.
His perspective is so original.
Yeah.
It's so original. And he is, I was laying in bed one morning and someone, I don't know who, like someone in my team, probably my agent, Nick, was like, yo, have you seen this? And it was an internal UTA tape of Derek's. And I fucking sat in my thing and I laid in my bed and I watched it and I was crying laughing. And I hit up Derek, I hit up Nick, I hit up UTA. I was like, dude, get him on my tour.
Yeah.
So we brought him out
Oh, he
And-
went on tour with you.
Yeah, he went on tour with me. We brought him out, and I want to say his first show, he killed so hard that I was like, hey, can we move him up in the lineup?
Yeah.
He was destructive.
Yeah.
It was thunder.
Yeah. I mean, when I was at JFL in the Wait in the Wings, I'm hearing him just fucking murder. I'm like, he's either going to make it so hot I can't fail, or he's going to bury my ass. And he made it so hot I couldn't fail.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
it
the
was
best.
fucking,
Getting behind one of those
oh,
guys.
yeah. I was like, woo, I'm going to ride
You know
that.
who mine was? Earthquake.
Oh, I love Earthquake.
I followed Earthquake when I was 26 years old
Yeah.
at the Laugh Factory.
Uh-huh.
Everyone was terrified to follow him, and I was like, "Whoa, no.
Yeah.
This is a dead room.
Yeah.
The guy that's gonna murder you think you have a bad set after him?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my
And
God.
I followed Earthquake, and I fucking ended up getting a deal from it. How many people would you get rid of a body for? For real, get rid of a body. Like, go, hey, I'm on your team. Let's get rid of this body.
Probably like 2.
Really, your sister?
No. No.
Ooh, Derek Stroop.
Yeah, Derek Stroop. My best friend Claudia. And my dad.
And your dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
my
yeah.
dad could get rid of his own body. He's got, 19 acres and tractor and all sorts of tools.
I would tell my dad, "You had a good run. You're on your own."
Yeah.
I was like, I got like an arena tour coming up. If someone needs to pay for my sisters, I got this.
Yeah.
I know Tom would get rid of a body for me.
Yeah.
He said something one time. Someone left a negative comment on his Instagram about me.
Mhm.
We used to bust balls really hard,
Mhm.
and sometimes fans wouldn't get it, and they'd go in hard on Tom or go in hard on me to each other, and he would be like, the fuck's wrong with these people?
Yeah.
And one time, in like very quietly, he goes, "Oh, just let them come after my best buddy."
Yeah.
And I went, "Oh."
Yeah.
I go, "You get rid of a body for me, wouldn't you?" He goes, "You have no idea."
Yeah.
He goes, "You think
He
I
would
get dark
Garth
now?"
Brooks-
Yeah, he
Garth
would
Brooks that
these
shit.
motherfuckers. That would be great if Garth Brooks called him up and was like, "Tom, we need to get rid of a body."
Yeah.
He'd be like, Tom would be like, I'm in. I'm bringing
I
the
was
chainsaw.
right all along. Yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah.
funny.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Absolutely.
I've never understood 2 dudes and a girl.
Okay.
And you've done it, right?
No.
Wait, I thought.
But I like that
wait,
assumption.
No, but you said that you had a threesome
Oh
with
yeah,
that.
with
Yeah.
Keith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like we all were
Well,
in
I
this.
definitely don't understand that
Yeah.
either.
Yeah.
But like, I don't. Black dudes always want to
Order filled.
Yes, that is wild. That's something that I never really like. I remember because I hooked up with a basketball team in college all the time, and guys would just like call their friends in, and like he'd be like, "Come on, come!" And I'm like, "No, like no." It's like, "Come get some of this," and it's like, "Why? Why isn't this enough?"
I
Yeah,
have
no.
a good friend. I'm gonna say his name. You got to bleep it out.
Uh-huh.
And they were like, we were talking, and they're like, "You ever been on a train?" And I was like, "What?" And they're like, 2
Yeah.
dudes and a girl. And I went,
No.
"No." And they're like, "You might be gay." And I was like, "Wait, I don't
No,
think that makes
two
you gay."
dudes is kind of gay. Like,
think it's gay.
Yeah, like when. Yeah, I always think it's weird when 2 guys have their dicks out at the same time. There's something a little. Yeah.
I understand 2 girls and a
Yeah.
guy.
That I've done a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, tell me about
Order
one of
filled.
those.
I mean,
Let's go
I'm-
viral real quick.
Here's the thing. I'm too competitive for threesomes. So I've like back in my day, I would like initiate it. I'd be like, let's have a threesome. Then I'd get there and be like, yeah, just fuck her. I would like walk out. I'd be like, well, fuck me then. Like just leave. I was not a team player.
Oh,
But-
I'm too insecure to be in a threesome.
Yeah.
I would be like,
You really have to be with a guy who knows what he's doing too, because most guys just cave. Like most
Oh.
guys can't even handle one. It's like most guys are disappointing one woman at a time.
yeah.
This is one guy disappointing 2 women at the same time.
I would like to be in a threesome with my wife and have her explain to the other person just how it works. She's like, just it's gonna be quick. So get your stuff ready.
It's gonna
Okay,
be quick.
it's gonna be really quick.
It's gonna
okay?
be quick, and he's gonna think you have germs.
Unless you do not touch his tits because he'll come right away. So stay away from that. And then
Ask him about his development deals
yeah.
when you go down there. Ask him how he's so
if you
successful.
talk too much, he's gonna come.
Yeah.
You really got to stay away from his dick for a long time. You'd be shocked.
You'd be shocked. Yeah. No, the 2-guy threesome is not Not for me.
Yeah.
Most threesomes aren't for me. That's like back in my fucking early 20s. You know what I mean? I'm
Really?
like, I can't do that anymore. Yeah, no, I was talking to a baseball player recently and he was like, let's have a threesome. He's 26. It's like, let's have a threesome. I was like, I can't do
Wait,
that.
on like DMs?
No,
Or
I mean like
text?
in real life we're like
Oh.
hooking up and he's like, would you want to have a threesome? And I was like, listen, I will snuff the life out of somebody if I'm not getting dick. Like if you're giving old girl too much attention. I
Wait,
will...
did your DMs blow the fuck up when your clip started going viral? Did your DMs blow the fuck up with famous dudes?
No famous dudes, nobody good.
Really?
Yeah, no, nobody good. Like there's, so I've done like a few interviews at Barstool with the KFC guys.
I think I saw you on one the other day.
Yeah. And every time I do one of those, I'll have like married athletes slide in my DMs. And I'm like, I'm not 20 anymore. I'm not doing this. But it's like
Yeah.
the first post is like the love of my life. And they're like, yo, girl, what up? And I'm like, get a grip. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm too old for that. But yeah, no good DMs. Like nobody's sliding. I have 0 prospects right now. I'm not dating anyone.
Really?
Yeah. I was
That's
talking
probably
to that.
good though.
Yeah.
Like I think especially if you're focusing on your career.
Yeah.
Look, as an outsider on this, I would drop everything that isn't you
Mm-hmm.
and get on that you train and just fucking
Yeah.
barrel forward. I
Yeah.
think you have a moment right now that's happening, especially with JFL just having happened, and the thing where comedy's going.
Yeah, but
And-
JFL was a little underwhelming because the industry's on strike, so it's like I couldn't even talk to anyone about anything. I'm
Yeah,
like,
but that's okay. Wait, pull up her tour dates. Can you pull up her tour dates real quick? Is it Brittany Schmidt?
Yeah, it's just BrittanySchmidt.com.
Oh, what a great!
It's me in my pimp fucking jacket.
It's a great picture.
Thank you.
Helium is a great fucking club.
Mm-hmm.
Helium. You're in Indy Helium, St. Louis Helium, Philly Helium, Buffalo Helium. You got a Helium run.
Mm-hmm.
18, 19, 25, 26.
Yeah.
That's fucking great. Chicago Zanies. I never did Zanies. I always wish I had. Tempe.
Riot.
That's great, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be good.
So who do you bring people with you when you go on the road?
Yeah, I try to, but it's kind of tricky because like they have to pay for themselves to come, and so it's just like comics who have money because there's not many of those. So. Yeah.
Do you ever go out with Shane anymore?
No,
It's bullshit.
I know.
He's kind of changed.
Yeah, he's changed. No, Shane's interesting. I think he doesn't bring women on the road very often, and it used to be because of his girlfriend, but now he's single, so now it's just because he doesn't like women.
No,
I'm just kidding.
You like that, Pierce?
Because he doesn't think women are funny.
What? That's fucking crazy. What, are you going to start the podcast in a podcast network with Brittany, or just
We're
independently?
in like the infantile stages of it. We're gonna pitch and get going. Yeah, I mean it's gonna take a lot because Brittany's married to Tommy Lee. You know what I
know.
mean? So she's like got a pretty chill life. So it's gonna take a lot.
She
to-
started doing stand up.
Yeah,
I found her on Vine.
yeah. She got real famous on Vine, and then she just took time off, and now she's starting to do stand up. But in order to get her out of the house, I'm gonna have to get a pretty good deal together for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you could put together the perfect female comedy tour, meaning one you would be like inspired to go to every weekend, where you are on it, right? It's Kings of Comedy, but just female chicks, females.
Yeah.
Who would you want to be on with?
Oh, this is a tough question. Because there's women whose comedy I love, but then I don't get along with them. You know what I
For
mean?
real?
Yeah.
Oh,
I kind of just do whatever the fuck I want, and I hate to say this, but I'm pretty, and they fucking hate it. You know what I mean?
no, yeah.
I've gotten a lot of hate for that my whole career, my whole
Yeah.
life. So it's just like they just talk mad shit. Like I just started an OnlyFans to like fucking, because these guys in my DMs are like, "Where's your OnlyFans?" And I literally just took pictures off of my Instagram, took them all down, re-uploaded them to OnlyFans, and now I'm like charging people for it. And in 2 weeks, I made 30 grand. So I'm just like, and I'm like the town is a buzzing. Like everyone's talking about it. They're like, she started an OnlyFans. I'm like, it was a matter of time. You know what I mean? I'm like, you guys
Wow.
are gonna talk shit anyway.
Edit the first part out, but keep the OnlyFans part
Yeah.
in. So wait, you have an OnlyFans?
Yeah.
I think Peter subscribed to it.
Who's Peter?
My assistant.
Well, it's nothing special. It's literally something I could show my grandma. She is dead, but I would show her.
Wait, how far would you go on OnlyFans for money? Let's set the table, okay?
Yeah.
So we know the
Order
base. We'll
filled.
probably edit out numbers just to keep things
Yeah,
discreet.
yeah.
But so because I wanted to start an OnlyFans for
Yeah.
a very long time,
Yeah.
and I but I want to go full nude.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I have the fan base that would
Order
support that.
filled.
Like I don't know. It would just be dudes.
Are you talking about you?
I'm talking about me.
Okay.
So like the real money you get made is
Yeah, full
in-
nude. People want to see puss and butthole and nip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that on the table?
No.
Price point.
No.
Price point.
No.
No, hold on. $10 million a year.
No.
$20 million a year.
No.
Hold on. I said 20. You still can do stand up.
I heard you.
Okay.
I don't need, while my dad is alive, I do not need my pussy on the internet. I
Okay,
fucking save
okay.
that for these stupid guys. I
Okay.
said that for free to
Okay.
guys that ignore me. You know, I'm like, how am I going to get a text back from this 26-year-old baseball player if my pussy's everywhere?
My number was so low for my full dick.
Yeah, but you're a guy and you're also really successful. I think here's the thing. I was talking about doing an OnlyFans like a year ago. The KFC guys were like starting OnlyFans. And I talked to a bunch of people that I respected, comics, and they're like, if you want to get anywhere in this industry, don't have an OnlyFans because that's going to be something where like networks are looking at, you know, your movie and they're like, yeah, but she's got her ass on the
things are
internet.
changing.
That's what they say, but Santino told me, he's like, the industry, will edit this out or whatever, but he told me, he's like, the industry acts like they're woke. He's like, but they're actually still deeply the same. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like in
You don't
that.
have to edit that out. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
So
the
it's,
industry, the industry hasn't changed.
right. But I'm like, Marilyn Monroe used to be in movies and she showed her fucking,
Tits in the 50s.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just like, I
And
don't know.
Bush. I think she had
Yeah.
full Bush.
I think there's room for me to show my ass and also make a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. OnlyFans is interesting. I tried to sign up for one the other day. Oh, wow. What am I saying? Why would I even say this? I don't know. It was a how to give a sensual massage.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Order
Foxy
filled.
Dreams.
Yeah.
I think it's her name. And I was in the sauna and I was saying to myself, I can't believe I'm sharing this. I just shared it with my wife the other day. Oh, motherfucker.
Go
I need to
ahead.
learn to fucking shut my goddamn mouth. So so my wife and I are doing this thing where we're dating each other again, and it's really great. Like,
Yeah.
really, really great.
Yeah.
Sex has been insane, but I realize I'm not drinking right now, and I do this assessment. I write in my journal every morning. I realize I do whatever pleasure is, I do it the same way. I go after it hard. I don't enjoy it. I just go after it.
Mhm.
And then if you go after pleasure too hard, you just get it and it's over. And then you go, when do I get it again?
Yeah, it's an
It's-
empty feeling
yeah.
afterwards. Yeah.
And I was doing that a little bit with sex with my wife, where I was like, we're in this great place, but I just go after it. And it wasn't like that when we first started dating each other again, meaning like just
Yeah.
romantically. It was fun and playful and crazy and long. And then all of a sudden I'm going, so I'm in the sauna and I go, I haven't given her like a full massage. I was like, I want to learn how to give like a sensual massage that like turns her on. So I go to Pornhub and
That's where
This-
it's at.
well, I go, I think, you know, when you can type in anything.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
cream pie,
Yeah,
pussy,
yeah,
this,
yeah.
type in tutorial, nothing shows up.
Yeah. Yeah,
no
no
tutorials,
shit.
no shit.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, fucking no tutorial.
Yeah.
And so then I get one, and I want to say her name's Foxy Dreams.
Mhm.
That's her Instagram. Google Foxy Dreams official, I think. And then she says she's a little pregnant in it, and
Love
she's like,
that.
a great accent, not
Yeah.
really sure where it's from, tatted up, and she's like, she starts to show how to give the massage. And then I'm like, great. And then right when she gets to the money part, she goes, you can find the rest of this on my OnlyFans.
Right.
And I was like, fuck. And I was like,
Mhm.
well, that's Roxy Fox. I think that's her. That's her. I think that's her. For real.
$19.99 per month.
And so I'm almost certain that's her.
Sex coach and teacher.
Yeah. And so Roxy
Dominatrix.
Fox.
Yeah.
And so I
Dominatrix, you're gonna get Leanne in a fucking headlock after watching
I
Roxy.
just choke her
Fox.
out. There you go, there you go.
That's what I heard girls are into. I had a guy fucking choking me in bed recently, and I couldn't breathe, and I'm like, I love a good choke, but I couldn't fucking breathe, and then he spit in my mouth. I was like, I need to go to the. I can't. I'm like, I'm done. I need to go to the hospital. I can't breathe. Like the last thing you want, the last thing you want when you can't breathe is just to have someone spit in your
I can't. I used to have a joke about it. I didn't know people really did it.
I didn't either. It was my first time. I was like, what?
I used to have a joke about that. I used to have a joke. I didn't know. I didn't think anyone really spit in
To be
someone's
fair,
mouth.
To be fair, he's a baseball player. That's what they do.
Fucking what team?
The Angels.
I'm gonna be watching for who spits on the field.
It's all of them.
Did he do it like a casual base player, or did he go like?
He did it 3 times. I clearly couldn't breathe.
Oh, fuck.
my god! Then I haven't heard from him.
I
since.
cannot wait to hear your podcast. I can't wait for Unhinged.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know that was a thing either. But
I had a joke about it. I had a joke about it, and I thought it was a joke. You know what girls really like when you spit in their mouths? I go, no, seriously, I forget the joke. I'm sure it's in a special. I thought it was a joke. I didn't think you'd really do it to someone.
I didn't think so either, especially when my face was turning blue. It's like, I know what you need. You're dehydrated.
I hope he never finds me upside down in a pool.
Yeah.
He's like, I got this.
Yeah.
This will help him.
Just throws a fastball at me.
Oh, fuck. All right, so we know he's a pitcher. No.
Oh my god. This is how long it's been since I have talked to baseball players. When I slid in his DMs, I was like, hi. And then he didn't respond. I was like, sorry, that was drier than you sliding into home. I didn't realize pitchers don't hit anymore. It's been a long time. Pitchers used to
He's like, we have pitch runners for me.
Yeah.
I don't even bat.
I was like, he's like, yeah, I don't hit. And I'm like, why didn't you tell me that when I slid in your DMs? He's like, you were trying. I guess the rules have changed since I fucking used to.
Since Little League?
Yeah. I mean, what? It was college, so 2008 when I was hooking up with the Brewers.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I would love. Oh, that's fucking great. I cannot wait for your podcast. We're gonna finish this podcast. We're gonna go downstairs and I'm gonna tell you how to do this podcast.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna be like, this is what you need to do.
Okay, perfect.
Because this is with you and Brittany, and
Yeah.
Brittany's a fucking.
Brittany is a firecracker. She is the funniest fucker I've ever met.
She used to do a podcast with Tommy.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, no, she did her own podcast. She might have had him
But
on.
Tommy
as a
would
guest.
just sit in it.
Oh my god, do you want to hear a funny story about Tommy? So
Please.
I went over to their house. Brittany's been sober forever. She's been sober for over
that's
10
right, yeah.
years. And she, I think, a long time. And she helped get Tommy sober. And we're at the pool and she's like, do you want something to drink? Do you want one of these CBD drinks? I'm like, sure, as long as it's just CBD. She's like, Tommy drinks them all day long. I'm like, great. So I take the drink and then 30 minutes later, I'm zooted. I'm so high. And I'm like, I don't want to snitch on Tommy. I was like, but there's definitely weed in these drinks. And she's like, no. And she goes and she grabs the can and she's like, in Tommy's hobby, he like just trims bonsai trees. That's what he does all day long. And she's like, Tommy, she's like, there's fucking weed in these. And he's like, babe. I used to shoot heroin. And I'm like, of course he's high. He's trimming bonsai trees all day. Nobody's doing that sober. But they are the cutest couple.
He plays Fortnite all night.
Yeah.
What are you talking? He's high?
Yeah.
Shut up.
She's like, he has like 7 of these a day.
Yeah.
I'm That's fucking awesome. But it was
Uh,
great for me because it was a free lapse and I had a great day.
A free lapse.
Mhm.
Oh fuck. Not Whitney. Nikki Glazer had a free lapse one time, or I heard that she did. She went somewhere and had one of the had a kombucha, and it was a hard kombucha.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think this is a story. She went somewhere and she had a kombucha. Someone's like, "You want a kombucha?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure. There's no booze in it, right?" And they're like, "No, not at all." She had it, and all of a sudden she's like,
Yeah.
okay."
Yeah, that happened to me when I went back to Wisconsin, of course, because I ordered a soda water at the bar, and she's like, double or single? I was like, no booze, and she's like, okay, and she handed it to me, and I took a drink, and I'm like, there's vodka in here, and she's like, you just want a soda water? She's like, what are you doing? I was like, you can't even compute somebody not drinking
Oh.
after you asked single or double. I said, no booze, and
no
you poured
booze.
vodka.
I wonder. Do you think you'll ever drink or smoke or do anything ever again?
I don't want to say never because like I've relapsed before. I had 3 years and then I smoked weed and I did mushrooms and I did ayahuasca. So like yeah.
And then sweet. And then you did that and then just went back on the wagon.
Yeah, so after I did ayahuasca,
Wait, what got you to smoke weed?
I talked to my sponsor about doing ayahuasca because there are some people in AA who do ayahuasca and it's not considered a relapse because it's like therapy. It's like 10 years of therapy in one night. It's not fun. Nobody's doing this for fun.
Yeah.
So I talked to my sponsor and I was like, if I do ayahuasca, do I relapse? And she like laughed in my face. She's like, yeah, I won't sponsor you. And I was like so mad. I was like, okay, well, then I'm just going to get high and like do mushrooms.
Order
'Cause I was like, going to
filled.
Tulum with my gay bestie. I was like, I'll do mushrooms on the beach. I'll have fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I did ayahuasca and it fucking rocked me. And then I was getting stoned like 24/7 for like a month after that. And I was just like, okay, I need to get sober again. Because I was
Really?
just like, yeah, the ayahuasca
That's
really
so
fucked me up.
interesting. Sobriety is fascinating to me because I'm not sure I want it, but I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I really, really, truthfully enjoy being sober for whenever I do it. And I go through this every year. I do a month of it.
Order
This one
filled.
was caught me off guard because I just was partying so hard
Yeah.
during Fully Loaded that I was like, I need it now. Like I need it now,
Yeah.
and it may last till October. It may last until my cruise.
When's your cruise?
October 27th. And so we'll be doing sober October, but I told the guys if we do sober October, I'm still going to drink on my cruise.
Right.
But it's fascinating to me because I don't know if I need anything. Like like did you feel like that? Like do you feel
What-
like you ever needed it?
No, I really enjoy. I think the nice thing about having substances for me was numbing out. So like when I'm uncomfortable, I don't want to feel that way, so I would get high or drink, and then you kind of feel euphoric and you feel better. But once I got sober and I lived a few years sober, I'm like so much happier. I'm so much more productive. I am so much more myself. Like I think I was a different person when I drank. Like I was like this big, loud, kind of like obnoxious. I needed everybody's attention. I wasn't very nice. Like I was really mean. And I thought it was funny, and it was kind of funny, but it wasn't like, I said some pretty horrible shit to people. Like, I remember when I was in college, I was dating this basketball player and we got in a fight. And I was like, maybe your dick's so small because you took 3/4 of it and shoved it into your personality. And I saw him last summer and he's like, that comment lives rent free in my head. He's like, it ruined my life. And I was like, well, I had a point, but I just like would say horrible shit. And I'm like, I don't like being that person. So now at least like when I show up to a situation, I can show up sober. I don't embarrass myself. I don't owe anyone a phone call being like, I'm
Order
sorry.
filled.
If I'm a cunt to someone, that's just who I am. That's how I feel about you. So yeah.
I was at the store the other night, not drinking or smoking, doing anything. I forget who I was talking to. Wish I could remember. And they were like, "What's up with you?" I was like, "I don't know what you're saying." And they're like, "Oh, it's Mark Norman."
Oh yeah,
He
Mark.
was
Love
like,
Mark.
"You seem really relaxed.
Yeah.
What's going on?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Nothing." He's like, "Are you not drinking?" And I said,
Yeah.
"No." And he goes, "Dude, I can you seem grounded."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Really?" Dan said that to me. He said, Dan said I looked like I slept for a week
Yeah.
because when we were on tour, I have this thing where I pride myself on getting up and getting shit done, even though I partied the night before. Like
Yeah.
I pride myself on that. I didn't realize how much of a tax that puts on you when you're on the road nonstop.
That's how I was when I drank too, because I think it was like an elaborate performance art piece to prove to the world that I wasn't an alcoholic. I was like, if I wake up if I wake up and get shit done, nobody can tell me I have a problem. Even if I'm fully drained and I have nothing left to give at the end of the day.
Wow. So that's going to live rent free in my head for a long time. An elaborate performance piece. That might be my life. I am living an elaborate performance piece so that no one can call me on my shit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's my ambition.
Yes.
Is I just don't want anyone to tell me to stop drinking.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
fuck.
it.
God damn. God.
Yeah.
The fuck. So do you count, like, when you did mushrooms, do you count is like, 'cause I don't think I've ever done I yesterday smoked weed for the first time by itself without anything else since high school.
Oh, wow.
I've never smoked weed and not drank.
See, I used to love smoking weed to get rid of a hangover. And then when I started smoking weed again just on its own, it's so strong now. It
Oh, yeah.
gave me fucking anxiety, and all I did was think about like what a loser I was and how I haven't gotten enough done with my life.
Oh,
And
that's
like,
the beauty about my weed use is that my weed use goes, this doesn't count.
yeah,
He's like, you're not partying, you're just
chilling.
being present.
Yeah.
It's so fucked up. My weed, when I got high yesterday, my brain was like, I am so proud of you that you're not drinking right now. Like, this is a really big step in the right direction. This said to me, because Rogan one time pulled me aside and he was like, hey man, you should take a break from booze and just do edibles or weed. And I was like, why would I? Because I could not do weed and edibles by itself. I had to have something else.
Mhm.
And so yesterday was like, this is a big step in the right direction. You can go to Red Rocks and go see a show and not drink if you want. You can go see a concert and get a little high and then enjoy it. I would watch people do that. The next step's mushrooms. I would like to be able to take mushrooms and enjoy tripping and allow my big word right now. I do words every morning. I didn't do one this morning. No, not learning words.
Oh, I thought you had like the vocabulary app.
Well, if I told you the word, you'd be like, you just learned that word? Surrender.
Okay.
Yeah, surrender is my big word.
Yeah.
So like that's the one I'm focusing on because I gotta let go of control of things.
Yeah.
Do you journal?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I do morning pages every morning, and then I do transcendental meditation.
Wait, walk me through what your day looks like.
So usually
Live by yourself.
I live by myself with my dog,
What
Biggie
kind of dog?
Smalls, Min Pin.
Oh, nice. I want to get a new baby dog, like a little tiny dog. And my wife, I've always joked, and then we saw one the other night at the same party where the guy was rationalizing suicide. And Leanne goes, "You could get that as a bus dog." And I went, "I can get a bus dog? I get a bus dog, and then
Yeah.
I'll let it live here at this house." Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
So keep going.
Okay, so wake up. My phone's in the other room, so I don't look. I journal 3 pages, morning pages, meditate for 20 minutes, go get my phone.
Hold
Fall
on.
into
You do not sleep with your phone in your bedroom. This is why I
No.
won't go to AA.
a.
Wait, keep going. So
This has
okay.
nothing to do with AA. This
This
has to
just
do with like social media, I think is such a fucking wasteland for me. And especially like after my clips started like getting momentum, I would wake up and look at my phone and then just like see a comment of like, this bitch needs to kill herself. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's not the first thing I want to see. Or like someone being like, her husband sounds like a cuck. And then I remember like
I
just
thought you were,
yesterday,
I know you're divorced, but I thought your husband seemed so cool.
he was fucking awesome. He was the best. Like we had a very amicable split. And it's just yesterday, someone's like, her husband seems like a cuck, like she's a slut. And I responded being like, I'm divorced, you twat. And then my thing got flagged and I got a notification from Instagram for hate speech and bullying. And I'm like, so he can call me a slut and call my ex-husband a cuck, but I can't call him a twat for me setting this record straight. I think it's like completely unfair. So anyway, I just started putting my phone in the other room because it doesn't bring me joy.
My phone doesn't present me with a ton of joy. Like it was, I don't look. I'm not going to miss anything. But I'll tell you what, when you put yourself out as much as I have, and I
Yeah.
have to realize I've done that to myself.
Yeah.
I have asked everyone to know who I've
Yeah,
asked
yeah,
everyone to know who I am. That is my fault. But it is part of how you do business. If you
Mhm.
want to make a movie and you want to do a special and you want to have a podcast, you want to have 3 podcasts, and if you want to have an arena tour, part of the rub is you're gonna get people not liking you.
Yeah.
Because it just is easy. It's
Yeah.
easy. It's an easy topic to not like someone. It's so easy. They did it to you. You do to a lot of people, and some people earn it. Maybe I earned it at times. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what I've said. I've talked wild shit about people
Yeah.
on podcasts. I did it. I've done it today.
Yeah.
But I do it all the time. But I was coming up in my own algorithms, and I was like, that's not what you want.
Yeah.
Because not all of them are celebrating you.
Right.
Some are good. And so I had to get burner accounts from everything so I could enjoy the apps.
Right. Yeah, I have a social media manager who runs my shit most
Yeah.
of the time. I take it off my phone a lot. But yeah, my day is journal, meditate, go take my dog for a walk, go to an AA meeting, work out, write a little bit, just fucking chill. When I'm not on the road, I just like to just fucking chill. Like people, I don't understand the comics who go on the road and then come back and they're up every night at the Improv in the store and all this stuff. I'm like,
Yeah.
I need to recharge because I'm working enough on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so would like an average night, do you make yourself dinner? Do you long to see if someone wants to go to dinner with you?
I would love, like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I would love to be dating again. I would love to have someone to have a crush on and be excited about. But I think to our point earlier, it's like I need to focus on my career and my shit. And that's all just a distraction right now. So, like, I'll Postmates myself some Italy. I'll eat some fucking pasta. Here's the thing. My ex-husband was like, he could have been a professional chef. He was such a good cook.
Really?
So not being with him is so hard because now I'm eating like turkey sandwiches and fucking turkey burgers, and like my meals are very sad. I just want to like send him pictures and be like, I'm sorry I left. You know, I'm mostly jealous of his new girlfriend because she gets to eat like a fucking queen.
I kind of want to see what your ex-husband looks like.
He's fucking hot. He
Really?
looks like a Hemsworth. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
Well, my wife just perked up. Wait, he looks like a Hemsworth.
He
My wife's
does.
so attracted to Chris Hemsworth.
He's so hot. We used to work together in advertising when I worked at advertising, and he at an advertising agency, and everyone called him Thor. He was this is him.
He's a good looking
Yeah, he also got like revenge bod hot when oh no, that's one of me and Danny Granger. Jesus.
who?
That's the one that bit is about. Everybody figured out who
Oh,
it
that's
was.
great.
I ruined his life. He had to get off Instagram. He's I think probably in a Jehovah's Witness sleeper cell.
Is it weird that I sit crisscross applesauce and women always sit normal in this, and I always sit like a chick? Is that
I don't think that's a
dated
chick
talk?
thing. I think I mean your toenails are painted.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
have beautiful feet.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten a
You
spray
sh-
tan?
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Do you get spray tans?
I am now.
Order
You're
filled.
ready to start your
I did a
OnlyFans.
spray. I did a spray tan. I did a spray tan. Me and my wife did spray tans before we went to Montreal.
Okay.
I fucking loved it.
Yeah. They smell a little.
They smell a little bit,
Yeah.
but they just smell like whore.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
just smell like Cancun
Yeah.
whores.
Yeah. That's what I always
I'm
smell like
cool with it.
anyway.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
It was crazy having sex with my wife with a spray tan.
Yeah.
It was like a different person a little
Yeah,
bit, but
yeah.
with the same accent.
Yeah.
Like I love spray tans.
Like you slapped her ass and it left a white handprint.
I slapped her ass and she didn't say mira.
Ay, papi.
Order
She,
filled.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep
they're
doing
great.
spray tans.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. 100% open invite for real.
Yeah.
Whenever you want, you can do my podcast.
Awesome.
You make me giggle really fucking hard.
Thank you.
You are amazing. I can't wait to see.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see you on more stuff. As I can't wait to watch your career blow up, and I cannot
Thank you.
wait for Unhinged. I'm telling you
Thank
when I say
you.
this, and I need to say this to you because we all get it. We
Yeah.
all get negative feedback from people that don't like what we do for
Yeah.
whatever reason. Maybe they find you too happy, or they think your happiness is a lie. Maybe they think
My happiness is a lie.
not you. I was
I
talking
cry
about me.
all the time.
but for whatever
Yeah.
reason, and I will tell you from a genuine person with no ulterior motives, no baggage, just like a regular person. When I watched you, you drew me in immediately, and you immediately got a fan.
Thank you.
Immediately, you're funny as fucking shit.
Thank
You're
you.
funny as fucking shit, and I saw you on Barstool with
The
Kevin
bros.
and
Yeah.
Kevin and Feidelberg, and you are amazing on podcasts.
Thank
You
you.
are genuinely enjoyable, and I cannot wait to watch you blow up. I'm so excited for Unhinged.
Thank
'cause I
you.
love Brittany too.
Thank you.
And when you guys launch Unhinged, you have to come on my podcast to promote it.
Okay.
And we won't do any drugs or alcohol.
Okay.
We'll be
Perfect.
stone sober.
Yeah.
But you two, like, there's few people you can hang out with sober and you have a good time.
Yeah.
Some people, it's a fucking tedious task.
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah.
like, fuck, man, can I just go to the dentist? But you're an absolute joy.
Thank you. Thank you for
So
having
thank
me.
you for doing the podcast.
Of course.
That was fucking great.
Awesome.
It was like later, and then 11:30 in the morning, I was like, "Oh, hey, there I am," because I just took it and went right to sleep. It's drinking with edibles. I would have never ran that risk because
Oh.
when I was drinking, I'd only had negative experiences with edibles.
Oh, yeah?
It took me until I quit drinking to start having fun with it. Yeah, because I was like the first time I ever ate weed, I was at the University of Arizona, and we were freshmen, dead broke. My buddy was selling reg. He was just selling fucking swag.
Yeah.
We de-seeded it, 2 ounces, put it in a pan of brownies. My friend, like,
2 ounces?
yeah, but dirt weed.
Yeah.
Like, so we're like, oh, we didn't even know this was
Order
gonna work.
filled.
We cut it into 4 sections, and we each take it. So it's each having what, like
An-
fucking a half ounce of weed in
Yeah.
a brownie. And I ate it flying Tucson to Denver. I was going home. I was going home for Thanksgiving. It was my freshman year, going home for Thanksgiving, and I eat half the brownie, and there was a smoking lounge at the Tucson airport.
Order filled.
I had like a traffic cone in my room for 4 years because it was just like, oh, like somebody brought it here drunk, and then it was like, well, I'm not gonna give away a traffic cone. Like I can't just throw out this traffic cone. She's like, let me get your number and give you my number. She writes her number down on a piece of something.
With a heart or something?
No, and she kisses it.
Oh my God.
Oh, Robbie.
Oh
Robbie.
my God.
Hey, Emily.
Hi.
What do you want to start with? We could do the cup. We could do a little memory lane. We could do a sweet and sour. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm like glancing at this sweet and sour, and I'd like to read it.
Let's do it.
Let's just not even talk about it and just do it.
Let's
Okay.
get into it.
It's titled Babysitter Tattoo.
Okay, and here's just so you know, I might stop you in between because when you read the whole thing, sometimes I just lose. I forget what
I'm
goes on
sorry,
in the
do I
beginning.
go too
No, it's
fast?
not you.
Oh.
It's like you didn't write it.
Okay.
I just
No, but
forget
I read
sometimes.
fast.
No, it's good.
Hey, Rob and Jamie. I have a 7-month-old son. Recently, his babysitter got a huge tattoo on her back with his name and birthday. I had told her a small one with his nickname would be okay, but this is just way too personal. I'm his mother and I don't even have a tattoo for him. I feel super uncomfortable about this. I'm thankful that he has someone in his life that loves him so much, but this is going too far. What would you do in this situation? Thanks, Mommy. Kristen from Denver.
I would not watch The Hand That Rocks the Cradle if I were you. Don't watch that movie.
I don't like this at all. It's super weird to me. Look, I have spoken very honestly about this before, like with friends on podcasts, whatever. It was a learning curve for me about nannies. Like I had this fear that like my kid would want my nanny over me. I would like not let my nanny hold my baby for a long time. Like I was a psycho. So there's a lot of hormones going on and just like a lot of stuff. But if my nanny came home with a huge tattoo of my child's name and birth date, I would be worried to leave my child in their care and like that they wouldn't run off with my kid.
I'd want to move.
Yeah. I'm uncomfortable with this. I'm so sorry, Kristen. Like, I know how hard it is to find good childcare and find somebody that you know loves your child, but this feels uncomfortable.
Just to take the other side, since we try and do sweet and
You
sour
must,
or whatever.
because I'm very far the other way right now.
So am I. I'm on that plan. I can't
You
even.
can- you can
but here's
check
the-
me right
no,
now
no,
if
no.
I'm being
I'm
off
not.
base.
I'm just trying to say the only way you could shed light on the other direction is if this is someone who's covered in tattoos. It might make it a little because to me, I have
she
no
wrote
tattoos.
the word huge. Like if the baby's name is Nicholas and she puts like Nikki.
Oh,
like,
we have a
that's-
photo.
Ah! Let
Oh
me
my
see.
God. Thank you. Who is this? Who is this? Kristen? Thank you,
Kristen.
Kristen. You listened. Oh, wow. She's not covered in tattoos.
It's a baby feet.
Oh, and the
It's
toes
of the
are like
baby's
curled.
feet. It takes up her entire shoulder blade. What are those at the bottom?
I
Pumpkins?
think they're flowers. I thought they were scribbles
pumpkins.
at first.
Terrible tattoo artist.
Wow, that is.
Wow, that's huge. That's huge. That's huge. Look, it seems to me like this nanny is attaching herself to the love of this baby, which is like nothing else, in a way where maybe this is filling some void for her. I think she's going to have serious regret over this tattoo.
Oh, see, I think someone who's crazy enough to do that will never regret that tattoo.
Really?
I think she will never regret that because she's a lunatic.
Wow.
Right? Like, how could you? I don't know. That seems fucking crazy to me.
Okay,
oh,
there
here
it
we go.
is.
We got zoomed up.
Muffin Man
Order filled.
with his nickname, Muffin Man. That's what she calls him. That would
Oh.
piss me off.
Yeah.
Right.
Zoom up on
That
that
would just
shit.
piss me off in general if my nanny had like that level of like nickname tattooed on her.
What? So you crossed out the actual name? Is that what we crossed out?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Muffin Man.
Creepy.
That's fucking. Yeah, I wouldn't be okay. And then, like, imagine the second that she shows you that, and then you're in the car, and you have to be like, okay, let's go to my house now, or like you're in your own home. That is fucking wild. Man, you got to watch Hand That Rocks the Cradle. But can you Google Hand That Rocks the Cradle and just read the like summary of the movie, please? When she was assaulted by her doctor, Claire Bartel, Annabelle Segura, reported him to the police, and rather than go to prison for the crime, he killed himself. Wow, I didn't remember that about it. The shock of the accusation and suicide caused the doctor's pregnant wife, Peyton, to have a miscarriage. Driven mad with rage, Peyton poses as a nanny for the Bartell family. Her plan to tear Claire's life apart,
Now I kind of want to watch the movie.
seduce her husband, Matt McCoy, and eventually murder the woman she blames for ruining her life. Wow. That kid's name, Muffin Man. That's fucking. Oof. I feel like we got to do something. Are we just supposed to go on with the pod now? Should we call the
She
local
might as well
authorities?
be sleeping with the woman's husband.
Where's she from? It says
at this point.
Denver.
Denver.
Yeah. So okay,
Kristen,
Jamie.
are you okay?
Okay, Jamie. Let's say you had a nanny. This happens. What's the next step?
I make Cutter talk to her.
Which is just you're fired.
Yep.
And is it that day?
That night when she goes home.
Right, you call
Or
up and say,
before she
and-
goes
and
home,
what
before
should
she
he
goes
say?
home. While we appreciate like how much you
Your
like,
dedication.
you love our child
Well, Muffin Man.
and your help, like I hope you can understand this just like doesn't sit well with us. It's, we want you to love him and care for him and have your own relationship and bond with him, but like to tattoo him so profoundly on your back forever just feels like oddly intimate.
Because think about this. We've been friends for over 25 years.
You're not on my body anywhere.
Could you imagine I showed up and I was like, look at my new back tattoo, Jamie. And it
What
said
would
like
it say,
Bo,
Jamie Lee?
or it said like Bo and Jack with like with people playing baseball inside of a house and a mom screaming at them. You know what I mean? Like that's like the constant thing going on at your house. They want to play baseball inside, and you're like, no, it has to be outside.
But by the
and
way,
then-
no, I'm letting them play inside, just in another fucking room, like not
know.
in like the room where I am.
it would be a little less crazy if I got your name tattooed on me somewhere really small, like Jamie Lee. It would be.
That'd be
It would
so
still
sweet.
be.
Ooh,
it would
Cutter
be a
wouldn't like. I
little
don't know
weird.
if Cutter would like that.
Oh, I think Cutter wouldn't mind.
You don't think?
No,
Let's
because I
ask him.
think he gets our relationship the same way
He
Kasim
does.
did. Because
He
when
does.
before Kasim ever met you, he was like, you and Jamie like must have a thing, like the way that like you talk about her and the way that like you guys like enjoy each other's company, whatever. The first time he spent time with me and you, he was like, I was totally wrong.
I
Like,
get
and
it.
it's like, yeah, I don't
You
think
get it.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's anybody who hangs out around us, even people who watch his podcast, like they just get it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
But
yes.
I don't think he would be like, oh, that's crazy, Rob. But I think he would be like, dude, you only have one tattoo. It's Jamie's name on your arm. Like, why do you? But like, really, if I got like, yeah, look, Jack and Bo on my shoulder, like that would be. Imagine.
Yeah, but even that I'm fine with. You're not alone with them. You're not like I'm not leaving them in your care all the time where I'm worried that you're oddly obsessed with my
Jamie,
children.
what would the conversation be if I came over your house next Sunday to watch
you
football?
know I would cry and be like, you love them so much.
100%. But what's the conversation when I walk out the door?
That from me, it's still probably not from Cutter. He'll talk shit about you, but I would
know.
not.
I think you would both be like, Rob's never had a tattoo before, and all of a sudden
know,
he has
you
the
know
kid's
me.
name.
I would be like, he loves them so much, but you would never do that. So what are we having this conversation?
right. That's
for?
why it's so insane.
Yeah.
Phew. Wow. She really, Kristen. I just hope you're all right, because that lady. I don't know. I think she's like in the movie. It's basically she wants to kill Kristen and become the mom.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mhm.
I would.
Pray
You know what
for
I would
Muffin
do?
Man.
I would push her as much as possible to be like, hey, you like. I would be setting her up with guys.
No, she's not coming back in the house. This is not okay.
Okay, but just push her into like guys, or like you should be like, oh, you should have like she needs somewhere else to place her love.
This baby is 7 months old. He's not even giving anything. Like this baby has barely even begun to like smile, recognize, reach for, give you the love that like you get. Like this is uncomfortable and weird. He's still a blob. And he's making, and this woman feels inclined to tattoo him on her body.
And by the way, just in case we didn't make this clear, only tattoo on that woman's body that we saw.
Yeah,
There
there were
was
no other
no
ones on
other
the back.
tattoos in
I
that
mean,
photo.
I doubt this is her first. That was a large ass tattoo. That's ours.
I don't know. Something about the toes being curled on the foot make it crazy
It's,
too.
it's very personal. There was a photo that was referenced for sure. Those are his feet. Those are not like some random baby feet. Those are Muffin Man's feet.
Right. By the way, you know, me and Annie have talked about that. When we jerk off, we do that with our foot. We cramp our foot, right,
You
Annie?
talked about
Oh,
that
yeah,
with each
that's-
other?
That's what we talk about. Yeah, when the camera shot.
No, I think we might have talked about it on a pod somewhere, like on your mom's house or something. But it was like,
Really?
But listen, it's like twice a year when like it just randomly happens. Sometimes like when you're jerking off, like I'll like cramp my foot just
And
for
it
like
only happens twice a
it's,
year.
It's just for like more sensation.
and
You don't
you're
remember
like,
talking
oh,
about
it's
that?
time of year again.
Watch,
where my
I'm gonna
toes
find.
curl.
I'm gonna find where we talked about it.
This
It
is
might have
so
been like YMH
strange.
Live or
Find
some
me
shit.
the tape, man. Find
Yeah,
me the
yeah, yeah.
tape.
Of course. And then when I find the tape, you're gonna be like, yo, I knew the tape was there. I was just fucking around. Everything with Annie, it's like
What
a
do you
never
mean?
ending.
Annie's who finds the tape.
Yeah,
gonna find
yeah. You find the tape. Do we have a memory lane? This is Chad's first time producing, so I'm really gonna throw everything. You know, we have to
Yeah,
throw.
man, do it. Do it. We
Excuse
sure
me
do.
too. I am very injured. I have an injured hand that I've been cradling. I don't know if you've noticed in the videos at home.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, I'm gonna need another compilation video, please. I'm gonna need
Thoughts and
some-
prayers. Go ahead.
some
Well, now you got to
A-list
tell the
celebrities.
story.
I banged it on a doorknob, and you know you get that like funny bone, like
It's
fuck.
Traubin.
It's Straubin.
It's Traubin.
It's Straubin, and it's been hours and still Traubin.
Still Traubin.
Still Traubin.
Well, thoughts and prayers with Jamie.
WTF? What's happening? Also, my hands look mad old lately. Anyway,
You were just so New York right there. I miss New York, Jamie.
she's here.
I know. She doesn't always, you know. I see Mom Jamie a lot, man. Here we go, memory lane.
Okay. Remind me of when I was young and had a hand that worked. I know this.
Oh, wow.
I know this.
Oh, Jamie, you look beautiful.
Thank you. This is the Emmys.
Yeah.
That's Catherine Narducci hugging us. This is at the HBO party at the Pacific Design Center, 2008 or 7? 7.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't say 8. I'm gonna go. I agree with all that stuff. It's the HBO party. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
You look like
That's
you're.
my favorite dress I've ever worn in my life. And it was the one year we were late to the Emmys and we missed the whole red carpet.
I never did the red carpet anyway.
But we were together and we got there late. It was like we were all
Why
together.
were we late?
I don't I think the cars were late picking us up. It was some drama.
You remember the first time we ever went and we all took a bus together?
Yeah, that was fun.
fucking a New Jersey Transit
Yes.
bus. You know, you look like you're in like a wedding gown commercial. You know what I mean? Or like an ad for a wedding, like
can't
that
thank
look,
you.
the like over the shoulder
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. So what year did we get? A year?
Did we right? Were we right?
2007.
2006, 58th
Oh.
Emmys HBO After Party, LA.
Here we are.
Yeah, yeah.
What a night.
Look like a baby. I am drinking.
You are focused on something.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know
that's
if it's
Kathy
Kathy's
Narducci.
forehead or someone behind her, but you are laser focused on something.
Well, there's other pictures. Can
Also,
you?
the white of your eyes are very white. You know, it's so crazy. So when you're on like a hit show, the amount of, and you're actually making like a lot of money consistently, and you finally have job security, and you're working, and you're flowing, and it's all good. The amount of free shit that gets sent to you, and the amount of like, just, it's wild that like, the more you make, the freer everything becomes.
Yeah, you know, like, cause I was like a
It's not
hoarder.
fair.
I was a hoarder when I was in like my whole life, but up until like 28 or 30, whatever, and got sober and like watched stuff about minimalism and you let stuff go. But I was watching these people who were talking about it, and they were basically saying that like when you grow up poor, and people give you stuff, the thought of like giving it away or like not holding on to it is like foreign to you, no matter what it is. Like I had like a traffic cone in my room for 4 years because it was just like, oh, like somebody brought it here drunk, and then it was like, well, I'm not gonna give away a traffic cone. Like I can't just throw out this traffic cone because like I just had that mentality in my
Yeah.
head where now like I've told you, I forget who. Oh, it was when Cassim got me a birthday gift. And like, as soon as I took it out of the box, I was like, can I throw the box away? And he was like, yes, I know you need to throw the box away. You know,
have
that's
to
how like
throw it away.
my
That's
mentality is just
crazy.
like cleaning. I got to clean
Yes.
the stuff out.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But I
Yes.
never, when they said that, I was like, wow, that really rings true of
Yeah.
like, I don't know anyone growing up where it was like they would just give stuff away, no matter what it was.
No.
It was even if you asked someone for like toilet paper, like they wouldn't give you like a roll of toilet paper. You know what I mean? Like a neighbor living in a building, they
Right.
would give you like a bunch of toilet paper.
Yeah.
Like here, I'm still holding on to half that fucking roll, and you're like, Jesus. Right now, it's just like, you know, you try and live in a way of like you. As soon as I get something and I'm like, oh, this is not for
Same.
my life. It's like, who can I give this to?
Mhm.
You know, who would enjoy
Same.
this? You want to go in the
Yes,
cup?
I'm going.
Oh, that's Tom Segura's question.
O-
ladies and
Order
gentlemen.
filled.
Uh-oh, you don't like this. Oh, wow. I don't know what it's going to be.
Why are black people so loud?
Go ahead.
Whoa, quiet down,
I
buddy.
mean-
Exactly.
I feel like I'm so loud, so I don't have a leg to stand on answering this question.
yeah.
Well, I don't understand that.
You know what's great? No matter how we answer this question, we can't get fired, which is
Because
cool.
the boss wrote it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's no way.
I don't understand that stereotype. Meaning, like, I've never noticed that.
You've never gone to a movie?
I've gone to many movies.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. I just,
Explain
what?
what you're talking about.
Listen, black people aren't loud, Tom. That's racist.
That's
Exactly.
racist, Tom.
Yeah.
You need a button there.
Yeah,
That's
Tom,
racist,
there you
Tom.
go.
That's crazy, dude.
That's racist, dude. You can't be doing that. Trying to throw us under the bus. He thought about this question for a long time too, and then Annie walked in and he was like,
The-
"Shh, shh, shh." "Are there? Do we have another? You want to go in there again?"
Sure. Top 3 crushes you've ever had. Okay. So they were all in my youth because, like, I really haven't had crushes in my adult life, but I was obsessed with Luke Perry. Like, had a full length poster on my bedroom door. So when I closed my door, he was doing this. Like, had a hand behind his head and the other hand, like, reaching forward. Like,
Almost the Al Bundy.
yeah, the Al Bundy.
Yeah.
Al Bundy was like when he grabbed his crotch, I thought always.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, so he was before that was Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Oh wow. Okay.
And then
JTT.
who's the last one I had a massive crush on?
Leo Titanic. Usually girls who liked
No.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas went to Leo.
Yeah,
I feel like,
I could see. I
after.
mean, Leo Titanic was something. And but I liked Leo Romeo and Juliet more than Leo Titanic.
Mm.
Him and Romeo and Juliet was everything. But then I think my next one was I went through a Jake Gyllenhaal phase for a little while. I had a pretty
So
big
that was
crush on him.
older, right?
Yeah, like early 20s.
Did you ever meet him?
I've met him before.
And
Yeah.
Were you like shaking?
No,
the knees?
by that point I was like past my crush. But I was like, oh, look,
Really?
oh, wow, he's like cute and nice in person. That would have been, he's a great guy.
See, I don't think it ever goes away. Like Jennifer Love Hewitt's like a 40-year-old mother of however many right now. If she walked in the door, I'm
We
Lord.
talked about your obsession with Jennifer Love Hewitt.
You know what's funny? I wrote the question top 3 crushes, and in my head, I'm like, I only know one because everybody
Rob
else after Jennifer Love Hewitt seemed like no one.
Was obsessed to the point where I'll just say this and then you take it from here. I don't know how it happened, but like Rob got some like this is Sopranos is already airing. A set visit with her and like she treated you like a prince and like you spend a day. You tell the story, but
Hell
like
yeah,
I
dude.
remember being like this bitch because I was I was like, you know, like who's this girl like, you know, leading my baby on, you know, like, and she's like kind of my age, right, or a little older than me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And when I saw her, the best part was she was so short. Oh, I had no idea. I thought she was gonna be like taller than me. She was like 5 nuttin',
Yeah, she's a itty bitty.
and I was nuttin'.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
That's right.
Oh my god, she was.
So how did that happen?
So I think what happened was I did an interview with somebody like for Sopranos, and they were like, "Oh, are there any actors you like look up to?" And I was like, "No." Like, what kind of stupid fucking question is that? I didn't care about like actors or whatever. And they're like, "There's nobody who you like admire this." And I was like, well, "I am in love with Jennifer Love Hewitt." And I was like, "If I was like, if anybody ever feels the way about me that I feel about Jennifer Love Hewitt, my whole career is fucking worth it, or like some shit I said. And my manager called me like a couple days later and was like, and like again, there's like that Hollywood shit of who knows how it really happened, but it was like they said that like Jennifer Love Hewitt saw the article, spoke to her manager, who spoke to my manager, and was like, "Why are you smiling?"
She was such an innocent time.
Yeah. Oh my God. So I was a virgin. I think I was like 13 or
You were a
whatever.
baby.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, who's this girl
Oh
like
my
leading
God.
on my baby? This is not okay.
So she says to her manager or whatever, like, yeah, I want to meet. That's what they said. I'm sure it was like her manager wanted to set it up or something, but there was no like photo op or nothing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it was real that she read it and whatever. So she was working. She was doing her show, Time of Your Life. She was filming at the Guggenheim Museum. And I live close to the Guggenheim. And they're like, hey, if you want to come to the Guggenheim Museum at 5 o'clock, like she'll be here or whatever. So I roll up to the Guggenheim at like whatever, 4:45. And I bring Rex, my best friend. And I'm like, oh my God, we're going to meet Jennifer Love Hewitt. Like we're waiting around. And then all of a sudden, like they were like, oh, she's 5 minutes like to set or whatever. And I grab Rex. I'm like, yo, we got to get out of here. I was like, I can't do this. Like, I was like, we got to bail. I was like, I just, like, at the last second, I started being like, because it was like the set and everything was going on. I was like, yo,
Was
I
he
can't.
into her too, or he was just along for the ride?
I mean,
for you?
everybody was, but not like
Right,
me.
right,
Like, like, I had my
This
entire
is like I know
wall.
what you did last summer era.
Yeah.
Like, this was when she was like peak, like she was it.
My whole
Yes.
photo.
Pictures, yes.
Yeah, and I didn't even need to use tape to put them up. I had a cab, and all of a sudden, she's like, Robert? And I turn around, and she's fucking there, and everything for the next 6 hours, I don't even.
Yeah, you were there for a long
I was
time.
on ecstasy. It was like being on ecstasy. And so the first thing she does is she comes over, hi, whatever, and she's like, oh, I have to go in hair and makeup now. If you don't mind, like sitting with me in hair and makeup, and we could talk or whatever. I'm like, yeah, sure. So we go into hair and makeup for like an hour. Well, why do you have that face
I
on?
don't know. It's still pissing me off for some reason.
Yeah, you seem mad. Why are you mad at Jennifer Love
I
Hewitt for
don't
making a
know.
boy's dream come
I
true?
don't know. She's lovely. I'm just pissing me off. Go ahead.
Come on, we gotta unpack this.
I don't know.
We gotta
I
know why
can't-
you're mad
I-
at Jennifer Love
I'll
Hewitt.
think
As I'm
about it.
saying this,
Keep
your
telling
face
your
is like you look
story.
like great. You look like I'm playing baseball in your house. Chill out, dude. Why are you so mad?
I don't know. Keep going. I'll think about it.
So we're sitting in her hair and makeup thing for like an hour talking. She could not have been sweeter.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable, perfect. So then she goes, I got to get changed. They need to put me in a dress because it's like a special dress, like a ball gown. And like, if you don't mind, like stepping out for a minute, we're like, of course. So I go
It
outside.
was like a
and
red dress, wasn't it? I feel like
How
I
do you
remember because I
remember
remember
this?
the photo you bringing to work, being like,
Whoa, you
"Look."
hated her. So I put, we go outside and me and Rex are just looking at each other. Like now he's fully in love with her like
Yeah.
I am. She's just like unreal. And I say to Rex, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. All of a sudden the door opens and she comes out in a full fucking ball gown. If we could find this picture, Chad, you got a job here forever. If you could find Jennifer Love Hewitt, time of your life, it says she's 5'2". She is not 5'2". Jennifer Love Hewitt, time of your life, red dress. That would be insane if they have her in it. No, go ahead. You could scroll down. Scroll down. Keep going. Keep going.
It was like a ball gown.
Yeah, it was like a full-on ball gown. No, but oh my God, her cleavage was the best thing I've ever seen. It was. She is the hottest. She is incredible. So. Yeah, can you try and keep finding it? So then, damn, I can't look away. This is like my kryptonite, dude. Oh my God. Did I mention she's such a sweetheart? So, oh man, do I have?
Let's see it.
So then she's like, okay, we take pictures and we take like 2 pictures, me and her, and then we take a picture where she's kissing me on the cheek. And I'm like, through the roof. We go to set. She works for whatever hours or whatever, and then she's like, "Oh, like she said whatever, like I gotta go." And she's like, "Let me get your number and give you my number." She writes her number down on a piece of something.
With a heart or something.
No, and she kisses
Oh
it.
my God.
Oh, Robbie! Come on,
Oh
Robbie!
my God.
And she kisses it, and it's the lipstick. And I remember it was
I
on
don't
like a
like it.
neon.
I don't like it.
Come on, give us why. You can't just keep
you're
saying you don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like, I don't know. It just feels like
Yeah.
just playing into like, I know you're in love with me and I'm going to kiss this paper.
She was making my dream come true. Can you go to the second photo? By the way, I had that one on my wall, the one that all the way on the left that says "Time of Your Life" where she's in the jacket. Had that on my wall. Yeah, so that red dress right there, she looks incredible. But it's the picture of the one to the left of that where I had that on my wall. And then the girl who I was dating at the time fucking hated Jennifer Love
Of
Hewitt
course
because I had
she
all of her
did.
pictures on my wall. So now, Jennifer Love Hewitt, because of the thing. So now, like 2 weeks go by. Not only do I have her number on a little piece of paper, that thing, but I made other copies in case I ever lost that copy. So I took like 4 pieces of paper and wrote her number on it and put it in like different places. So I was like, I could never make sure I never lose it. 'Cause I
Did
didn't
you
have a
ever
cell
text
phone.
her?
I didn't have a cell phone at the time. So I one day finally, I'm alone in that. I couldn't have it with anybody around. I'm alone in my place. I dialed her number.
What made you just think that today's the day? I need to know this.
Well, because every morning I was like, is today the day? You know, and finally I was like,
so
fuck
one day
it.
you just gained the courage.
Yeah, I don't know. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do it. And by the way, just try, I don't think that it could ever be on the internet, but try Robert Eiler, Jennifer Love Hewitt. I don't think it's going to show up. It's going to be like a fucking, what do you call those? The restraining order. The quote was, I've never seen a woman half as beautiful as Jennifer Love Hewitt.
That's what it says
Right
right,
there,
there?
yeah.
Oh my God.
Look, Robert Eiler. I've never seen a woman half as beautiful.
I'm
By the
not-
way,
I'm not half as beautiful as her.
true. Listen, you're married, you have kids. I don't see you that way, Jamie. I still got you, J-Love.
Look how many like illustrations they have with your quote. This is
yeah,
so
that is
weird.
very strange. I didn't make those. I promise.
Who did?
So I call, and she's like, "Hello." Hang up. I hung up.
And that was it.
No, then I called back, and I was like, "Hey, I just called you." I was like, "So we must have got disconnected or something."
Oh my God, this is the
so-
lamest you've ever been.
so
It was with Jennifer Love
cringy.
Hewitt. And then what
Oh
did you guys
my
have? Like a
God.
phone call? You were like, hey, it's Rob?
Full on like hour and a half phone.
No!
phone
Why are you
conversation.
having
Order
an hour and a half
filled.
phone call with
I'm-
a 13-year-old?
it was
This
the-
is my problem.
It was the most I had ever walked at the time.
This is
I'm
my-
just
oh, you were
pacing
pacing.
my whole thing.
Pacing.
And then finally
Is
at the
that it?
end, no. And then finally
Oh.
at the end, she's like, "Hey, I gotta go. I'm ready for work and whatever." And I was like, "Okay, this." And then she's like, "Yeah, give me a call sometime." And I never called her again. But when guys that she dated went on like Howard Stern and talked about her, they would say that like, so I think it was like Wilmer Valderrama or something was out at a club. And he saw whoever it was, like Jeff Cronin or one of these other guys that she had been dating, but like they didn't know because it wasn't like the days of you Google everything.
Was
and
that
this.
the guy from LFO?
Yeah, Chinese food make me sick. And so he had
Abercrombie and Fitch.
yeah, Chinese food make me sick. She had a ring on, and they had the same ring on. And Wilmer Valderrama was like, "Oh shit, we have the same ring or whatever." And he's like, "Yeah, my girl got it for me." And he's like, "Oh, me too." And it was both Jennifer Love Hewitt. Yeah. So
Repeat offender.
yeah, but it was at the same time.
She was dating them at the same time?
She was dating a bunch of dudes at the same time.
Wow.
By the way, she
is having the time of her life.
she gave me the time of my life without even doing anything. Just smile. Oh my God. Thank God.
I
the
don't see
world-
like I don't think if like a young boy had a crush on me, I would like entertain it by talking to him for an hour.
Yeah,
and a
you're
half on the
cold.
phone.
You're cold hearted.
Okay.
That's why you banged your hand into
Take
the
it.
door. now.
This is my
You
karma.
deserve it. Yeah,
My
God,
karma.
God punished you. There were guys who had crushes on you back in the
Yeah,
day,
she
and what
probably
did
has
you do?
beautiful young looking hands still.
Oh, she does. Angelic. She is. She
Wow,
is.
wow.
To me, 10 out of 10.
I don't know why this bothers me so much, but it does. Nothing
Oh.
against her. I hear she's lovely. We have mutual
She is.
friends. But yeah.
And by the way, still to this day, I think if she walked in the door, it would get ugly. Where like I wouldn't be able to chill.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't because I'm just.
Why
it
don't
was
you
like,
DM her? You can borrow my Instagram and DM her from me.
Because that's the whole thing. I don't want to.
Like
Like
that way I can watch the combo.
does it when people always talk about like meeting celebrities, I don't want to meet anybody. Like if you were like in the next room is like the best celebrity ever or this, I don't want to meet anyone. Like I
Right.
just don't. But
Who
especially
does?
like well, you have a friend who I had a crush on for a long time.
Well, Emmanuel.
Emmanuel.
who's truly one of the most beautiful women in the entire world, inside and out. She's the best.
One of the most beautiful women ever. Can you Google Emmanuel and then just put CH and then whatever crazy letters come up after that? That's her.
Shrieky. Her last name is Shrieky. CHRIQUI.
Yo. Oh my God. Dude, when she was at your wedding, I was just
She's the
like, my
best. She is
God.
the best.
She is
She's the best.
And by the way, can I just tell you something? I'm a face guy. Like, what are you shaking your head for, Annie?
Just enjoying.
Why?
You don't get a better face than Emmanuel.
I mean, that is
To
you
me,
know,
she is the most beautiful woman in the world.
she
hands
and
down.
but like there were times where I'd come over to your crib and she'd just be sitting on the couch and I'd be like, motherfucker. Like it was stressful.
You're like that about her, and you're like that about Minka too.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, was it Kasim then?
Yeah.
Kasim was weird about Minka when I mentioned her. Yeah.
Minka. Well, here's the thing.
Well, Minka's stunning as well.
Minka's beautiful, but I met Minka when I was 38. Like, there's nobody who now would get me. You know what I mean? Like, Emmanuel got me because I was fucking
Right. You okay?
20 the first time I saw her, so I was like, oh my god, you know what I mean? Where like
Yeah.
I looked at it like, oh my god, this like higher than where now. Like, there's no one I could meet.
No
where
one
I'd be
impresses
like,
you now.
Not like I'm not impressed, but nowhere where I'd be like, whoa, like I
Really?
walked, but no. It's still that like it's the like childhood thing of like, oh my god. And it was also like, you know, everyone loved Entourage. I loved Entourage. She was
Yeah.
like the Entourage girl. You know, it
Yeah.
was like
Yeah.
she was what are you feeling Emmanuel? What are you thinking about Emmanuel? What are we talking here?
What the fuck kind of question? Of course, yeah. I'm
Jesus, you
feeling
can't
that.
say fucking anything to this guy. Forget it, Annie. I'm
What?
sorry. I'm sorry for asking you a question. I'm like,
I'm agreeing with
No
you.
one
What
is
the-
ever gonna argue about
I thought
that.
you were like, what kind of question is that? Like,
No,
you're
no.
okay. I was like, well, I
you're-
can't say anything to you anymore. Damn it, Annie.
You're never gonna get an
agreeing
argument
with you.
about that.
Yeah, boy. Anybody not feeling her back there? Heather?
No, she's hot.
I mean, yeah, she's, yeah, I know. There were like, and that was,
No. While we're all having a conversation, then there with the booth, do any of you feel like it's a tad weird to have an hour-and-a-half conversation with a 13-year-old boy?
If the 13-year-old boy,
Like,
thank you.
no?
nah, because it's a boy. If
Yeah.
it was a girl, yeah.
And I was a
But an
stud.
hour and a half? Like, I understand like a 10-minute, 15-minute conversation, like cute, like an hour and a half?
I think
If-
it's
I bet that was
super
a-
weird.
I bet that was a pretty
Thank
cool
you.
hour and a
Super
half.
weird.
Oh, it was
Thank
the
you.
best hour
I mean,
and
it
a half
depends.
ever.
Am I the boy? Then it's fine.
Yeah. It was.
Okay, what if you're not the boy?
It is weird.
Okay.
Guys, can you guys throw out top 3 crushes you've ever had? Who are we talking back there? Can we get some names?
I only have one, and it was Britney Spears when I was a kid.
Wow,
Yeah, Britney
really?
Spears is my chick for sure.
Wow, I never for 1 second, like we used to go to Suede, she'd be there. It didn't even, she'd walk
No?
right by me.
Really?
Nothing.
She's a tiny little one too.
Yeah, I just never saw.
I honestly think, you know, it's probably the same for me. Like, that's what I was in. I was watching MTV
Sure.
fucking music videos all the time. So I feel like I just saw her all the time, and she was the hot
Yeah.
chick at the time. So
Yeah.
Right.
it was
Can we
her
get some
and
other
I
names
was
back there?
One of my first ones was Ariel from The Little Mermaid.
Oh, I
Okay.
like that one. She was gorgeous.
Yeah, look at this stuff. Isn't it sweet?
her little seashell bra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
You know, I played Belle in Beauty and the Beast. Nick Jonas played Chip when I was Belle. He was
Oh,
my little
really?
Chip. Mm-hmm.
I came to see you when you did that.
Mhm.
Wow, I
Yeah.
didn't know.
He used to like draw me pictures backstage in the show. You know, he was like 8 years old. He was so cute.
Yeah, and you just fucking ignored him all the time because that's what you're supposed to do.
I
right?
said,
As
thank
a-
you for the picture, sweet boy. And I walked away. I didn't give him scented or kissed pieces of paper and my phone number.
Sent it. Okay, we'll do real quick. Who knows less about Sopranos? If we,
Okay.
And if it's no good, we could just not. So we have, or we could just skip it for this episode. Do it next time. Yeah, we'll save it for next time.
Okay.
We're out of here, guys. Thank you for listening. Don't be creepy, guy or
Jennifer Love
girl.
Hewitt, I think you're great. I love you.
I think you're
I
great.
know we have mutual friends. I know
She's never gonna
no
see
beef
this.
here.
Don't
Oh yeah,
worry.
you'll never see this. Forget
No,
it. Who
she has like a
cares?
life now and kids.
I
She
thought it was
doesn't care.
creepy. I don't like it.
Bap, bap, bap. We're just going to jump right in with Ms. Pat. Question. Are nosebleeds a part of being pregnant?
Oh,
Can you
no.
explain my nosebleeds?
No, but you have nosebleed.
Why is my nosebleed? I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed in my life.
Oh wow!
I know.
Well, you were saying your lips are very chapped, so it just couldn't really be you dry.
It just could be like I had, because I'm hot all night. I'm like, and I turn the AC on. It could just be that.
Yeah, you probably just dry.
Is this normal, Pat? My nose is bleed. I've never had a nosebleed in my life. When did I become that dork?
Well, I had a nosebleed because I got punched in it, so it wasn't during pregnancy.
When did you get punched?
Plenty of time, brothers, friends. Somebody slapped me quite a few times coming up.
I mean, I can't think of a braver person than someone that would.
I believe you. I punched the fuck back. Okay.
Oh, Miss Pat is here. So, you have a new show. Miss Pat settles it.
Yes.
My Pat, will you say what you said when you saw this poster?
I said that looks like the perfect television show.
I mean, I can't think of a show that I want to watch more just based on the poster. So this is like you, like settling court cases.
Yep, real cases, real families, real situations, for BET. And you know what? I came up with this idea and I took it, started talking to the network about it, and I didn't want myself in it. I wanted somebody else. And he's like, why don't you do it?
No.
And I'm like, I'm a convicted felon. I don't think I could be a judge. And they was like, it's TV. You can be Jesus. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. And, you know, at the time we shooting, everybody's on strike. You can only do non-scripted. And everything just came out.
I mean, I can't. You're the only person whose opinion I respect at this point. Like, truly, like, I cannot wait. What was like? Were there any that like stand out as being particularly memorable?
It was quite a few of them that stood out. One was this guy suing his best friend for a dog. He was gay, so he would go off on the weekend and get with his boo and just abandon his dog. So his friend changed her name to Maya Angelou. And the guy brought her in and wanted the dog back. That's what he said. So I gave him the dog, but he really didn't want the dog. He wanted the money. So he was so shocked when he won.
Order filled.
So I'm like, but you sued her for the dog. He's like, I really didn't want the dog.
People are so wild. So I don't know if you've had this like since you've gotten like really famous on television. Have you had people come out of the woodwork and like, you know, try to sue, or like neighbors try to pull weird stuff on you? Like, for example, like when I first started getting billboards for a television show, this must have been 13 years ago, all of a sudden my accountant calls me because I'd had an accountant that just did my taxes and said, you're being sued in small claims court. And I'm like, what? Like, what could I get sued for? And he's like, don't worry, this is just a racket that people do when they see you on a billboard. They'll say something like, this guy who was a cab driver who said she hit my cab.
What?
And they bank on the fact that it's small claims, and if you don't show up, because they assume you're just too busy because you're on a TV show, you're working, you probably have the money, it's $6,000, and if you don't show up, usually it just goes to the other person. So it's like it's a good racket. Like, I wish I had known about it. Like when I was broke, like I would have been like, oh, that's really smart. Just sue a person that you think is like famous and busy in small claims. They won't hear about it. They won't get the summons. They won't show up because they're busy. And he scheduled it on Christmas Eve, on the 24th, when normally people are out of town. But what this motherfucker didn't know is that I don't have a family. I don't have plans on Christmas Eve. I'm at the Comedy Store normally. I'm like, $6,000 is a lot of money. I'm going to show up. He sues me for hitting his cab. I get there. He's like with his friends, hanging out, kind of laughing. I think this is something that they just did. I sat through a full day of small claims. It was so fascinating. The case before mine was a guy who was suing another man for stealing his bull's semen. Like, he had a prize bull, and he was accusing the other guy of coming jerking off his bull, taking the semen to go breed it. I was like, I just want to be in court all day watching crazy people.
So what happened with your case?
My case, I ended up winning because he just thought I wasn't going to show up, and I was able to prove this is where I was the day that he accused me. There's no way I could have hit his cab here. But if I hadn't showed up because I was some Hollywood asshole who just like didn't care or was too busy, or
You know, it's weird that you said it, because I just had somebody sue me for small claim courts and say they fell on my property and they never worked for me.
See,
So, and it's in I called and I was like, I don't know these people. So I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. So now I'm gonna go home and dig it. And I think the court date is at the end of November.
That's probably what they're doing. So end of November, Thanksgiving, they know you have a family and they know you're going to be hanging out with your family.
But can't you countersue if you don't show up because you don't know anything about that case?
Yeah, but then you're also, I think a lot of these people bank on the fact that suing someone's a hassle. It's going to cost you money to sue them back. You're busy, you're making money, you're on a hit show, you're touring. They might look at your tour dates and go, oh, she's in Tallahassee this day, so I'm going to go to take her to court that day. If she doesn't show up, the judge is going to go, oh, well, this Hollywood asshole, Miss Pat's too busy to show up for the court case. She's probably guilty or whatever, like, and it'll just default to that person. And small claims is like $5,000-$6,000. You walk away with $5,000.
Where they gonna get it from?
That's a good point. I guess you'd have to pay it.
I mean, do they just go in your account?
No, I guess they would just send you, and then it would go to, I guess, collections or something if you didn't pay it. Or maybe if you work for they could also take it out of your paycheck if you work for the state, maybe. But I don't know. My accountant at the time said, just pay this. Just like give him the $6,000. Like it's not. And I was like, no, dude, that's a lot of money to me right now. Like I was making money, but I still had a whole family support and I couldn't deal with that. I was like, I'm not going to set a precedent that people can just take advantage like this. This is, but yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, people like, I fell on your property. I was never on your property.
I don't even know these people.
Yeah, you can prove. So, you could also have someone go in your place. Like, I think you can kind of send a lawyer to go for you. I wanted to go. I was like, I wanted to look.
I'm going to go too.
I wanted to look at this guy in the eye and just be like, you picked the wrong bitch on the wrong day. Like, I'm sorry that you're in your circumstances that this is what you have to do for money or whatever. But I showed up. He had like a fancy belt buckle.
He didn't even recognize you.
As soon as I came in, he knew it was me because I introduced myself. I was like, hi, I'm the person that didn't hit your cab. What's up? And he had his friends there. I think they make a day of it. Like you sue people and just like celebrities and like assume they're not going to show up. And then when you're in court, you're going like, oh, I sued Miss Pat. I slipped and fell on her property. She didn't even have the decency to show up or respect to show up. This is the kind of person she is. If she showed up, like, I would love to hear the evidence that I'm wrong, but she's not here. Here's the proof. Here are the photos. Today, you can Photoshop anything. You can fake any kind of email, any kind of claim. I went to the doctor. Here's my, doctor's note. Here's the, OxyContin I took. Here's my X-ray, like whatever. And then we'll probably make a convincing argument. And, judges are like, just want to move through their day. So they're gonna be like, all right, what's $6,000 to Miss Pat? Nothing.
$6,000 is a lot to Miss Pat because I would take all my money out of my account and put it in my titty. You would not get anything from me. You would not because I don't even fucking know you.
That's wild. Hired a lawyer. You got like a lawyer and everything. They got
no. I just called and I said I don't know what these people are talking about. I've never done this. I don't know what are you talking about.
No, because they would have. Yeah, I had to get the employee insurance in case someone did fall on my property or something.
Well, I already have that, but that person never worked for me.
That's insane.
So I think they just drove by and said, I'm gonna fell over here. What, bitch? I'm the contractor. So where did you fall at? Nowhere.
Oh, try to say it was one of the workers?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
No, it was not.
No. Well, also, if you're a worker and you were doing work on it, if it was...
I'm at my house every day.
If it was wet, you would have gotten it wet.
Yes. I mean, but I was always at my house, so nobody ever fell at my property. Literally, if I'm not home, my husband is there. I'm the general contractor for my house.
Yes, and they should have said something to you if they did.
Nobody ever fell. I'm there eating lunch, watching them. For one, I don't want them to steal my wood. For two, I don't want them to steal anything. For three, I just want to make sure the shit is done right, so I stay at my property at all times.
If you get work done on your house, you gotta, like a hawk, you gotta just be there.
Yeah, because contractors will piss on your floor. They'll do anything. So I'm always at my property.
Yeah, yeah. And it's also, it's like, it's like we're all human. Like I get, it's like desperate. It's a desperate time right now. You know what I mean? And people are doing.
It ain't no desperate time. There's some lazy fuckers out here. Ain't no damn desperate time. How's it desperate times when you can sell pussy on the internet? I mean, when I was selling pussy, it was on VCR tapes. You had to mail them. You had to wait 7 days to get your payment. I mean, you had to edit them. It's no work to this shit now. It's not desperate time.
To rewind.
Yes. It's so many ways to make money now by sitting at home doing absolutely nothing. No, it's not desperate time. It's lazy ass people.
It's so true. And it's tricky. It's like the easier things get, the lazier people get. I feel like things have never been easier and all people do is complain about how hard it is.
Exactly. Lazy fuckers.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go dig out that court date as soon as we finish this shit.
Yeah. Like, I don't. I was like, I will make time. I showed up on Christmas Eve.
I know it's this month. I was just talking to my husband. I said I'm gonna drive down to this shitty ass court date and see who is this suing me because I don't know this person.
Good. And then you're gonna show up and they're gonna get all spooked and then they're not gonna have a case and you're gonna go in and just like make it clear. Like if you just go in with a list of the workers that were on your property or whatever, that's it. And then they dismiss it.
Okay.
And then it goes on that person's record that they had some frivolous lawsuit. Because that was the other thing. I was like, I don't want this person going to do this to other people too. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of people think that just because you're on TV, you're rich.
No, I'm not. Yeah, look at me. I'm not.
Looking right down the barrel.
I'm not rich. I wish I was rich. And I'm not on a major network, so you know I'm not fucking rich.
BET.
I'm okay. Even if I was on one, I'm still just okay.
So I am having a kid, pivoting hard here. You're the only person whose parenting advice I want. Am I allowed, this is a big, and you're now a judge on a big TV show. Am I allowed to pinch my child?
Pinch?
Okay, so
spank, slap, whip, Miley, shake, tap the head.
When I was growing up, if you made a fit, if you made like a fuss and threw a fit in a grocery store, there would just be a pinch on the back of your neck and you would be escorted out of the grocery store. I don't feel abused by that. It worked perfectly. Like just a little, and I see my friends with their kids and I'm like, I know how to solve this. It's just a little pinch. It just stuns them.
Yes. I please pinch your child. Because there's nothing like a badass kid in a public place that's running over their parents.
And they're looking at them like, can you please, like, we're in public. I'm like, why are you trying to reason with a child that has no concept?
Black mother said, I will slap the fucking black off of you. You know how many times we heard that? Make me make you Vigarago. Is that what it's called? Vigalago. Was that a country I just said?
I thought it was like I used to have a skin infection when I was a kid called impetigo.
I've had
impetigo too. I thought she meant
too.
like Viggo Mortensen because he was really pale.
No, Michael Jackson. Make me slap you, Michael Jackson. Yes. I'll beat the shit out of you. Don't fucking play with me.
But don't you feel like people now, they want to be friends with their kids? Like,
yes, they do.
You're not your kid's friend.
I had a baby at 14. Everybody know that. So I'm never your fucking kid. My kids are 36, 37 now, and I tell them, don't fucking cuss in front of me. I'll whoop you and your kid's ass. So it's all about respect. You're not going to show out on me. You're not going to act a fool because you got me fucked up.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and say, we're in public. I'm going to beat your fucking ass if you don't get up off that floor. And I don't give a fuck about going to jail because I've been. Get the fuck up off that floor. That's all I can say. I'm not going to say and reason with you. I'm no damn mom. The next thing you know, you're going to be bossing me around. I said I wanted Chick-fil-A today. Bitch, it's Sunday. I can't get you no fucking Chick-fil-A on no Sunday. So I'm going to stop it now.
It's also like, how much, like, what are we doing? Did you go full Santa Claus, full Easter Bunny, the whole thing?
Well, Whitney, when I had a kid in the 7th grade, I ain't getting no damn Christmas toy. Me and the kids both was looking for Christmas toy.
You still believed in Santa Claus at the time?
No, you know.
Because I remember as a kid knowing it was a lie and being like, why are you guys lying to me? Like,
well, in the hood, they tell you, ain't no white man brought you shit but a warrant.
I know I'm going to give birth on this podcast.
Black people tell you, ain't no goddamn white man came out by here with shit free. I bought that shit. It was on layaway at Walmart. That's what black parents say. I don't believe that white shit. So black family killed white Santa Claus long time ago for us. Oh, what the fuck? You ain't asked that nigga for nothing. So, no, these kids ain't nobody fucking with no white Santa Claus. And then we put him in a black costume. I don't know that nigga. I just want you to get a picture with him. He ain't bought me shit. So black parents just killed the shit for us. My mom used to say, I don't got no Santa Claus. You know I got my appointment to go down there and pick up them free toys for you niggas. And I ain't wrapping that shit either. I'm gonna throw it behind. My mama never wrapped that shit. Back in the day, we would literally You gonna be okay.
I'm in labor. I think I'm going into labor.
We would have an appointment to go pick up the toys for the Po Kids, which was us. And each Po Kids got 2 items. And it was 5 of us. My mama would say, look here, nigga, y'all pick this shit because I gotta get back home watching Young and Restless. So we would go down the line and pick 2 of the shittiest items that you could ever see. And she would say, don't you niggas pick nothing with noise. I don't want to hear that shit. So we wouldn't allow, you know them little popcorn things that make, we got one of them when she beat the dog shit out of us with it. So she said, don't you get a motherfucking thing that make noise because you know I wake up with a hangover. So we would walk down the aisle, we would pick 2 toys and then she would be at the end of the table and you would put in this black plastic bag and she was tied up and on Christmas she'll throw it in the floor. Y'all get the shit these people gave y'all. We already seen it. We never had a Christmas tree. So I'm a big Christmas person, but I don't tell the white Santa Claus lie because I'm black as fuck. But I like 2 things I love: Disney and I love Christmas. It just bring that. It makes me feel warm on the inside of a childhood that I never had. So Christmas time, I probably have up 8 Christmas trees.
Yeah.
It's my favorite fucking
go
holiday.
nuts.
So I love Christmas, but I don't tell my kids no white man came out here and gave us shit. Now come on now. This is 2024.
This is 2024.
Oh, it's 2023.
All right, y'all. So you know that I've been on tour. You know that I travel a lot. And I'm telling you, these ratchet-ass toothbrushes that I've been getting at the airport or that I've been getting, like the ones that just like delicately caress your teeth, but they're not actually cleaning them. The point is, I now only use Quip toothbrushes. This is the electric toothbrush, which is timed with sonic vibrations with 30-second pulses to guide a dentist recommended 2-minute clean. So you're not going to just be like zoning out, missing your window. This just tells you when to move. It's lightweight. It has sleek design for adults and for kids. It's got no wires or bulky chargers to weigh you down or trip you and send you to your death. Okay? A multi-use travel cover that doubles as a mirror mount for less clutter, reusable handles in a range of sleek metal hues, as well as bright plastic colors, sure to pop on your bathroom counter. Skip the batteries, snap into new healthy habits with a new rechargeable electric toothbrush. All the features of the original Quip, but this one has magnetic charge powers for up to 3 months of brushing. That's crazy. This is the water flosser. Hits all the right spots with gentle, deep clean pressure at the touch of a button. Extra wide lid that fits right under the faucet and fills up in seconds. The cordless rechargeable battery lasts up to 8 weeks with daily use. No bulky charging dock or tangled cords or... God, that stuff drives me nuts. You've got like a rat king of cord nightmares. This blasts away up to 99.9% of plaque and popcorn, by the way, from treated areas with precision thanks to the 360-degree rotating magnetic floss tip that snaps into place. Easy to control water flow that leaves you feeling squeaky clean. Look at this. It's sleek and slim enough to keep your countertops as clean as your teeth. $7 replacement floss tips are shipped to you every 3 months to keep things flowing smoothly and prevent mineral deposits from building up. Gotta love that. And look at this. You guys, Quip makes gum now. Ugh. Mints and gum. Look at this. Every time you pop our new mints, you are gonna be caring for your mouth inside and out. Don't be that freak with halitosis. Justin, you know who I'm talking to. Bold mint flavor keeps your breath confidently fresh, and you will get a boost of vitamin D gum, which prevents cavities and then freshens breath when chewed for 20 minutes after eating. It's sugar-free. It has tooth-friendly xylitol with 0 calories, long-lasting mint flavor, crunchy, tri-layer design. Look at this. Slim, travel-ready dispenser available in 5 colors, metal or plastic packs, protects up to 10 pieces of gum or mints at a time. Fits in any purse, any pocket, any cavity that you've got. The Quip electric toothbrush is loved by over 9 million mouths. Track and improve your brushing with the free Quip app. Earn amazing rewards like free refills, products, Target gift cards, and more. In addition to the brush heads, Quip also delivers fresh floss, toothpaste, mouthwash, and gum refills every 3 months for $7. With stylish and affordable electric brushes starting at just $25, you will not be paying through the teeth. Go to getquip.com/Whitney. Right now, you're going to get 20% off any electric toothbrush, mint and gum dispenser, or water flosser. That's your 20% off any electric toothbrush, mint and gum dispenser, or water flosser at getquip.com/Whitney. Spelled get, G-E-T, quip, QUIP.com/Whitney. Quip, the good habits company. I'm just trying to figure out like the lengths of lying to your kid that's okay.
I hate parents who just be honest.
Just tell them the truth. Like they're smarter than we think. I see people, I know it's like infantilizing a child. They are whatever, children, but at the same time, it's like I've just been big on, I've always treated kids just like adults. You know what I mean? And then I feel like
you know what I
they'll
hate
figure it
the
out.
most about parents when they put their kid in a sports and won't tell them that they suck and they continue to pay for them.
That's our biggest problem in America.
So you know, and everybody on the team got to get a reward. No, your baby suck.
No.
Okay, he just out here because you trying to get the motherfucker to get some fresh air.
Mm.
So tell the truth. Like my son played basketball. My oldest son, like he played basketball. He was so fucking horrible. I said, "Come here, nigga. You wasted my $130. We quit. Not you. We quit." He was like a unhinged Dennis Rodman out there. His shoes were set on his feet. He didn't know what to do. He sliding. I said, "What the fuck are you doing? This is basketball. Why is you on your stomach? Slide down to the other side of the goal." He was so fucking horrible. And I just put him in the car and said, look, like here, you fucking suck. Okay? And you wasted my money. We're gonna stick with football because for some reason you like niggas hitting you upside your head and you perform better. And you never play basketball again. I mean, people just should be honest. I mean, unless your child, even if your child is I don't want to get in trouble for saying this, but my friend has an autistic son that I be there. You be talking to him like he just regular. Shut your ass down. That's it. You can't be talking to
The
boy like
autistic
that.
son.
Now, I'm not that fucking rude.
Maybe they
He
need-
like, so he always buy this autistic son Jordans, and he fuck up the joint. Nigga, you fucked up the joint. He's autistic. He don't give a fuck about no regular kid. Hey, my kids don't give a fuck about no Jordans. And I'm like, stop buying him them fucking shoes. He don't care. It's gotta be. He finally stopped.
buying nice shoes for an autistic son.
Well, he stopped by because he's a Jordan freak, so he's realized
Yeah.
his son don't care about him like he do.
Right,
And
right.
so I
right.
said, just stop, leave him the fuck alone.
Yeah, I do feel like I don't
He's
want.
smart as fuck, and
Yeah.
so them tennis shoes is not fucking interesting
Get him
at
a
all.
paintbrush.
Yes, he's smart as fuck.
Yeah.
He be telling you shit like, I really don't need to know how how the sun go around the earth. I really don't want to know this. But his son is so smart that I told him one time, I said, my son was so dumb. I wish he had autism. My son is so fucking dumb. They diagnosed him with short-term memory loss. They said,
He forgot he was playing basketball halfway through the game.
no, I tried to get a social security check for him. So, and I thought something was wrong. They said, no, he would store everything in his short-term memory. So they said, I thought he was autistic. They said, nothing is wrong with him. He lazy. He literally got diagnosed with being lazy as fuck. And they told me he put everything in short-term memory, except his video game.
Ah.
And he's still playing Rent to this day. He's in his 30s.
Yeah. The video games are a tricky one because I do feel like it's like it does make your brain, it does challenge your brain. It is kind of exercise for your brain, but I guess it depends on like which game it is. Which game is he playing?
I have no clue,
When it's
man.
just Mario 1. It depends on which one. Which one we got.
I don't. I think he play football. I don't fucking know.
Oh, video
Because
games.
he's married. He got kids and shit. So I don't know.
What do you feel like is the biggest mistake parents make with their kids? Besides giving them too much accolades when they're not good at something.
I mean, just being honest with them.
Yep.
Just being honest. We like I was just telling somebody. I said the biggest lie we tell to kids, the birds and the bees. When they want to talk about sex, can't no bird fuck no bee.
Order filled.
So who the fuck came up with this dumbass analogy? So I told my kids, I said, look, I'm not gonna knock
And also,
you,
birds lay eggs.
but a bee will flap his ass.
Like neither of them have sex anywhere close to ours.
Yeah, bees gotta have the smallest dicks in the world because they only so big. I mean, it might be a big dick in the bee community, but
I mean, I do like that they worship a queen. Like that's going in a positive
yeah,
direction,
but she fucks everybody. She's the only fan.
If you're telling kids to have sex the way bees have sex, you're saying like 50 dudes should gangbang one queen.
Yes.
And then eat each other's puke.
I
That's
guess.
what honey is, right?
I guess, but I mean, just be honest with them. I told my kids, I said, I'm not gonna tell you not to get no dick, because dick is delicious when it's the right dick. What I'm gonna tell you is to protect yourself, because you can get some shit out here that'll put fucking moles on your vagina that look like raisins.
That's right.
So just protect yourself. I mean, when you feel like you want some dick, go get it. And I told my oldest daughter, I must have turned out because she gay as fuck. So she went totally opposite. I didn't have a gay conversation with her because I didn't know what to say. Go eat pussy, because I don't eat pussy. So I was technically trying to tell her, suck a dick is okay. But she took opposite advice.
Well, if you told her if she sucked a dick, she was going to get raisins on her pussy, I probably would never want to be around a dick again either. I'm just like, I'm gay, it turns out. I'd rather just lick a giant raisin.
Well, damn, that's where I went wrong at. So I mean, I'm just out, and my kids tell me, sometimes I wonder, do I hurt their feelings now because I'm so blunt?
Yeah.
But I tell them,
if you don't, the world's gonna.
Well, yeah, and I tell them all the time. I say, I'm just preparing you how the world's gonna treat you, but I love you. So I'm doing it so you can be strong and you can understand. I mean, I'm never gonna beat around the bush. I'm 51. When I fart in public, I don't give a fuck. I'm at that point, one point you will hold your gas. Nigga, I got to fart. Move. And it really don't stink because my ass is big. So it's got time to dilute before it get all the way to the end of my ass. So you really don't smell it. You just hear a loud ass, what the fuck? But
it's a power move.
Yeah.
That's a flex.
I'm at the point where I'm just being honest.
Do you see the way that your kids are with their kids? And does it...
Only one of my kids have kids.
Oh, okay.
No, my son, no. No, I try to tell my son, but the new age kids are so different, and I'm old school.
Yeah.
I have a 9-year-old grandbaby that has a cell phone that I keep telling her, I say, do y'all realize what you giving her? You might well gave her a fucking gun. Mm-hmm. I said, she got in trouble for, you bitch ass, hoe ass bitch. And I was like, what? So I'm like, take the fucking phone.
Yeah, I think the thing that phones are good for, if you're going to give them at that age, is to give them something you can punish them with, because they're so addicted to it. You can actually...
Well, I have custody of my niece kids, and they don't have phone. I have 2 9th graders. I said, let me tell you something. You got to do like we did. If you get kidnapped, scream, motherfucker. Because, I mean, if you dial me while he got you, it ain't like I can get to you.
That's what everybody says. They're like, no, we have it so we know where they are. It's like, but that's the same device where other people can find out where they are and where they can get catfished by some weirdo who can text
And they don't
them.
give a fuck about us. So when you give them a phone, you say, well, I'm going to turn on your location. Guess what? They turn their location off because they don't want you in their fucking business.
Yep.
So you're not getting no phone. You get a phone where you can pay for your own phone.
That's it.
Exactly.
Order filled.
That's the rule.
Yeah. So I have a kid at the house who stole my money, like $1,600. And I didn't even realize he stole it. He stole it from my husband. The teacher comes and said, oh my God, he has such a large amount of money. And I said, well, he do work. And she said, no, not like this. So my grandbaby takes a picture of the money, him out there playing like he from the hood, and put it on fucking Instagram. I don't even know it till somebody else's child tells me. Oh, I wanted to beat her ass. So I tell him, I say, take this fucking phone. I said, because what's going to happen when somebody trick her like they're her friend and she get in the car with him and you don't ever see him again?
That's right.
But they're, I said, she don't need a fucking phone. She's 9. She don't pay no bills. She don't even know how to wash her ass good enough. So why does she have a phone?
Yeah. Unless you're doing business, unless you're rolling calls, what is there to do? I still, like, if I had a cell phone when I was 13, so many people would be dead.
Why?
I would go to I would cause trouble from payphones. Do you know what I
Oh,
mean?
you one of
And
them
that-
motherfuckers.
Yeah, and that took 30 minutes. You'd have to get the quarter, you'd put it in. I had a pager. I did a lot of damage with a pager even, which was just like it would just text the phone number and you would just
Yeah.
call it back. I'm like, I can't even imagine the number of dumb things that didn't happen just because it took too long to make the phone call or I didn't have a quarter probably saved my life 1,000 times. You know, the idea that you could just press
So you didn't know anything about dialing 0 and say my call dropped and they put you through to the phone number?
Fuck, no.
So back in the day when you didn't have that quarter to make that phone call, you would mess 0 on the phone and say, I was just on the phone call, my phone dropped. They was like, oh, let me connect you.
Shit, no.
For free.
They
Nobody
were
ever
onto
paid the
us in
fucking phone
DC.
booth.
I mean, I see people. I was with someone the other day whose daughter, who was 11, was calling her mom by her first name.
Oh, hell to the motherfucker. No.
was like,
No,
she
you
was like,
wouldn't.
Erica, and I was like, why are you? I can't understand how you could respond to this and be okay with this. I would be like, you live outside now.
No, I was like, what is, like my kids will talk and they'll be like, yes. And I said, excuse you? Yes, ma'am. No, you would never call me Patricia. I don't even like Patricia. She's old as fuck. You're never gonna call me Pat. And if somebody asks you what's my name, you better say my mama name is Patricia. You better never say Patricia.
But also, if I didn't say yes sir or yes ma'am, I got slapped upside the head, is what we called it. And I still say yes sir and yes ma'am today. Living in, I think this is just a fucking stupid California thing. I say yes sir, yes ma'am. And people are like, oh sir, like I'm like they get offended by sir and ma'am.
Nobody wants to get old anymore. That's the fucking
It's
problem.
like I respect you.
Don't yes ma'am me.
Yeah.
You can't I'm gonna be honest with you. You cannot yes ma'am white women. They don't fucking like it.
Can't handle it.
They cannot fucking. Now black women, it's a form of respect. Yes ma'am, I'm not that old. Bitch, it's respect. You so used to not being talked to right, I can't even respect you. Yes ma'am. Oh my God, I'm only 35. Well, bitch, you're white. You look a little older, but I'm trying to respect you.
You let your white daughter call you by your first name, but I can't call you ma'am. What does that say about you?
You know, ain't nobody calling me. But that's cultural difference. Because I mean, it used to be cultural difference. These black bitches these days the same way probably. A lot of them. But you're not gonna. I'm 51. Don't try me. I tell them don't try me. Try Jesus because he got more patience and he give them more. He loves you way more than I do. He came in and died for you. I wouldn't die for any of you motherfuckers.
So, I've been sleeping on the Blissy pillowcase, and let me just tell you, look at me. I look amazing, okay? I did not know that a pillowcase could feel so good and make such a big difference in my life. No one told me this. They told me take sleeping pills, do this, hang upside down, blah. No one told me about this. I mean, do you ever struggle to find the cool side of the pillow? Like you have to flip the pillow all the time to try to get it gets all hot and swampy. Not with Blissy. Blissy silk pillowcases are temperature regulating and have naturally insulating properties so that if you sweat and overheat when you sleep, Blissy handles it, okay? Blissy fixes all that drama. On top of that, it also is so good for your hair. It reduces frizz, tangles, and prevents hair breakage. It keeps the moisture in your hair and keeps your skincare products and natural moisture in your skin because the silk does not absorb the moisture off your face, okay? It's not gonna be leaching the youth from your face. You can say goodbye to wrinkles, adios, dry, flaky, and red skin in the morning and wake up with healthier hair. It's time to upgrade your sleep with Blissy's award-winning 100% mulberry silk pillowcases. The holidays they truly are right around the corner. It's horrifying. And if you're looking for the best gift you can give, look no further than a Blissy silk pillowcase. Silk is honestly, it is the most luxurious gift you can give your friends and family. This is the silk Blissy eye cover, like the sleep eye cover. I do not go anywhere without it. It's truly my favorite thing. It's on my forehead right now. Look how soft this is. Look at this. Look at this. Can't sleep without it. These are the perfect gifts for any occasion. Plus, it comes in gift-ready packaging they're sure to love. What doesn't Blissy handle? Give yourself the gift of Blissy today and you'll want one for every room in the house. Blissy silk pillowcases are the best pillowcases on the market, hands down. They have a ton of different prints and colors and they make great gifts because there's an option for literally anyone. Men love them too. Don't believe they love silk, silky silk, you know where. They have over 1.5 million raving fans, and you could be next. Try now, risk-free for 60 nights, and get an additional 30% off. That's Blissy, BLISSY.com/Whitney to get an additional 30% off. Give yourself the gift of a good night's sleep with Blissy. I remember, like, my parents weren't around a lot. Like, I didn't have a lot of discipline. And it's like, I think people forget, like, kids want discipline. They want walls. Like, they're going to make a fuss, but they're just constantly testing you. They're testing you. My mom wasn't really around. My parents were divorced, whatever. We turned into a couple of punks. Like, we're on the street. We're stealing money, doing all that kind of shit, stealing from, my mom. I stole money out of my mom's purse. And I can't, she was dating, trying to move on, dating other men. And I was like, I didn't understand. And I was mad. I had all this anger or whatever. So she had gone on a date. I took money out of her purse when she was on a date. The next day, she said, "Do you take my money?" And I said, I'm 11 years old. I said, well, you're just going to make it back anyway because you're just a fucking hooker. And she hit me so hard, hit an open hand across the face.
She should have hit you with black Jesus in mind. Keep going.
Hit me. I remember it because I remember it because the first thought I had was, thank God, she finally did it. Like, she finally stood up to me, like that's love. Like, it was the first time I felt love from her. I wasn't mad at her. I was like grateful. I remember she hit me. I was like falling. It was like between a bed and a wall. And I remember falling and going like, I have a mom. Like, I have someone who can protect. I have someone who's going to make sure that I don't screw my life up, basically, like, it was a relief to me. I wasn't mad at her, and that was it. And like, from then on, like, wasn't shitty to her. We had like a pretty good relationship. And it was like, she finally just stood up to me. And like, because the divorce and everything, everyone was like so scared to, I think stand up to us as like kids, but it's like, we lived in DC. If she hadn't done it, someone else, I would have said that to someone else.
You got your ass beat.
Correct.
Yes.
So I remember just like knowing in that moment, like in my cells, like she probably just saved my life, or probably just saved me from like a really rough ER visit, because I was going to like be running my mouth at the wrong place and say some shit like that. Like, I needed to be humbled. I needed someone to just fucking discipline me, and no one would do it.
Well, that's the difference growing up black, because my mom used to always say, "Bitch, try me." And we knew not to say a damn thing. So I didn't need all
Order
the
filled.
I got. I didn't need that to let me know I had a mama. She let me know she was a fucking mama.
I mean, the kids want that. They want discipline. They want to know, like,
Yes.
like, if you can stand up to me, you can stand up for me.
It's just respect. You're going to respect me. I'm your mother, and I'm going to take care of you, and you're going to respect me, and you're going to respect anybody else that's older than you. You're going to respect your third cousin who was born the same month as you 3 hours early because I said so. And that's how it should be. But kids today, it's a lot of friendship instead of just, people stepping out and being old school parents. Oh my God, it's going to traumatize them. Oh my God, you shouldn't say that. Well, why not? It made you a better person.
That's right. Like, why are we protecting kids? They're going to hit.
Society is so sensitive. So when I'm 51, when I was in school, they whooped your ass. The principal whooped your ass. And you act up, take your ass down out of Mr. Patterson, because he going to pat your ass with that fucking paddle. But they took all of that out. And people are like, oh my God, when they took Jesus out of school, the world went to shit. No, when they took discipline out of school. Look at these kids today who stand up and whoop on teachers. We wouldn't have known. The most we would have did was it. That's the most. And your mama got called and you got popped in your fucking cheek. But now they standing up, and I saw a girl hit a teacher upside the head the other day. Another girl jumped on the teacher. Well, you seen the teacher fight where the teacher didn't have on no underwear, and then she whooped her motherfucking ass. So they just have no respect. But all of that starts at home also. So if they're not getting disciplined at the house, they definitely not going to come to school with that type of discipline.
But also, you think like social media, like, it's like Mike Tyson said, the problem today is that people can talk shit and they don't get punched in the face.
Yes.
Like, kids are on social media, they're seeing people talk shit, and they're on these like live video games where you can talk shit with the people you're playing video games with, and they just think they can talk shit like that to anybody, you know? So it's like this tricky thing where it's like, like, I don't know. It's like social media is like when people are like, oh, it makes you, body dysmorphic. And like, we had that before social media.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that I feel like is really it. Like,
well, people do shit to be popular. Like, and I'm just being honest. I've never heard the word anorexic when I was coming up. First of all, we was on food stamp. If you threw up my mama food, she would beat your motherfucking ass. I don't care if it was bad. You better swallow it. You better swallow it. And if you want to work it off, you better take your ass around that block and walk. But just throwing up her food stamp, we done waited 30 days for, you would get my mama will beat the shit out of you. So, you know, and back in those days, nobody really looked at you for how you you look. All you had to do was have a pretty face. You could be a fat girl, and you was just as long as you was pretty. But now, they set these standards. You're supposed to be thin. You're supposed to be a certain way, because everybody can be a model and everybody can be on Instagram, and it gives false sense of reality. Then when you really meet these motherfuckers without them filter, that filter done shaped these bitches. They look like motherfucking Mike Tyson. Like Mike Tyson punched them in the face. You like, bitch, this was not you. We too scared as America, as women, to take a picture without a fucking filter. And I'm one of them. I am a little oily here. But sometimes I don't give a fuck. Like I do my podcast, my wig be slide. I'm not dressing up for you motherfuckers to talk to you. I'm not doing that shit. This is a lot of makeup I got on today.
I had like a traffic cone in my room for 4 years because it was just like, somebody brought it here drunk, and then it was like, well, I'm not gonna give away a traffic cone.
All right, what do we got there, Max Spanner?
All right, biggest story right now. A blast at a Gaza hospital killed hundreds of Palestinians just before Joe Biden visited Israel as the conflict between the Israel military and the Hamas militant group raged.
Yeah. All right, so here's what everyone needs to do now with the news. You have to think, because you're not going to get the news from the people who never stop talking about misinformation. Because this was widely reported, and now the Middle East is on fire and everything else. So first things first, when you hear the news and they go, Israel fired a rocket in a Palestinian hospital.
Yeah.
Your first thought has to be, Israel doesn't do that shit. Israel drops off leaflets telling people to clear out. They want to bomb places.
It's against type.
Israel doesn't engage in that. Hamas does that shit, but Israel doesn't fire rockets into hospitals. So that should be your first thought. Like, what is this? Second is, who told us this happened? A spokesperson for Hamas. Okay, now I have two pieces of information. One is this group that never does this shit is being accused of doing it. And B, this wasn't told to us by the information minister from Israel or some other third party.
Right.
We're getting this from Palestinian Hamas guys.
Hamas headquarters press secretary.
Who routinely lie about all of this shit all of the time. So CNN, slow your fucking roll a beat. I know it's exciting. Like, I know they get a little sexual tingle
Everyone's trying
about
to be first. Yeah.
No, but they hate Israel, so they're going to do this. So that's their move. It was a lie. Nothing fucking hit the hospital. Well, it was a Palestinian rocket. And by the way,
Hamas rocket.
Hamas rocket. Shot out of Palestine. But it's a Hamas rocket, which are made from water pipes. Like, they're homemade. So it would make sense that the guidance system on them wasn't state of the art. Like, if Israel wanted to hit a hospital, they would hit it, but they don't want to hit a hospital. But their shit doesn't malfunction and fall out of the sky. Like, a high percentage of the Hamas rockets are just garage rockets that are built out of 5-inch pipe that's supposed to be bringing water to the people, but they're making their own fucking rockets.
Yeah, it's like when fireworks go wrong.
Yes, one of those malfunction. They have film of it. They have conversations between Hamas guys going, oh, fuck, we screwed Pooch. We hit the hospital instead of the whatever. They have the conversations. They have footage of it. They have the drone footage of it. They have Hamas sources being recorded saying it. It wasn't Israel, but CNN hates that narrative.
Right.
They hate that narrative. Now, why CNN needs a narrative, I don't know. They could get back to the news, but they can't stop themselves. So they all fucking dive on it, as well as the Squad and AOC and all those bitches. And the next thing you know, the Middle East is on fire because you guys said something that never happened because you listened to Hamas, who routinely lies about this, one of their own rockets. And by the way, the hospital's not down. How did 500 people die in a hospital that's not damaged? The rocket hit a parking lot next to the hospital. So CNN, do a little vetting, would you please?
CNN was talking about this as late as last night. I mean, late. And the news came in.
Right.
Still
But is it a coincidence? No. Is it a coincidence that they got everything wrong about COVID? Is it a coincidence that they thought ivermectin was horse paste? Is it a coincidence or is this what they do? Get back to fucking doing the news.
Without fear nor favor.
Many people died because of this misreporting. But people, when you hear news, like when you hear like one of your friends who's meek and sober and friendly, like Bert got shit-faced and tore the restaurant apart and fucked a waitress on the counter. Like you'd go, right, that's not Bert. Right. Something happened, but that didn't happen. Like the first thought is when you hear Israel bomb the hospital or shot a rocket into a hospital, stop and think who they are and then who Hamas is and then figure and where you heard the news. And then slow your fucking roll, everybody.
And then also put this exact same situation in Russia and Ukraine, in that conflict. If a hospital blew up in Russia, would our news outlets immediately be saying that, or was it the other way around?
Well, they wouldn't take Putin's word for it.
Exactly.
Whatever the news was, they wouldn't take their word for it. They would vet it. Unless they wanted this to happen and wanted to share this, and thus no vetting. So then it spreads across the world. Every embassy's on fire, and the following day, it didn't happen. So be careful out there. But people, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it from the news anymore. You got to figure it out. And you'll be correct way more than they're correct if you just figure out some basic principles.
People at war are much easier to control.
Yep. All right.
And by the way, a lot of the articles now, because this is still developing as we record this, are just saying like we have reason to believe.
Well, they can't call themselves lying and wrong all at once. They have to
believe.
Slowly. It's basically CNN. What CNN has to do about this or COVID or all the shit they're wrong about is what you have to do when you get busted cheating. You do the. It was a one-time thing. I just felt a titty, it wasn't a. Then later on, it was like, yeah, I dropped a digit and ate some Caesar salad.
That's right.
But
I came inside myself.
I did retrograde. I went full retrograde. I went full taint mash retrograde. And then at some point, it's like, well, the fair was 6 months, but you
got soft pedal.
You got to walk it back. It's called walking it back.
Yeah,
I mean, I retrograded her.
Ah.
Yeah, it was a mess. Because some didn't come out the front, but I guarantee it came out the back.
At least a little turtle.
All right, so they're lying.
It is funny, though. Chris made a good point. There is evidence is now a new synonym. I mean, what was the? We have reason to believe.
Right.
Is now a synonym for evidence.
Right.
But it's just less.
Yeah.
Less damaging.
Yeah. Somebody. God, I can't remember who sent this tweet out, but it was really smart. They said that all the guys, the 51 intelligence experts that signed the Hunter Biden laptop as a fake document that was a lie, would they be as careful to vet this? Because anyone who's been around for more than 10 minutes should be like, you're taking Hamas's word for blowing up a hospital? We need to vet this.
Yeah. Half of America has taken that word too.
So CNN listened to these guys with the Hunter Biden laptop fake thing, but did no vetting when it came to a hospital in Hamas, which is still there. All right. Just don't listen to them. That's all. And at a certain point, you have blood on your hands. Like at a certain point, whether it's locking kids at home for a year and a half or setting the Middle East on fire, news outlets, at a certain point, Some of this is your fault. All right.
That's how they make money.
That's true.
Both sides make money.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. There also, this just happened today too. After 18 years, the mystery of what happened to Alabama teen Natalie Holloway in Aruba has been solved. What do you think happened, Adam?
After 18 years, Vandersloot was accused of killing her.
Yeah.
But they never found the body.
No, yeah. Due to lack of evidence, him and his two other cohorts were let free. But
Didn't he have to kill 3 more girls before they figured out it was him?
Yeah, he killed somebody else, and then
he did. Yeah, he also pled guilty. Well, so he tried to extort money from Natalie Holloway's mom.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's like, I'll tell you where your daughter's body is if you give me some money.
Yeah, he wanted like $250,000.
And see, the word I want to get hold of the Vandersloot family and go like, what did you do? What
exactly?
You were the worst. First off, you should have gone retrograde on that ejaculation because that kid's a fucking monster.
And he should definitely be suspended.
His parents were outraged when he was getting accused. Like this is our son. How dare you guys do? Like they're defending him when this is going on.
I guess he raped her, drugged her, killed her, and threw her out in the ocean.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So
We're Dutch. We only like pancakes.
That's right.
So he just pled guilty for the extortion, and then he confessed to his mom. So the mom said he gave a proffer in which he finally confessed to killing Natalie. What happened was Natalie refused his sexual advances, admitted to killing her because
So he killed her. Yeah. What a loser. Did they find her, or where?
No. And the judge says we probably will never find her.
Well, you can't sit in the ocean for 18 years.
She's in the sea.
I didn't know if he buried her or something.
Oh, he
like that.
admitted to the last time he saw her was when we dumped her in the sea.
Oh wow! And they weren't okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
and there's 2 other guys involved too.
Yeah, but during the hearing, prosecutors announced that Vandersloot confessed to the parents. He also showed a little bit of remorse, the first sign of remorse in 18 years, claiming he was born again. This is his quote.
Oh, yeah, the funnest people in the world.
Yeah.
Here's his quote. I would like to take this chance to apologize to the Holloway family, to apologize to my own family, to say I hope the statement I provided brings some kind of closure to everyone involved. I opened my heart to Jesus Christ, and I am no longer the person I was back then.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, man, worst prison roommate ever because he's the worst person ever, and he's found Jesus Christ. So
now he's always knocking on your door.
At least the worst person ever, like when you get him as the cellmate, at least he's going to tell you some good stories.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got some good
Guess what I
travel
did.
stories. Right. But now he's found Jesus Christ.
So he's going to tell you what Jesus did instead of what he did.
So what he did. That's right. Yeah.
From a friend who did time for robbing banks, he told me that you only find Jesus in jail if you just want to try to be safe. The gangs will kind of leave you alone if you become
Yeah, it's
a
good for the
born-again
parole
Christian.
meeting. You know, he'll come up for parole in 25 years, and then he can talk about finding Jesus 26 years
I lost
ago.
him.
But they're
They lost Jesus.
That's why when he gets out, as soon as he gets out of jail.
Yeah.
I lost him. I couldn't believe it. I was with him the whole time, and I got out, and he just left me
I
here.
got to check my other jeans or maybe under the car seat. He's out there somewhere.
He used to be on my dash in my car, making sure that I didn't hit anything.
Now he's gone. I miss those dashboard Jesuses.
Was it a hula? Was it a hula Jesus? Was it?
It started off as a legitimate dashboard Jesus.
Right.
And then at some point, it turned into a hula, but I don't think it was a hula Jesus.
It's a good.
But there's a hula, hula girl. Yeah, but and then somebody had to cross pollinate the hula dancer and the dashboard.
And then they
Jesus.
made a saint. Right now, there's a saint that you're saint of driving.
Yeah,
I know. We got to ask people that are celebrating Mexican
Oh,
Heritage
I'm
Month.
going down.
They're going to have
3 days late.
They're going to have that saint. All right, let's.
So Vandersloot, by the way, he's serving a 28-year prison sentence in Peru for the 2010 murder
that
of
must be a
Stephanie
fun prison.
Flores. He was allowed temporary release to face these extortion charges and wire fraud charges, and then so he will return to Peru to finish the murder sentence, and then afterwards he will return to the U.S. to start his prison sentence for extortion and wire fraud charges.
I'm sure what he was doing was trying to get into an American prison because the Peruvian prison was hell.
Oh man,
that's probably what he was up to. Why he confessed.
Peruvian prison just sounds like It sounds like something your agent would yell at you when you're talking about quitting him. You know, you're going to end up in some fucking Peruvian prison,
what you want?
you asshole. You need me. You understand? You're going to be playing a Peruvian prison. You got it? You got that bag?
Yeah.
You won't even be the big one on the title. It'll be a Peruvian band, and then
You'll be featuring.
pan flute.
Yeah, you won't even be playing. There'll be a Calypso band. It'll be at the top. And then it'll be in bag featuring for the Calypso band. In a Peruvian prison. You walk out of this office, that's where you're going.
Not want to work with me. Fuck you, sir.
All right.
All right. Also,
All right.
All right.
in the another shocking story, Adam. So, lingerie retailer Victoria's Secret.
Well, hold on. Somebody brought this up, but there is me and Norm Macdonald, because you just brought up Norm.
Yeah.
Reenacting the phone call of Jordan. Is it Jordan Vandersloot? Joran Vandersloot, played by Norm Macdonald, calling me, the friend. He wants me to move the body.
Yeah, you have a boat.
I have a boat, and he wants me to move the body. Because he called somebody. All right, anyway, we can play a minute of it.
Hello?
Dowry, is this you?
Hey, Vandersloot, what's happening?
Hey, listen, buddy, I'm in some trouble, man.
What's up?
I'm calling you from a payphone. I realize it's year 2006.
What, do you need to borrow some money or something? What happened to that cell phone? Yeah, anyway, what do you need? You need to borrow 20 spot?
Now, this is the thing, man.
What'd you do, vomit on your shirt or something? You need a new shirt?
No, I met a hot lady.
All right.
Yeah, down at the casino.
Uh-huh.
And I brought her to a remote section of the beach. You know how I work.
Right. Right. I know your M.O.
Yeah.
What do you need,
Order
a condom or a
filled.
roofie or something?
No, I already have those. I've already used those.
Okay.
The thing is, I mean, this girl wanted it bad.
Yeah, cool.
You know
What do you need, a
talking about?
towel or something?
Nah, that's not it. You remember that boat you had?
What do you need, some water-soluble lube?
No.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
over with. It was a hot.
Okay. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I got a boat. What of it?
I was wondering if I could borrow it for a while.
Why? What do you want me to do with the boat?
Well, she may be she may be dead or in a coma.
Right.
And I was thinking we throw her in the chuck.
Oh, so we toss her in the boat? And what, like drive her to a hospital?
No. What about the ocean?
So let me get this straight. You met a chick at Carlos and Pepe's.
Yeah, she was hot. I did a jello shot off her
You did
belly.
a jello shot. You dropped a digit on her on the beach, and now you want me to drag her into the ocean and throw her in because she's passed out?
Yeah, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go with
cool.
you. Is it cool if I don't go with you?
Oh, so hold on a second. Because a minute ago I was watching The Honeymooners and enjoying a Zima. Now you want me to get up, pop on the Hirachis, head down to the beach?
Yeah.
Are you going to help me load her onto the boat?
No, I got to get home.
Okay, so let me just digest this for a second. She may or may not be dead.
She will be, though.
Okay, but as of now, she may still have a pulse.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Okay, so you want me to swing by, but you won't be there, and then I should grab her and drag her across the sand, and then toss her onto my boat, and then drag her a couple kilometers off the shore, and then dump her in the ocean, and then go back home. And you're going to be where?
And what you do with her before that's up to you.
Oh my God.
That was the Norm.
God, it's so amazing. That's why there's no God.
Yeah, Norm's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, and Natalie.
Yeah. Norm.
Norm. All right, we got our next guest is going to be queuing up here in a second.
You want to hear about Victoria's Secret?
Yeah, real quick.
All right. So
Panties down.
So Victoria's Secret plans to withdraw its attempt at being more inclusive with its marketing, reverting to its original reputation of sexiness in the wake of decreased sales. So they were known for hiring beautiful models, but they tried to diversify over the past few years, hiring plus size and transgender representatives. But the rebrand attempt has not translated to increased sales. They're down by almost 20%. So the Victoria's Secret CEO said, despite everyone's best endeavors, it's not been enough to carry the day. Part of the attempted rebrand included hiring Megan Rapinoe, an athlete, an activist who
It never works for these fucking idiots, and I'm so glad it never works.
How about just doing this? Maybe bring the price point down a little bit.
Yeah,
Make
maybe
more
the
affordable
chick's
too.
a little
Maybe-
hotter and
Yeah,
a little
maybe-
less fat.
yeah,
and,
yeah.
we'll
Who
be
cares about
fine.
them? The models don't need to change, but the maybe you don't make $1 billion. You only make $500 million, and you bring the price down.
Bring
a
your
little bit.
goals down. Bring your
Ah,
expectations
I
down.
hate
So
everybody.
The Valentina Sampaio became the outlet's first transgender model, which after that hiring, the former chief
Orange is the new
marketing
black.
officer resigned. So they are abandoning this diversity campaign. And they brought back several of its former models in August, including Giselle Bundchen, Naomi Campbell, Adriana
Go to the
Lima.
bench. Get the all-star team out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're also they
Turns
announced
out the minor league team isn't getting any hits.
I know. So, and they're also bringing back its annual fashion show, which was canceled in 2019 after criticism that it didn't have enough diversity. So the pendulum is swinging back the other way.
Fucking idiots. I love it when they get bit by their own fucking snake. All right. Let's see. Ian, what did I do with Ian's sheet? Oh, here
Ian,
it is.
get out.
Here it is. Ian, shows coming up. Pittsburgh, Brea, Denver. IanBag.com is where you go for that. Always a good time, Ian.
Thanks for having me, guys. Always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, get it on. Got to get on. The show's going to mandate you get it on. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for telling a friend. We love that about you, right, Fitzdog?
After 90, how old is she? 91? People still didn't know if it was Feinstein or Feinstein.
Yeah.
It was always a toss of the coin.
Yeah, 90, I think she made it to.
90.
But your point is still well taken.
I feel sorry for Jewish people because I remember when, who was the big guy that died, who was so funny on baskets? Louis Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
He won the Emmy, and he goes up on stage and he thanks his agent, Rick Greenstein, of
Right.
30 years. It's Greenstein.
Yeah, that's... that's an argument for changing your name.
Yes.
Because Anderson is just, there's no two ways about it.
Right.
And I don't know if he changed his name, but what I'm saying is if your entire life is going to be both ways, at a certain point, you just have to make your peace with it. You go, it's Diane Feinstein, however you want to say it.
Well, I just had Eddie Izzard on my podcast, and he transitioned, and he's now Susie.
Oh, is he Susie?
But in a very cool move, says to me, call me either one. I don't really give a shit.
My favorite people are the people who say it any way you want.
Right.
It shows a certain casualness.
Yeah.
They don't take themselves too seriously.
Yeah.
And I like that. All right. So I know you have a hellish road story that has happened just a few days ago.
Yeah.
I will set you up by saying I forgot about a flight I took last week or the week before to Denver, JSX, Jet Suite X, which is great. Now, I don't know if you ever do the Burbank Jet Suite X.
Is that where they have like a little lounge you show up at?
Yes, they have a little lounge.
I did that once.
And there's no such thing as being in that lounge without seeing somebody who's recognizable, but not on a super high level.
Right.
For me, it would always be like, oh, that's the drummer from System of a Down. Like that's how,
Yeah.
I know, John. Like
Right,
that's how that works. This time, it was Scott Kahn.
Oh, nice.
But a perfect get for the lounge.
Yep.
You'll never... I have a certain amount of anxiety entering the Jet Suite Lounge because it's just a bullpen. You cannot hide.
Yeah.
And inevitably, there's going to be somebody I pissed off in that group of 46 people somewhere. It's always somebody. This time, it was Scott Kahn leaving and Carlos Santana arriving.
No.
Yeah, he walked past the adoring fans.
Whoa.
Yes. I asked him to define a woman for me real quick, but he just kept walking.
He didn't say black magic.
He didn't sing it. He just walked it. So Jet Suite X, which it's nice because the rules are a little lax. They don't have the metal detectors and it's like you get to scoot right through. I got on the flight to Denver and there's a woman sitting in front of me and she had a dog, of course, because it's impossible now. And she set her dog on the Jet Suite X flights. They have a chair on one side, seat on one side, and then a seat on the other. And in between, there's a padded sort of console, sort of like if you drove an SUV, the thing that would be between the two seats in the front. It's a little bigger. It's probably, 12 inches by 12 inches, and I guess you just put your arm there or something. She had her dog resting upon that thing. When the flight attendant came by before we took off and said, you need to get the dog onto the ground, for some reason, there's some rules. Like the backpack on the ground is no good, but the dog on the ground is no problem.
Right.
Because you could never trip over a dog, but you could certainly trip over a JanSport. So that it doesn't really make sense. But the stewardess said, we need you to take the dog and put it on the floor. And then the woman who was flying said, the dog's a real nervous flyer. And I thought, wait a minute. I thought you were a nervous flyer, and that's why you had the dog. But now you're an emotional support person?
Yeah.
So your dog has business in Denver, and you don't know anybody in Denver, but you're going along for the Purina campaign or something? And, who's nervous in this equation? The dog is a more nervous flyer than you are, who is traveling with a support dog because ostensibly you're a nervous flyer. But the dog is now. So I guess the dog could get a hamster or something smaller than it to travel with that would soothe the dog. So I'm just sitting witnessing all this insanity. All right, the dog's a nervous flyer. First off, do you think the dog even knows where the dog is? You know what I mean?
Right.
Thinks he knows he's going to be 30,000 feet in the air and traveling 500. Does the dog know he's going to Denver? I would say no. I would argue no. The dog has no idea where they're going. The leash up, we're leaving the apartment. That's all the dog knows. Next thing you know, we're on the ground, and the dog's sitting up there. And the beauty of Jet Suite X is the chick goes, yeah, all right. That was it. I mean, if that's Southwest, there's a fucking argument. Someone starts filming it.
Yeah.
Some guy quickly undoes his seatbelt with the add a seatbelt leaf in there.
Yeah.
The fat guy gets up, gets in someone's face. She was just like, yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
So the dog just sat there the entire flight because the dog's a nervous flyer.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's where we're
that seems like that's not the. My mom lives in a building in Florida where they just started allowing the, what do they call it? Nervous people dog, the emotional support dog. And that's the loophole. Like, you're not allowed to have dogs in the building, but if it's a emotional support, and now it's all old people. Now they've all got, and they're not fucking lap dogs. They're like toy poodles that are as tall as you are. That's not support.
Right. That's transportation.
That's transportation.
At a certain point, if you're elderly enough, that'll get you around.
If you're splitting your dinner down the middle with the dog, that's not emotional support.
This has been my argument for all these things. And we did the same. There's a pot version of this from about 20 years ago where it's like, well, if you get a note from your doctor saying you have glaucoma or you have anxiety or something, everyone just went, all right, doc, I need a note for pot.
Yeah.
I want to smoke pot. This stuff could be pulled off in a civil society, but not in America.
Right.
Not with us. There is no golden rule here. There's no dignity. There's no pride. There's an opening. Somebody's exploiting the system. And if you don't fucking go get a fake handicap placard from your doctor, then you don't park out front of Costco. Fuck that. Someone else is.
Yeah.
Like, I was literally at a place a couple days ago where I saw the car that was parked in the handicap zone was a fully buffed out, turbocharged Weissach edition Porsche, like a $375,000 sports car that literally nobody with a handicap can even get in and out of that car. The seats, bolsters are so high, it's so low to the ground, like you just couldn't. It's not a van with a lift on it. It's just a fully built Autobahn Tour, just parked right in the middle of that handicap.
That you need to be able to do full squats to sit in that car.
Yes.
You don't get into that car. You adjust your body. You do a yoga pose to get in that car.
Yes. You do down dog to get in, and then you need Lou Ferrigno's upper body to control it once that thing's at speed.
Right.
But no, handicap right out front.
Oh, wow. Well, I noticed once I was outside of 3 Arts in Beverly Hills on a very Tony block. And the whole block next to 3 Arts was that. It was Porsches, it was Rolls Royces, and they all had handicap plaques, one after the other. It's become like the new Rolex in Beverly Hills.
Yes. You get preferred parking. Same people are traveling with their dogs, right? Hitting a vape through the airport
Right.
with the dog. Yeah, so
And then when you get into the concert, they put you in special places.
right.
Yeah. Like practically backstage as long as you're handicapped.
Yeah, what would the instances of fake handicap claims, how far would they go down if they move that space to the back of the Costco parking lot?
Yeah.
It would be completely eliminated.
Well, but then the real handicapped people couldn't get in.
But I would argue the handicapped people have to have a way to navigate the Costco, which is 200 million square feet, right? And their car, it's not like someone carried them out of their house and stuffed them through the sunroof of their car. Like they had to navigate walking out their front door. There's a couple of steps and then a thing and then the driveway. Like they're mobile enough to do this.
Yeah.
I would even argue that even if it's full handicap, like full-blown handicap, we're talking custom van with the lift in it, right?
And they get out into a little scooter.
Once you get onto that scooter, you're on wheels.
Yeah.
I'm just trucking it.
Right.
I'm hoofing it.
Right.
You got wheels. You motor right past
Yep.
me. I'm making my argument for putting your handicap ass to the back of the parking lot.
It's a weird dynamic when you get jealous of a quadriplegic.
Yeah.
But when I see that
Mhm.
little cart and it's got a basket in it, you don't have to worry
Mm.
about pushing a basket. It's right there.
Yeah.
People get the fuck out of your way.
I like when they put the dog in the basket.
Yeah.
That's
They're smoking medicinal
They
pot.
got a bong
with
between
the
their
dog.
legs.
Yeah.
The dog's in the basket. They're operating the scooter with a straw,
And they're happy.
and they're happy.
Yes.
God bless them.
I was at the casino and I saw this guy because that's the place where you see it the most. That's where you see those scooters the most.
Yeah.
And I see a guy at the roulette wheel, and he's in one of those scooters, and he's got the fucking oxygen mask on. He's got a scar on his neck. His wife is sitting behind him going, and after this, we're going to go to cuss. And I was looking at the guy gambling, like, are you trying to keep that lucky streak going there, Sparky?
Yeah, he's on a roll since 1974, since the accident.
Right.
So you had a gig from hell over the
Jesus.
weekend?
Well, it shouldn't have been a gig from hell because, as you said, I went and played golf, posted that online. So I go down. It's a fancy country club down in Carlsbad, which, if people don't know, is like north of San Diego. It's on the ocean. It's beautiful, very rich. So I play this really nice golf course, and then I get off, and they're like, all right, the show's in an hour. So I go check into my room, and I get to the show, and everybody's showing up. Fake tits, skin, 58-year-old woman with skin like a snare drum.
Right.
All tan, and they look, you know that phrase, she looks good from far, far from good, like once they get close? A lot of that. And then I'm talking to this one woman, and she's drunk out of her mind, and she's having a text battle with a boyfriend. So now I go into the club. First act goes up, and nobody's paying attention. They're standing up. They're talking to each other. Second act goes up, bombs. Third act, bombs. And I'm like, all right, fuck this. So I walk on. I do 10 minutes of material.
They're saying it's a club.
No, it's a ballroom at the resort, at the country club.
Are people like standing and?
No, well, they're supposed to be sitting, but a lot of them are standing because they're the kind of people that wouldn't normally go to a comedy club. So that would be beneath them. But if you bring the comedy to them, but then they don't know how to really behave because the definition of a comedy club is I'm the alpha, you're all betas. I'm the funniest one. I'm the only one that gets to talk.
Right.
So I go up and they're horrible.
How much time are you supposed to do?
I was supposed to do 45.
Order
So I
filled.
jump off the stage with the wireless mic after bombing for 10 minutes, and I go to this couple right up front, and it's the girl with the blonde hair who's texting drunk, and she had told me that she had been in Second City. I go, so you were in Second City? I go, you want to do 5 minutes? And she's like, no. I was like, come on, do 5 minutes. I go, how long did you do Second City? She goes, a week. I'm like, all right. And so I take the microphone and I start bopping her on top of the head, which is a funny thing to do because it doesn't hurt, but it sounds like you're really,
boomy-
it's like
yeah.
boom, boom. So the crowd is fucking dying. I ask her husband what he does. Real estate.
Of course.
Real estate.
Yeah.
So I go to the next table and I go, what do you do? Real estate. Wife's got and I'm pointing out the fake tits. I'm pointing out, and then I talk to about I wasn't getting out of the crowd because now I'm fucking crushing.
Mhm.
And I'm going table to table. What do you do? Real estate. What do you do? Real estate. And then I finally go, what's it like living here? What's it like waking up every day talking to the same person over and over again about the same shit and bragging about your kids? You talk about Donnie because Donnie's at Penn State. You never talk about Tiffany.
Oh, right.
How about
at the
Tiffany?
JC.
Yeah.
Or rehab.
She's giving hand jobs in rehab for
Yeah.
Vicodin.
Yeah.
They never
Mhm.
tell me about Tiffany. And so I attack everybody, and then I finally get back up on stage. I do a few more minutes, and I notice that the guy in the front row with the girl I bopped is now giving me the evil eye. And he
Mhm.
stands up and he walks to the stage. He walks at me. And I'm like, all right, this is going down. I'm like gripping the mic, like, all right, I'm gonna have to slam this guy.
What does this guy look like?
He's buff. He's a bro. All the dudes have like $150 haircuts and $1,000 glasses and golf shirts tucked in.
Yeah, tan. Always really nice calves.
Good calves.
Super expensive loafers.
Yeah.
No socks
Right.
and really killer tan calves.
Right.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
Which always slows my roll.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Because you go, this guy's old, he's smoking a cigar. I could take him, and then I see his calves, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
do you really want to mess with those calves?
Yeah, this guy's gonna push into the punch.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's gonna sit down on that punch.
And then he's gonna stomp you.
Yeah,
You-
but those-
once you're down.
Well, his loafers are so expensive that he might not
that's
want to
true.
risk that.
Yeah. It's the loafers or it's the sneaker shoes. You know,
Oh,
they're
the
in between.
sneaker shoes. Yeah. Mhm.
They've got like a white band around the outside.
Yeah, they're like a suede dress shoe with a white rubber sole.
Yeah.
And that's how you know they're sneaker shoes.
Right. And so he comes at me and then he peels off, and I make a joke about I thought I was about to get attacked. He comes back and he starts talking to us. Now everybody's listening. Now it's a good crowd. And so he's talking as loud as he can to his wife to disrupt the show. And I'm just ignoring him because at this point, it's going to be a brawl if I say something to him. So I finish the set. I get off stage. I go back to the booker, who's also a bookie. And I go, give me the money now. I'm getting the fuck out of here. So he pulls out a wad and just starts peeling off hundreds. I go, just give me all the fucking money. So I run back to my room. I grab my suitcase, and then I go to the valet. And by now, there's 20 people at the valet. I don't want to talk to any of them.
Right.
And so I'm hiding behind a pillar.
And they were in the audience.
They were in the audience.
Yeah.
So
the audience was comprised of commercial realtors. It was a convention. It's dog so that part where you're like, everybody's doing real estate. Yeah, if you did an asphalt convention, you'd be like, what's with the asphalt
Order filled.
obsession here?
Yeah, it's a plastic surgery and real estate convention.
Yes.
And so I realized when I get to the valet that I forgot to get my golf clubs from the pro shop. So now they got to send a guy to get security to go in the pro shop and get my badge. So now there's 100 people waiting. And I think one of them is the guy. And now that we're outside and there's no cameras, he's going to take a shot at me. So I'm hiding behind a pillar. And then finally they bring up the clubs, and I jump in. And meanwhile, they've all got the same car pulling up at valet.
I was going to say, when they see the 96 Prius come limping up, they got to know that's Fitzdog's ride.
Exactly.
That's not commercial real estate right there.
The back fender got hit. I got a paper clip holding it on.
Yeah.
It's rusted. And now what are they driving? What are they all pulling up in?
Let's see.
All got the same car. Every one of them has the same car.
Okay. California could be, a Tesla.
It's a Tesla.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
But it's a Tesla X. It's the big one.
With the gull wings, or not the gull wings, the hawk wings, or whatever they call them. Right.
So they're all pulling up with the
Right.
fucking gull wings.
Right.
And the 2011 Prius pulls up. So I dive into it before anybody can see me. I don't even put the clubs in the back. I put them in the passenger seat. And then I drive off. And I drive off as fast as I can. And then I realize my fucking suitcase. I left my suitcase. But now I'm really petrified of this guy. So I run. There's like a median with bushes. And I run through the median and I smash into a fire hydrant and I fall down on the ground.
Oh.
Now I'm laying on the ground and people notice me. So I run over and I get my suitcase and I run back through the and I run back through
Is
the
the
bushes.
suitcase in the room, or is it
No, it's out by
with-
the valet.
Oh, boy.
So I get back into my car. Now the suitcase in the front seat with the golf clubs. I drive about 2 blocks and there's fire on my knee. So I have to pull over to stretch it out. And I look at it, and there's a rip in my pants, and there's blood pouring down on my foot. And so I had some McDonald's napkins. I put it on there, and and I just fucking drive
Hightail
out
it
and
home.
hightail it home, and I'm like, I'm 57.
Order filled.
At
I
what
know.
point in this career does it just become normal? And
Now, this is it.
Yeah.
It's the lot in life.
30 years I've been doing this shit.
That's it.
Yeah.
It still beats roofing. It really does.
Yeah.
It's just the thing about roofing is you don't really have the expectation of the upside. You understand what your job is.
Right.
In comedy, you think, oh, I'm going to outgrow this. Like, I'm going to start flying privately, and they'll be picked up with a stretch limo, and I'll
Yeah.
be taken right to the back of the arena.
Right.
They'll do my set in the green room. But when that never
Big
happens,
Scott Conn.
yeah, Scott Conn, JSX, and Santana's pulling through.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. That's the part. That's the part, because the problem, I think the problem is, as I think about it, when you have a job like roofer or carpenter like I had and things like that, you do understand that your first day, you're pretty far down the totem pole, and that you'll work your way up to being a foreman or the lead carpenter or finish carpenter or something like that. And we understand with comedy, you start off doing open mics, waiting in line, zero pay, whatever, and then you start the ascent. Next thing you know, there's a paid gig. Next thing you know, some comedian you really think is funny wants to take you out on the road. And there's this belief that, oh, we're heading up. And it's true, everyone does head up.
Order filled.
That's
Not
the
everyone.
trajectory.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone, but everyone whose name we've heard of
Right.
heads up. And then after 10 years, 8 years, whatever it is, of heading up, at some point it flattens out.
Sure.
And then might even start heading back down a little bit, which is kind of the phase we're at now.
Yeah.
But that's the disappointing part. If
Right.
it just kept going in this linear fashion toward the heavens, it would be awesome.
Yes, it would be, but I know there's something about like when I meet somebody and they go, "Hey, I'm a comedian too. How long you been doing?" "A year." "Well, I got the same title as you." I never
Right.
become senior vice president of comedy.
Right.
We're the same guy. It's like working at a hospital where everybody wears scrubs. You could be the
Yes.
guy that pushes the fucking
Garbage bin out to the dumpster.
or the neurosurgeon.
Right.
Same outfit. You
Yep.
don't get stars on your sleeve or
Yep.
stripes on your chest.
Yes.
Just a scrub guy. And I always thought, like, the guys that wheel the dead bodies out,
Mm-hmm.
they got to wear something else. What if they dress as the Grim Reaper?
Listen,
The Hood, the Sith.
You're talking to the guy who wants the president of the United States to dress like, Uncle Sam. I want him to dress like Uncle Sam. What's he wearing a suit for? The Surgeon General's dressed like the Admiral.
fantastic.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I
yeah.
want them dressed.
Right.
So I'm with you.
Right.
I want that person to be definable. I want to know to steer clear of that person when he's pushing the gurney.
Right.
I'm with you.
The senators maybe should all dress as like Roman senators, like togas.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, well, Fetterman kind of is already there. He's like, I got a hoodie with the sleeves cut off.
Right.
But yeah, I'm with you on that. Look, it may be sexist. I miss the candy stripers.
Yeah.
It lets you know what I mean? I bet the surgeons like it
Order
too, because
filled.
now the first year nurse is wearing the same scrubs that the surgeon is wearing.
Right,
That doesn't
right.
make sense to me.
I was a candy striper.
Were you?
Well, I delivered the food to the rooms at the hospital.
Mhm.
My friend Brian Van Horn's mother was the human resources person at Phelps Hospital in Tarrytown. And my friends all got jobs cooking in the kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
which was an easy job because the bar is pretty low for hospital food.
Yeah.
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 So I couldn't get that job, so they said, you can deliver the food. I was the first man to ever deliver food to the rooms. It was all women before. It was all candy stripers.
Wow.
Yeah, that was called a tray. They were called tray girls, and so I was the first tray boy. And it was when AIDS hit, and so like I'm delivering to these rooms, and they go, all right, when you go to this room, they would have like a fucking symbol. I can't remember what the symbol was. It might have been, should have been a skull and crossbones. And when you go in those rooms, you got to wear a mask, you have to put on gloves, and you have to give them disposable silverware and all. There was no name. This is before it was like 1982. There wasn't a name for AIDS yet.
Yeah.
It was just like something's going on with these guys.
Yeah, it was grids before it was AIDS,
was
but
it?
that's all.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
We figured it out. It's an acronym. It was. I thought it was gay-related intestinal whatever disease. But
Really?
but it wasn't. It's something related intestinal disease. It was
Gay-related immune deficiency.
gay-related.
Oh shit!
That's back when they were kind of on the nose with shit. You know what I mean? I'd say it's related to being gay. So it was a gay-related intestinal disease. It was grits. Wow. And then that lasted. I always talk about this because that lasted for like a good 5 years, and I think someone, probably from California, went, we got to lose the gay-related part because we're trying to sell this as a sort of universal disease and we don't want to discriminate. And so somebody went.
Really want to change the name. That company AIDS, and it was an appetite suppressant.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
AIDS chocolate candies.
AIDS chocolate candy.
Yes, you could. You could load up on chocolate bars and
unfortunate.
suppress. If you ate 5 Three Musketeer bars, it would also suppress you wouldn't want dinner either. So they're probably onto something. But yeah, AIDS. I grew up just watching commercials for AIDS.
Yeah, right.
Also, there's an ambulance line called AIDS.
No kidding.
Out here, yeah, it would kind of make sense. AIDS, there was no stigma pre-1987 to the word AIDS.
right,
It was a good
right.
thing. You're aiding somebody.
There was
So-
also a baby furniture show. There it is. There was a baby's furniture shop on the west side of L.A., and it was called, and this is before the other name came out, SIDS. Like
wow.
SYD SIDS.
Sudden